I wanted to just talk to you all about a recent event. Nicaragua is a country in Central America, and it is a Christian government. In their Constitution's preamble, it acknowledges the role of Christian faith in their founding. The leader of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega, not only did he cut ties with Israel, but he gave a very impassioned speech.
Es increíble cómo al frente del gobierno de Israel se encuentra un primer ministro que es hijo del demonio. ¿Por qué? Porque lleva en la práctica una política de terror y es Hitler. Sí, el primer ministro de Israel es Hitler, allí instalado, llamando a destruir a los pueblos, al igual que el que preside Ucrania es otro nazi, otro hijo de Hitler, queriendo comprometer a la OTAN para irse a la guerra contra la Federación Rusa. Lo que están haciendo los gobernantes norteamericanos, utilizando a Israel, armando a Israel, lo que están haciendo los gobernantes norteamericanos junto con gobernantes europeos, porque ahí están los imperios se han unido creyendo que de esa manera van a poder derrotar a los pueblos y no se dan cuenta que al final de cuentas o llevan al planeta a una guerra total o sencillamente no les queda más que esperar la derrota.
Not only is it a Christian country, but it's also a socialist country. In fact, the slogan that Daniel Ortega and his wife, Rosario Murillo, who's now vice president, have used is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. They have overseen the full electrification of the country. Even the most remote and rural areas of Nicaragua have been electrified. They've wiped out illiteracy in the country and enabled the people of Nicaragua to have the ability to read with universal schooling and education. They've launched land redistribution so that the people of Nicaragua can have access to the land, and it's not all owned by wealthy landowners who go back to the time of Spanish colonialism. In addition to that, they have a micro-entrepreneurship program. That's right, a socialist government is going out of its way to help people start their own businesses. And the micro-entrepreneurship program of Nicaragua is one of their most successful programs, where the socialist government loans people money to start their own businesses. And many Nicaraguans have been very, very successful and seen their living standard go up. They see Israel as an outpost of a global financial system, a system that is leading wars all over the world and grinding countries into poverty. And they view their revolution in Nicaragua, based on principles of Christianity and socialism and solidarity, as a fight against that system. So they stand with the Palestinians because they see the Palestinians as also fighting against that system. I think by looking into Nicaragua and what its Christian and socialist government has achieved in terms of industrializing, raising people out of poverty, and now standing with the Palestinians, can really enlighten people about thinking beyond the left and right paradigm of American politics and getting to real solutions.
Sarkis Church. This is an Armenian Christian church here in Tehran, and today they're going to say prayers in honor of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. So I'm just going to go inside. And as much as Iran is very much an Islamic republic, and the government really bases itself on the Islamic religion, there are Zoroastrian Iranians, there are Christian Iranians, there are Iranian Jews who practice their religion very, very openly and are very free to practice their religious beliefs, hold ceremonies, worship in the way of their faith.
Now go to Moscow, go to China, go to any major city in China. They have high-speed rail. People in the United States don't even know what high-speed rail looks like. How are we supposedly the most wealthy country in the world, but yet look at the state of our infrastructure. Look at the state of our society and our culture. We're in rapid collapse. Why don't we actually work together with Russia? Why don't we actually work together with China? Wouldn't that be a good thing, considering that they have nuclear weapons, considering that we're getting to a point where we have space weapons, cyber weapons. A World War III would mean billions and billions of people dying. Why are we engaging in these kinds of activities that are going to push us to war with a nuclear power? Now is the time for us to stand together with the Russian and the Chinese people, together with the so-called third world countries, and we should be building up America, we should be building up the world. In other words, we should be making America great again, we should be making the world great again. And that is the responsibility of the American citizens to say, this war does not suit our interests. It may suit the elite's interest in the United States, but this war does not suit the American people's interest. Thank you.
Our economic pie. The wealth does not contribute to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the United States. The taxes used for war contribute to the destruction abroad and within the United States. We must realize that the divisive duopoly paradigm of left and right does not exist. We must unite that everybody wants life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We must realize that we, the people, have the power. We must have peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Very good. Very good. So I don't know if people are aware, but this sign refers to the Uhuru movement. These are 4 African-American activists from the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. They are facing 10 years in prison, charged with being Russian agents. All they did was speak up, all they did was have some Zoom calls, and the American government wants to throw them in prison for 10 years for speaking up, for exercising free speech, and all kinds of civil liberties. liberties voices have spoken up and said that what's going on, the charging by the U.S. Department of Justice, the criminal case against the Uhuru movement, is a huge attack on freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. If they can charge them just for having some Zoom calls and, writing some articles about Ukraine, if they can make that a criminal offense, they can come for you. They can shut down our civil liberties. So we're saying, hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges.
Hands off Uhuru.
That's right. Freedom of speech in this country is under attack. Whether it's Twitter and Facebook cooperating with the FBI to shut down certain political views, whether it's the threats on the Uhuru movement, whether it's the censorship that's going on, they are coming for our civil liberties. And at the same time they're coming for our civil liberties, they are also taking us toward a new world war. We've got a sign here that says peace with Russia, peace with China, no World War III. World War III is not a joke. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. We're here to stand for peace. We're here from the Rage Against the War Machine demonstration. We're here from the Libertarian Party. We're here from the People's Party. We're here from the Center for Political Innovation. A wide variety of perspectives here to say we do not want World War III. We must stop 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 World War III. That's what we're here to say. Russia is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. The American people should be fighting against the big corporations and banks that are destroying our country, not
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam, they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East, aligned with Iran, is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying, hands off Iran. Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America.
Obviously, I'm just presenting my own perspective, my own views. There are many views in this room on the topic of religion. I think there's people here from many different religious backgrounds. So feel free to speak up and talk on this topic. But as we talk about getting out of the movement into the masses, and as we talk about opposing the synthetic left, and as we talk about socialism in America, we obviously have to be able to talk about the issue of religious faith, and there's no way to not talk about it. So I'm going to speak on a few things. The first thing I was going to do is I was going to read a quote from Friedrich Nietzsche. This is from Friedrich Nietzsche. He said, "Let us not underestimate the destiny that has crept all the way from Christianity into politics. Today, nobody has any longer the courage of special rights or the right of command or a sense of respect toward oneself and one's peers. a pathos of distance. Our politics are sick through this absence of courage. The fib of equality of souls undermine the aristocratic outlook in the most insidious way. And while our faith in the prerogative of the most is making and will make revolutions, it is Christianity, let there be no mistake about it, and it is Christian judgments that turn every revolution into mere crime and bloodshed. Christianity is the revolt of all groveling creatures against that which has stature. It is the gospel of the lowly, and it makes for lowliness. That's Friedrich Nietzsche. And what he's saying is he argues that communism is rooted in Christianity, and he sees that as a negative thing. Now, that quote is highlighted in a book called The Destruction of Reason by Lukács, the Hungarian Marxist. What? Georgy Lukács, there you go. And in that book, he's talking about the roots of what he terms philosophical irrationalism, which is coming out of the Enlightenment, with the rise of capitalism. You had a whole new school of thought. So, we talk about Spanish colonialism, right? The first colonizer of the Americas was Spain. And Spain, at the time, 1492, we all learned about Columbus sails the ocean blue. At that time, Spain was a stronghold of feudalism, whereas in the rest of Europe, you had the Protestant Reformation breaking out, and you had people beginning to challenge the Catholic order. In Spain, which was a stronghold of the Catholic Church, they had the Spanish Inquisition, like a crackdown on any elements that might bring forth some kind of reformation in Spain. And as Spain was becoming a colonizer, going into what we now consider Latin America, you had priests coming into South and Central America, setting up missionaries. You had indigenous people being forcibly converted to Christianity. But Spain had a little bit of a problem, which was that many within the Catholic hierarchy felt morally conflicted about what was going on, and were not comfortable with the fact that while the colonization was being done in the name of spreading the religion and converting these indigenous people and saving their souls, it was very clear that on the part of Christopher Columbus and Fernando Cortez and others, there was clearly a selfish motivation. The idea was to come to the lands of the Americas, plunder the loot, enslave the people, and make lots of money. And you see many instances of priests from the Catholic missions speaking up and saying, this isn't right. You can't forcibly convert people. That's not real conversion if they do it on the threat of being killed or persecuted. And on top of that, we shouldn't be going to these lands simply motivated by a desire to plunder them and pretend that this is some kind of Christian mission. And that Spain, because it remained a feudal society, its ability to be a colonizer was somewhat restricted, and that it had a problem in doing so. But as we saw the rise of British imperialism, things were a bit different. And there was suddenly talk of selfishness and the Protestant work ethic, and the British were able to get ahead as colonizers because they weren't restricted by the moral codes and the rules and the judgments that contain feudal society. Feudal society is a very, very controlled society. In feudalism, you don't have much freedom at all, right? A peasant can't look a landowner in the face. There's different words people use, different hierarchies. The death penalty is used very, very liberally. One cannot challenge or question any of the religious doctrines, or one's burned at the stake. Feudalism is a very, very controlled society. And the French Revolution was an explosion against feudalism. And it was largely a society that had been very restricted and restrained, breaking out into a big explosion of sexual freedom, of revenge against the old nobles and the hierarchies, and it was very atheistic. The French Revolution converted the churches of France as temples of reason. And it's interesting because out of the French Revolution, we get the notion of the left and the right.
Right? The people on the right were the ones who were still loyal to the king when they first formed the National Assembly. The people on the left were those who kind of fully embraced the revolution, the Jacobins and others. And that's where the left and the right. And the left was associated with this explosive energy, giving people freedom to unleash their impulses, freedom to tear down old institutions, freedom to question beliefs, freedom to stand up against authority. And we know that the French Revolution soon degenerated into the reign of terror and the mass executions that were going on. We see those crowds cheering as people are getting their heads cut off. And that the French Revolution was also an explosion of sexuality. The Marquis de Sade was a key figure in agitating for the French Revolution. This aristocrat who had been put in mental hospitals and had committed horrendous crimes against women, who wrote these very pornographic stories, all making the point that morality doesn't exist, truth doesn't exist. I mean, if you read Justine, if you read any of his writing, it starts out he's rambling about philosophy, and then it turns into a very violent pornographic story about some woman being brutalized, usually by a priest or a high-ranking government official or someone who's supposed to be noble, all while the man is brutalizing the woman and lecturing her that morality doesn't exist. It's actually the law of the jungle, might makes right. This was kind of the ideology of the French Revolution. And as the reign of terror continued, and as the population grew weary of all this terror and bloodshed and releasing of anger and rage, the Marquis de Sade is worried that the French revolutionary energy is dying down. He actually urges that in order to keep the revolutionary energy going, they should set up theaters where there's naked women on display, so men can walk in and see the naked women, and their sexual passion will be aroused, and they will continue the energy of the revolution. The French Revolution is that explosion, and then we know that after 10 great years that we had the rise of Napoleon. Napoleon comes back into power and kind of compromises with the church and compromises with the old system, and the French Revolution is kind of calmed down. But the French Revolution, along with the bourgeois revolutions of Britain and the bourgeois revolution, the American Revolution of 1776, gives birth to the capitalist order, where we're no longer are we recognizing kings with divine right granted by God to rule over us. Instead, we are recognizing the triumph of reason and the equality of man and the rights of all, etc. This new order is coming into existence. And as capitalism emerges as the new order, colonialism, and eventually what gives rise to the modern order of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, becomes dominant in the world. And Friedrich Nietzsche represents a current that celebrated the fact that it seemed like with the dawn of imperialism, Western man was shedding any moral or religious pretenses. Friedrich Nietzsche writes about the blonde beast. Imperialism is enabling the Western man to no longer be restricted by morality, no longer be restricted by compassion for others, but instead man, the Western man, the blonde beast, can now rule over people around the world in the most ruthless and cruel ways. And we read about the horrendous atrocities that were committed, in Africa during the period of colonialism and in Asia and many places. A lot of them justified, we talk about the eugenic, racial pseudoscience and all these atrocities. And Friedrich Nietzsche, unlike others who might defend capitalism by saying that, capitalism, it's unfair, but communism and socialism, it doesn't work, it's not a real alternative. Nietzsche is celebrating the cruelty of capitalism, celebrating the injustice and saying that some people are just naturally better than others. And that the lie of Christianity is that Christianity views people as equal, it urges people to love their neighbor as their self, to be compassionate, to be kind, and that is subverting the natural hierarchies that exist. That's what Friedrich Nietzsche is arguing. And this is the beginning of what they call philosophical irrationalism. Why is it called philosophical irrationalism? Because the basis of it is there's an argument about, is the nature of the universe order or chaos? That's the question. Those who believe the nature of the universe is ordered are rational, and those who believe the nature of the universe is chaos are irrational. And Friedrich Nietzsche and others, the philosophical irrationalists, argued that the world was chaotic, that there was no real order. And they argued that any attempt to bring order to the world would threaten things, was somehow tyrannical, if you tried to argue that there was order in the world, if you tried to make a system that explained the way the world worked, you would ruin everything. And we should just celebrate the chaos of the world around us. That's philosophical irrationalism. And that is really the religion that dominates the United States among the elite at this time. Whether it's Ayn Rand, Leo Strauss, philosophical irrationalism is what our elite believe. They believe there is no real right and wrong. They believe that if you're strong enough, you can make your own moral code. They believe compassion and kindness is for suckers. It's a weakness. That's what they believe. And that belief system is largely tearing apart our society. If you look at it, it's one thing for the elite to think this way because they've probably always felt that way. But it's another thing for these ideas to filter down into the population at large. When these ideas start to filter down into society, suddenly nothing works. You need an army, people to go out and be able to give their life for their country, for their nation, for the cause. You need them to go out and die for it. But if you're telling people, don't be a sucker, don't make sacrifices, live only for yourself, selfishness is the highest virtue, they're not going to go out and die for you. Right? If you tell people, I mean, you look all throughout our society, people feel no loyalty to anyone else. People feel no loyalty to anyone. And postmodernism that's pushed really hard on the campuses. You know, there's this whole thing about, Jordan Peterson talks about postmodern neo-Marxists. Well, postmodernism is the belief that there is no ideology, that ideology itself is a problem. And Marxism is an ideology. So you can't be a postmodern neo-Marxist, right? Postmodernism is a movement draws from Marxism only because Marxism is a vehicle for deconstruction. Marxism takes apart certain things. For example, right, you know, the family, right? The family has been different in different societies, right? In primitive communism, the family was one way. In slavery and feudalism, the family was another way. In modern capitalism, it's another way. Marxism says there's not some eternal sacred way the family is. The family is different under different economic circumstances, the base and the superstructure. As the economic base of society changes, the superstructure changes. The nature of the government. There's no eternal way a government should be. There's, you know, the government under feudalism was one way, the government under capitalism is another way, the government under socialism. So Marxism is very good at taking apart, and so that's useful to the postmodernists because they want to take things apart, but they reject all truth. They reject all ideology. They reject all belief systems, and they only see good in deconstruction. As long as you're taking things apart, you're doing well. But when you start building, when you start creating, and you start constructing, that leads to tyranny, that leads to oppression of the individual, that leads to the menace of collectivism. This is the postmodernist worldview. That's what they believe. And the reason that this belief in postmodernism is tearing apart Western civilization is because human beings need ideology. Ideology, I've used the analogy many times, is like you're driving down the road. When you're driving down the road, you know where you came from, you know where you're going, you know how you're getting there, and so you can drive down the road. But I've said, imagine you were driving down the road and you had a Joe Biden moment, and you suddenly wondered, where am I going? Where did I come from? How do I get there? If you did that, you would stop the car immediately. If you didn't know where you were going, you didn't know where you came from, you would stop the car. And that's what's happening all across the United States and all across the Western world. People are stopping the car. They don't know where they're going because they've been told that every road map they've been given is a lie. The government and the media is not giving them a road map by which to live. They have no ideology. And because of that, they're stopping the car. There's no reason to wake up in the morning. There's no reason to believe in something. There's no reason to look to the future with any hope or optimism. They're stopping the car. So ideology is very important. So I want to talk about the ideology of Christianity and the ideology of communism. Just want to make some observations here. So Christianity, I think many of us grew up with religious faith. Christianity, it says that we began in the Garden of Eden. Right? We had the Garden of Eden. And in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve lived there. They had everything they needed. Everything was provided for them. It was a paradise, and they were told by God, there's one tree you must not touch, and if you eat of this fruit, you will surely die. But, you know, the snake convinced Eve to eat of the fruit. And so, out of the Garden of Eden, we have the fall of man. And what is the fall of man? Well, Adam and Eve are cast out of the garden. And after they're cast out of the garden, what happens next? God says, "And in the sweat of thy face that shalt thou eat bread, until thou return unto the ground. For it is out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust thou shalt return." So when Adam and Eve are kicked out of the garden, they suddenly have to start working the land and growing their own food. They have to live by the sweat of their brow. So after the fall of man, we have all kinds of turmoil. And that's the Old Testament of the Bible. It tells us all kinds of turmoil. Moses and Noah and Isaiah and Jeremiah and all the prophets. We have all kinds of turmoil that exists as the children of Israel are going from land to land and being oppressed, and prophets are coming down to them, and etc. All of this turmoil leads to the Messiah. The Messiah returning. Jesus. So Jesus comes. All this turmoil leads up to the arrival of the Messiah. And with the Messiah, we have the birth of the church of Christianity. And then the understanding is, I guess, the birth of the church. And then the understanding is that eventually, as a result of the church and as the result of the battle between good and evil, this will all lead to the second coming and Eden restored. So that's the Christian narrative. We get from Eden to Eden. We get from Eden to the fall of man, to the turmoil that leads to the coming of the Messiah and the creation of the church, and the church eventually leads to a gigantic battle with the forces of evil that then leads to the second coming and Eden restored, heaven on earth. That is the Christian narrative, as I understand it. So what does communism teach us? Okay, so communism teaches us that first we had primitive communism, hunter-gatherer civilization. People were hunting and gathering, they lived in tribes, they didn't grow their own food, they didn't domesticate any animals. But at some point, we got too good at it. We started hunting and gathering so well that there was a scarcity. So it got to the point that you had the origin of class society. And if you read The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State by Frederick Engels, it talks about how it was with the dawn of agriculture that you have the dawn of the patriarchy and the family, you have the dawn of the state. So you have the creation out of primitive communism, you have the origin of class society. Class society comes out of primitive communism with the origin of private property. I guess that should probably be two stages, right? I guess first we'll have origin of property, and that leads to class society. Class society all leads toward the creation of the proletariat. The final class of history, the proletariat. And then the understanding is, with the emergence of the proletariat struggles against the bourgeoisie as the final class of history. All other previous movements have been movements of minorities, Marx tells us, but the proletarian movement is the movement of the immense majority on behalf of the immense majority of society. And the struggle of the proletariat leads to higher communism. Now, I think it's interesting to look at the overlap in these narratives. It's a very similar narrative of human history and its civilization. If you talk about a roadmap of where are we going, you can see a pretty similar thing. From Eden to Eden restored, from primitive communism to higher communism, it's a very, very similar narrative. I think that's worth observing, and it's worth noting that.
When we talk about Christianity, we talk about the coming of the Messiah. Many people have debated, and there's a huge amount of argument about the historicity of Jesus, right? You know, some people will maintain Jesus never existed. Karl Kautsky, who wrote The Foundations of Christianity, he argued that Jesus was a composite figure of many different messiahs or figures had risen up among the Jewish people to fight the Roman Empire. There's a lot of different arguments about it. But the understanding is that there was some kind of leader in Palestine who was fighting the Roman Empire, who was considered to be such an enemy of the Roman Empire that he had to be crucified. Crucifixion was considered the ultimate punishment, only reserved for the greatest enemies of the Roman state. That he was put to death for his crimes against the Roman Empire, but after his death, people continued to worship him.
The Roman Empire considered it to be a threat to them, but it spread, and as Rome was declining, Christianity was in ascendancy. That's what we understand to be historically true, that Christianity was rising as Rome was falling. And in fact, the City of God, which is one of the key texts of Christian theology, is written from a defensive perspective. St. Augustine is writing the text because the Roman Empire, the biggest empire that dominated the modern world, it fell almost simultaneously as it adopted Christianity as its religion. And that was a big problem for Christians because they're going around the world trying to convince people to adopt their religion, and people are saying, wait a second, the biggest empire in the world just collapsed when it adopted your religion. That's not a good selling point. So St. Augustine writes the City of God, arguing there's the city of man and the city of God, and basically saying that Christianity wasn't designed to save the Roman Empire. We're not arguing that if you adopt our religion, you know, it'll make your empire mighty. And he's writing from a defensive perspective. And that's a key point. And that the Roman Empire, now we'll talk about the proletariat, because it's in Rome that you first have the proletariat. The origin of the word proletariat, it's Latin, it's rooted in Latin, it's the word for having children. A proletarian is one who has children. And the reason that they referred to this group of people in Rome as those who have children is because they didn't have any slaves and they didn't have any land, but they weren't owned by anyone else. They weren't slaves themselves. So they were men of no property. That's one translation. Men of no property, or those who own nothing but their offspring, those who own nothing but their children, the proletarians. They were a class of people in Rome. Overwhelmingly, they were Jews from Palestine and they were Greeks. And they came to Rome because they had some kind of skill, because they could work as a wage laborer. The Romans had plenty of slaves to do manual labor, but they didn't have pipe fitters. They didn't have blacksmiths. They didn't have carpenters. They didn't have people who could do pipes, people who could do specific skills. And proletarians, they would come to Rome and they would get paid a wage. They would rent where they lived from a landowner, and they would live in Rome. And Rome was the capital of the modern world at that time. It was the center of this mighty empire. But you read about Cleopatra and you read about some of these kings who would visit Rome and they'd be horrified to see homeless people on the street. And they'd say, how can this be possible? This is the capital of the modern world. It has so much wealth and power. How can there be homeless people on the street? Well, there's homeless people on the street because when you have proletarians, those proletarians are sometimes unemployed. And when they're unemployed, they can't pay their rent. And when they can't pay their rent, they get thrown out on the street. And in fact, in Rome, you had a big problem of homeless children. Were a menace to Roman society. It's written about, people would be walking around and there'd be these mobs of homeless children that would rob them and steal from them. And the Roman Empire is constantly dealing with all these homeless children they had in Rome. Another aspect of Rome, infanticide. The Roman Empire, foundational to their establishment was the practice of killing babies right after they're born. In Rome, they had a ceremony. Every household, they would have a ceremony when a baby was born, either to a slave or to a woman that was married to the men of the house. And there would be a ceremony where the baby was presented to the owner of the house, to the man who owned the house, the patriarch, and he would inspect the baby. And if the baby was up to his standards, they would keep it, and if not, they would throw it in the river. And this was everyday practice. And in fact, it was punishable by death in Rome not to practice infanticide. If you gave birth to a child that was disabled or disfigured in any way, and you didn't throw them in the river, you could be executed. And this was some kind of demented eugenics that the Roman Empire practiced, and it was horrifying. And what's interesting is so many of the stories and legends from ancient times talk of babies that are thrown out in this horrible way who somehow survive and go on to do amazing things. The founding myth of the Roman Empire is Romulus and Remus, two brothers who their father leaves them to die by the river, and they are raised by wolves, and because they're raised by wolves, they become tough and mighty, and they establish the Roman Empire. And, you know, the story of Moses, right? Again, another baby that's just cast aside, that goes on to lead the Jewish people out of Egypt, right? And that all throughout the ancient world, you see many myths and stories and legends and that are telling of babies that were cast aside who go on to do great things, because it's the human psyche trying to deal with the trauma of this horrendous practice, Can you imagine taking a baby that's just been born from a mother and throwing it away? Can you imagine the horror that people felt at seeing this in their everyday life? It's just a heartlessness. And so Rome is this empire founded on might makes right, where they start doing, the gladiatorial shows. You read about the Colosseum. They're trying to desensitize the population, get the population to be desensitized to war and killing in order to psych the population up for the wars. This is an empire that's going around the world plundering nations at the point of a spear, and it's declining economically because slavery is a highly inefficient system. Slaves have no real motivation to work, right? A slave, he can't get ahead in the world. He can't gain anything. And when you have 10 slaves in a household, they might gain as the whole household kind of gains, and so they might have some motivation. But if you have a plantation and there's hundreds of slaves on it, they don't gain anything. And on top of that, you have to have somebody on top of all the slaves to make them keep working. If you got 100 slaves, that's very difficult. But if you get 1,000 slaves, it's even more difficult. And that the bigger slavery gets, the bigger the Roman mines and plantations got, the bigger the caches of people that they brought in from different parts of the empire got, the more inefficient the empire became. And their ability to produce their own crops was constantly decreasing. And their ability to produce their own metal tools was constantly decreasing. And as the Roman Empire got bigger, its ability to become effective and to produce goods was constantly going down. And as Rome was declining, you saw a battle among Romans, an argument between two trends that existed. And those trends were the hedonists and the Stoics. And the hedonists were kind of embracing the ideology of the Roman Empire that said pleasure is the highest good. The cult of Dionysus, I think it was Bacchus, right, that they worshipped and they had parties, and pleasure is the highest good. And then you had the Stoics, which were people that were looking for some kind of spiritual fulfillment, and the Stoics would starve themselves, they would take hallucinogenic drugs, they tended to worship different gods that were imported. They would worship gods from Egypt or gods from Persia, and they would worship foreign religions that were brought into Rome. They would follow philosophers like Seneca, who urged them to live humble lives. Well, that was the pushback between the hedonists and the Stoics in Rome. And they were clashing with each other. Is it better to live for pleasure, or is it better to suffer and somehow become pure or find some moral, fulfillment or spiritual fulfillment during suffering? That's the fighting that's going on. Christianity comes to Rome largely as the expression of the Roman proletarians. Jewish proletarians who came to Rome in order to work as carpenters or pipe fitters, they start worshiping Jesus. What's interesting is it was illegal in Rome to practice any form of monotheism, because if you believed in one God, you were denying the great gods of the Roman Empire. So it was illegal to believe in monotheism. But the man who changed that law and legalized monotheism was Julius Caesar. And the reason that Julius Caesar legalized monotheism is because he was a champion of the Jews, of the proletarians who came to Rome. And he was considered their champion, and as a favor to the proletarians, who he was supporting and enacting all kinds of reforms as he battled against his own class as a Bonapartist, he changed the law and legalized monotheism, made it legal to believe in one God in Rome. And we know that Julius Caesar was stabbed to death. What's interesting is that until the killing of Julius Caesar, Rome had been a republic. It had had an elected National Assembly, and it had a hereditary Senate, and it was the Roman Republic. But the stabbing of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March, 44 BC, that marked the end of the Roman Republic. And after the Roman Republic, they then, from then on, had a monarch, an emperor. And the emperor, the Romans proclaimed, was a god on earth. He was a man-god. But also, after they established the monarchy, in addition to having their living emperor, they built a temple to Julius Caesar. And at that temple, they argued that Julius Caesar, after being stabbed to death, had become a god. After dying and being killed, he'd become a god. And they began practicing and worshiping Julius Caesar as a deity. And some of the images of Julius Caesar, he has an interesting crown on his head, a wreath of laurels on his head. And this man who'd been seen as a champion of the proletarians, he has a wreath of laurels on his head. He died for the people, and they are worshiping him. He's now ascended into heaven, and he's the champion of the people. It's very interesting to look at how these things develop. But the important thing to remember about all of this is that there's a real parallel in what happened to Christianity in ancient Rome and what's happening to communism today. Which is that in ancient Rome, these Christians, they existed, and they worshipped Jesus Christ, who'd been killed by the Roman Empire. And because they worshipped Jesus Christ, a man who'd been killed by the Roman Empire, the Romans declared their religion to be seditious. You're worshiping someone who waged a rebellion against us, someone who was killed. It was not legal to practice this religion. Christians were killed, they were persecuted, they were burned, they were fed to lions, etc. But they continued believing. And in fact, much of what's written in the New Testament talks about how important it is to be willing to die for the belief. He talks about how those who die for me, those who give their life for me are the most holy. He says, whoever gains his life shall lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake shall gain it. And whoever denies me before others, I shall deny before my Father in heaven. Saying that basically the Christians were taught that it was their moral duty to preach the faith and continue believing, even if that meant being put to death and killed. And of course, this scared the Romans, because this was against everything the Romans had taught. People were supposed to be selfish. People were supposed to, be able to just, conform and do what they were told. These Christians are coming along. They'd say, are you a Christian? Yep, kill him. Are you a Christian? Yep, kill him. And they had the bravery to keep going. Where did this come from? We've seen this fish, right? The ichthus, right? Which became a symbol of Christianity. It was actually a secret code that in Rome, if you wanted to approach somebody and find out if they were a Christian, you saw the sand, you would draw that in the sand. And if somebody else was a Christian and they wanted to show you that they were a Christian, they would draw that, and that would be like their confirmation that you were a Christian. It was a secret code among Christians as they were being persecuted. And this movement of Christians proliferated, and the Romans couldn't wipe it out. And for year after year, they continued to try and wipe out this religion they considered seditious and dangerous. They couldn't wipe it out. And the Christians felt an obligation to care for people. Right? Their religion said you must be kind. And they also preached that a day would come where Jesus, the Messiah, who'd been killed, would return. The second coming would come, and he would strike down the Roman Empire and destroy the empire, and that they were waiting for the day that Jesus returned. And the proletarians would organize and go on strike against the bosses to demand a higher wage. And the proletarians that were organizing were often organized by the early illegal Christian church in doing so. And they also built orphanages for the homeless children, and they fed hungry people. And they also campaigned against infanticide. And they said infanticide is an immoral practice. It's evil. We can't be doing this. And within the Roman elite, there started to be a division. After Christianity had been around for so long and they hadn't been able to exterminate it, there started to be a question of, should we wipe out Christianity? Or are there aspects of Christianity that we can use to strengthen our empire? Some of the Romans started saying, you know, we have this problem of homeless children. These Christians build these orphanages, and if we could, you know, give them some of our government money to do that, and we could assign these Christians, instead of organizing strikes and protests against us, to oversee these orphanages, that might be a better way of dealing with the problem. And then they said, you know, all these areas that we go and try to conquer, and Germany and North Africa, all the people, when they rally against us, they all have their own local gods. Well, what if we made a law that there was only one God? Then all of these other gods that people rally against us with would be illegal. And you started having some among the Roman elite that started thinking that Christianity could be a useful vehicle for stabilizing the empire. And the motivation was the empire was becoming less and less stable. Their industrial output is decreasing. It's getting to the point that Rome couldn't even organize its own army. Its population was so hedonistic and selfish, they couldn't even organize their own army. And so they're trying to figure out, what can we do? And as the Roman Empire is declining, they start to get more and more friendly to Christianity, seeing Christianity as perhaps something they could use to stabilize their empire. And that all leads up to the conversion of Constantine. And Constantine, you know, the story is he had a dream, and in the dream he saw a cross, and this booming voice said to him, "Under this sign ye shall conquer." And so that's what made him convert to Christianity. That's the legend. The funny thing is, I mean, the Roman Empire fell shortly afterwards. So whatever voice that was, it wasn't God's voice. And we all know that the real reason that Constantine converted was actually because his mother had been an underground Christian, and when he was a child had told him stories of Jesus, and that most of the Roman elite was becoming more and more interested in Christianity. But as the Roman elite were changing their aspect and their attitude toward Christianity, among the Christians, there became a divide also. Some of the Christians said we have to stay true to our revolutionary principles. We must stay true to Christianity. We want nothing to do with this evil empire. Jesus will return and he will destroy this empire. This is evil. We want nothing to do with it. But others among the Christians started to compromise with the empire and say, you know what, they're talking about legalizing us, they're going to give us some money to set up some orphanages, and you know, maybe we can help them, you know, around the world, you know, with their colonization, and when they take over an area, we could forcibly convert the people, and then we'd have more converts. And you had some among the Roman Empire and the Roman Christians who started accommodating the Roman Empire and started watering down Christianity to adopt it to the Roman Empire and its needs. And if you read the book of Revelations, which is written, you know, it's all kinds of language, the 4 great beasts and the 5 thises, it seems kind of mystical. But one thing that's very clear is that text is a rant against sellout Christians, Christians that are collaborating with the empire. It talks about the great whore of Babylon and those who have drunk of her iniquity. And it rants against those who say they are Jews but are not Jews. They are the synagogue of Satan. And it's yelling about those who would betray the faith and accommodate the faith with the rich and powerful. And it's arguing that those who stay true to Christ's message, they will be the ones that are rewarded. But those who speak in the name of the faith, but in reality practice something else, in reality have sold out and accommodated with the world, they will face a harsh punishment. Whoever is writing that, the Revelation to John, whoever's writing that down is ranting against this trend in Roman Christianity of watering it down and saying, we will not water it down, we will not surrender. And we know what happened is that the Roman Empire became Christianized and the Roman Empire declined. And it's a very interesting parallel to social democracy. As the movement of the proletariat arises in Europe, the imperialists find it useful to stabilize their system. They water down socialism, and some of the socialist movement accommodates it and adopts it, accommodates with it, and some, like us, refuse to budge and stand firm in our principles. It's an interesting parallel. there's a book that's often inspired me. It was written by Thomas Carlyle. It's called On Heroes, Hero Worship, and the Heroic in History. And Thomas Carlyle was this Scottish intellectual, and he was trying to understand this phenomenon of heroic individuals throughout history. And so he starts out with the Norse god Odin, and then he talks about Muhammad, and he talks about different heroes throughout history, Napoleon, and what aspects make someone heroic. And one of the questions that he digs into in the chapter on Islam is he says, why is it that so many prophets destroy idols? Why do prophets destroy idols? He says, this idol, this statue that people used to worship, do we really believe that ancient humans were stupid? They could make a god in their backyard, they get a piece of wood and they just carve it up, and all right, that's God, and they pray before the statue. Were people really that dumb? No. When the idols were erected, they stood for principles. They were a symbol that people built to stand for a higher truth, and they were, involved and placed into a ritual and ceremony to commemorate this higher truth. They weren't bowing to the statue. They were bowing to the truth, to the God, to the principle that the statue was said to represent. Bowing to the statue was a symbolic act to point to and commemorate higher truths. But as the generations go on, people get into the routine, the dull routine of bowing before the statue. They get into the dull routine of bowing before the statue, and the higher truth that the statue once stood for starts to be forgotten, starts to be watered down, starts to be eroded. People are forgetting. And so the prophet comes to earth, empowered by God to go to that statue and smash the statue and destroy the statue in order to connect the people with the higher truth that they have forgotten. That is why the prophet smashes the idol, smashes the statue. It is about reconnecting humanity with the higher truth. That's what the prophet is doing. And that the statue and the idol is an impediment. It started out as something that was to remind people of the higher truth, but it turned into its opposite. It turned into something that blocks people from the higher truth. Instead of connecting with the higher God, they've got this statue, this middleman that gets in the way. So the prophet comes along to sweep away the middleman, to sweep it away in order to clear out the bad and enable the connection with that which is good. And that's why I wear one of these rings. Because when I was in Iran, I saw all the men were wearing akek rings. And then when I found out that this is because the legend is, the story, the hadith is that the Prophet Muhammad went to the temple at Mecca and he smashed all the idols, and he kept a piece of one of the idols as a commemorative trophy of destroying the idols in the temple at Mecca. But this story has relevance to the Chinese Revolution. Before you had Mao Zedong, you had Dr. Sun Yat-sen. And Dr. Sun Yat-sen, his first revolutionary act in China, as he was a young man in his 20s, and he went to a village. And part of the humiliation of the peasants by the landlords was they would force the peasants not only to give their crops and to give their rent and taxes to the landowner, but to burn some of their crops as a sacrifice to statues and to engage in these kind of degrading rituals to a statue as part of their humiliation by the landlords. And Dr. Sun Yat-sen went into this temple and he saw all these peasants burning little pieces of their crops and bowing before the statues as the landlord is, smiling and getting his rent from them and subjugating them and degrading them. And the story is that Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the young man, was so full of anger that he went and he destroyed the statues. He smashed the statues. And that was the beginning of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's moment as a revolutionary, is that he destroyed the idols and statues. When falsity is everywhere, you can't just walk truth in at first. Before the truth can enter, the falsity must be destroyed. And that's why I would argue that we need to start to get away from the left as a concept. We're socialists. We're anti-imperialists. We draw heavily from Marxism. But there's no reason to be left anymore. Because left comes out of the French Revolution. And left is libidinal release. And left is rage and destruction. And it was necessary because you had to destroy that was already there. You had to destroy an institution that said you could get forgiveness for your sins by paying an indulgence. You had to destroy a system that said, well, the king rules over you with divine right. He's appointed by God. You must obey him. The left was necessary. It was necessary to have an explosion to sweep away the falsity that was there. But communism as a movement has gotten beyond that. And if you look at the strength of communism in the 20th century, it's not when communists were going around destroying things. People don't remember the immediate aftermath of the Russian Revolution as a good time in Russia. When they were bombing the churches, when the country was barricaded, when they were being starved out, people don't remember those as good years. And people don't remember the Cultural Revolution as good years in China. The people who love communism and still admire Stalin, they admire Stalin because Stalin brought the people together and put them to work to go out and build and construct and to care for each other and to love each other and to build. That's what they remember about communism. In Cuba, people don't remember Fidel Castro coming to power and executing lots of people from the old regime and stadiums full of people cheering as the old regime is executed. People don't remember those as good years. The people who love Fidel Castro love him for building a healthcare system. They love him for paving the roads and teaching literacy. And they love him for the good things he did to bring people together. They love Fidel Castro for the Christian aspect of what he did, not for the libidinal release, the destructive aspect of what he did. And the strength of socialism around the world is its ability to construct and to build community and to bring people together. And the left, the libidinal release, that energy that comes out of the French Revolution that says, burn it down, tear it down, that gives people permission to be angry. You angry? You angry? You angry? You can be angry. Go tear something down, but go destroy. That wrecker energy, it's no longer in the hands of communists. That's in the hands of the imperialists. That's in the hands of George Soros. That's in the hands of Facebook and Twitter. They're the ones that have that wrecker energy. The left aesthetic is now the property of the imperialists. And the socialist countries of the world, in a way, you could argue that they're conservative because they offer stability to their population. They offer protection from the chaos and the turbulence of the market, from unemployment. The socialist countries of the world offer people a world where human beings matter, where people are not simply a mere financial calculation. And they offer a society where people feel an obligation to each other. They are standing up against the philosophical irrationalism that comes out of the West, which is really the logical conclusion of what called itself left. But communism has matured beyond that. Left was a stage communism had to go through. Because there was so much corruption that was there first, communism had to be left. It had to be destructive. It had to mobilize the peasantry against the landlords. That was necessary. But now the idols have been swept away. And now we can connect with the higher truth that was there. And now we can bring truth and justice back into the world. And socialism has matured beyond the left, while the dying, decaying old system does its best to hold on to what's left and use it to try and fend off the brave new world that's emerging. And those are my thoughts on the topic of faith and socialism, and I hope to hear a lot of interesting discussion after this. And I'm just part of this discussion. I'm not like the leader or anything. I just gave my presentation, but anyone who wants to speak can. I'm just one participant here. So
I just wanted to say I thought it was amazing that the left has been made an idol almost. Like in this movement, it feels like this idea that we don't want to give up the label of being associated with the left, right? Like we want to save it, you know, like. But I think that is a huge. I realize we've made that into an idol, and it's become a huge waste of our time because it cuts us off from a lot of people that don't want to be associated with the idolatry of being associated with the left, if that makes sense.
Against the Russians, not against the Chinese.
not against the Cubans, not against the Koreans, not against the Iranians. Our enemy is here at home. Our enemy is the big banks and ultra-monopolists who are destroying our country. Our enemy is the authoritarian police state that's unfolding right now. That is the enemy of the American people. Russia and China are not our enemy. 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 So now, and this is an open mic, you know, we're letting people from different perspectives come up to the mic. Anyone who wants to speak is welcome to. So now I'm going to bring up my good friend Daniel Villa. And Daniel Villa is an organizer of workers here in New York City against exploitation and mistreatment on the job. Daniel Villa is a longtime organizer for human rights and civil rights, the rights of the working class, and he's got a great radio show on WBAI that he does, you know, talking about workers' rights. We're a Latina, so take it away, Daniel. And when you speak, you just speak trigger.
Okay, good evening, good afternoon. And on behalf of all the workers who have been exploited and are being exploited in New York City, weekly there's over $30 million worth of waste taking place in New York City, and we hear absolutely nothing about it in the U.S. corporate media. We do hear a lot about how dangerous Russia is. Now, once upon a time, if you remember, Russia was the most dangerous country on earth because they were communists. So, when communism disappeared in Russia, we kind of expected for there to be peace between the United States and Russia. Russia is a capitalist country, just like the USA is a capitalist country. So you would expect peace, right? No. Although Russia is no longer a communist or a socialist country, it is still being attacked by the United States politically, and now it is being attacked militarily, indirectly by the United States militarily, because the United States has sent close to $150 billion, that's with a B, to Ukraine to maintain this war, to continue this war, savage war going on in Ukraine as a result of NATO provocation going into Ukraine and trying to establish military bases 2 minutes away from Russia. We do declare that sometimes we have to fight for peace. We're for peace, but they say we have to fight for peace. There's no way around it. If you look back to the 1960s, when anti-war activists brought an end to the Vietnam War, they were very, very often attacked physically, sometimes by construction workers, very patriotic people who had the best interest of the United States in their minds, but they were actually attacking peace. Another occasion, they were attacked in Chicago, such as in Chicago by the police, where there was a police riot in 1968 against peace demonstrators. So peace is not easy, and you have to fight for peace. We all believe we have to continue the struggle. We hope that we will soon see an end to this war. I suspect that the end is going to come because the Ukrainians themselves are going to turn against Zelensky. The Ukrainians themselves are going to say, we want peace. We want coexistence with Russia, our neighbor for thousands of years. We don't want to be part of NATO. We don't want to be part of a war machine. This is what I do believe is going to happen. Let's see. In any case, we're all going to be here hoping for peace. We do not want a third world war. We're all going to be negatively affected by that. Take care, warm embrace.
All right. All right. Woo. Thank you, Daniel.
You want to speak, Jamie? So I'm going to introduce my friend. This is Jamie. He runs InfraWiki. He does a lot of online activism and anti-imperialism. This is my good friend, Jamie.
Hey, everyone. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day today. We are here with the Center for Political Innovation. We are demanding peace. And we're sick and tired of these wars, the wars from Joe Biden, from Obama. Even Trump got suckered into some of these wars. They made him bomb Syria. They made him he foolishly took credit for bombing Soleimani because he's a bit easy to trick. But we need peace. Americans want development, they want prosperity, they want growth, and the only way we can do that is by joining together with Russia, China, the BRICS countries. We need to be investing in our people, building factories, rebuilding production. We need to be giving people jobs. We need people to be happy and be able to start families. People can't afford to start families these days. They're all Everybody's stuck in these low-wage jobs, these shit gig jobs. Everybody's addicted to their phones. Nobody's like having community. We need to rebuild American community. We need an America for the people, of the people, by the people. And unfortunately, Washington, D.C. does not represent that. Washington represents the oligarchy and the corporate elite. And they are unelected. Sure, these puppets are elected, but the corporate elite stays no matter what, whether it's red or blue, whether it's Democrat or Republican. Most Americans are independents. Most Americans are independent voters. George Washington didn't even want us to have political parties. We need to join together as Americans to demand peace, to demand prosperity. We need to join the Belt and Road Initiative, and honestly, states should join the Belt and Road Initiative. And if the federal government gets in the way of the states, then see what happens, right? Texas and Idaho and California and Missouri and everybody should join the Belt and Road Initiative, become prosperous, and if DC gets in the way, let's see what happens. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. All right. We're out here because we don't want World War III, and I want to let everybody know that at 2 o'clock we're going to march up to the United Nations, because at the United Nations there are a lot of priests, a lot of pastors, a lot of rabbis who have gathered for an interfaith peace rally at the United Nations calling for dialogue. So we are going to bring our Rage Against the War Machine Center for Political Innovation contingent up to that demonstration at the United Nations. We're going to join with this beautiful interfaith rally that's happening. It's going to be a great intervention. So we're here to kind of raise awareness, talk about the danger of a new world war, talk about the danger of the emerging low-wage police state, and then a little later we're going to be marching up to the UN, where there are thousands of people from many different churches, many different synagogues who will have gathered. So we're going to be doing that. But now I want to introduce my good friend Irving. Irving is a transit worker. He's a longtime anti-war activist and anti-imperialist. So I'm going to take the banner from him and hand the bullhorn over to Irving.
Oh, sorry about that. All right, thank you. Thank you, Caleb. We're here today to march for peace. Peace is the #1 agenda. And we're going to go against the forces that are driving the war policy. I want to talk about another element.
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And This year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying hands off Iran. Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America. I'm going to bring them on. We've got Luke from 12 Gates. Welcome, Luke. Right?
Thank you for having me.
A few times. And we got Gavin, who's a CPI member from Illinois. Welcome.
So good to be here.
So basically tonight, we're going to have both of these guys react to a piece of music. But before we do that, I guess maybe, we have quite a diverse panel here. I think the audience knows who I am, so I don't need to introduce myself. But maybe Luke and then Gavin should introduce themselves and their faith perspective and what they think they can contribute to the conversation here tonight. So go ahead, Luke.
All right, thank you for having me, Caleb. My name is Luke Jean. I run the channel The 12 Gates. I'm a unificationist, which is a Korean-based Christian group located in South Korea and founded by Reverend Sung Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon. Although it originated in Korean Christianity, it presents itself, unificationism presents itself as a interdenominational, even perhaps trans-religious movement seeking world peace through families. And I'm a member of this movement. I go to a local family federation church or a unificationist church, and that's my background, and my channel focuses on theology and philosophy, but I'm always interested to talk religion, even on political shows such as yours, Caleb. So thank you.
All right. Good to have you here, Luke. And Gavin?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. My name is Gavin Lockard. I'm from Moline, Illinois, which is right on the border of Iowa. And I originally, I was raised in a very secular home that didn't particularly believe in God. But as I became a young adult, I started to see scientific evidence that the Bible could be true, particularly Genesis. But for a few years, I kind of struggled with the issue of eternal salvation and eternal security, and I believed in a kind of works-based salvation. But the more I read my Bible, especially my New Testament, the more I led me to believe what I currently believe, which is that we are saved by faith alone, in Christ alone, through no one else, and that the faith that saves is a plain mental assent that does not lead to a changed life, not necessarily. And so I'm coming at it from an extreme perspective in many Christians' views. I'm a fundamentalist. I prefer that term rather than evangelical because I don't want to be associated with worldliness and horrible modern perversions of the Bible. So yeah, let's have a conversation.
And you're an independent fundamental Baptist?
Yeah, that's right. I'm an independent fundamental Baptist.
All right. Okay. So the reason I got these guys here today is they're both really experts on the topic of religion, and they both come from one interpretation of Christianity, very different interpretations of Christianity. And they're both my friends. I'll just mention that too, that they're both friends of mine. And about a year ago, or I guess maybe 2-3 years ago, I came across this very, very anti-Christian song by Leon Rosselin, who was a kind of a leftist socialist folk singer in Britain. And Leon Rosselin, this is an image of him. I guess, he's still alive, and he's been a lifelong socialist. And his music, his main publisher is PM Press, which is kind of an anarchist publishing house that's headquartered in New York City and in Britain. And they promote his work and sell his albums. And I found a bio of him. It said, Rosselson, the son of a Stalin worshiper who never really lost faith, could see the intellectual and human absurdities and cruelties of socialism as practiced by Russia and its client states, but wasn't at all sure it was any worse than the consumerism, greed, selfishness, and international bullying of the US-led free world. That's how he describes himself. So I guess his father was a Stalin supporter, a member of the Communist Party in Britain, but he's kind of a new left Trotskyist, something like that. He's been singing songs since the 1960s, and he's got all kinds of albums about world peace. And one of his songs I actually do like, which is called the Song of the Old Communist, I believe. And it's kind of a reflective piece. But I discovered this very anti-Christian song that he's never actually apologized for. He does have an essay he wrote in the 2000s that kind of is like, well, maybe this wasn't the right thing to say or whatever, but he's never really apologized for this song. So before we play it, I guess I'll give both Luke and Gavin an opportunity. So Luke is hearing it for the first time with fresh ears. Gavin heard it for the first time earlier today. So I guess, we don't want to give anything away, Gavin, and I guess Luke can't give anything away because he's never heard it before. But is there anything you want to say before we put this song on, and then I let you guys react to it?
Well, before you revealed him as a Trotskyist with that description, I was going to say this is Trotskyism 101. When you started, that like you were reading his biography, and he was saying that the Soviet Union and the USA are both bad. It's like, I've heard that a million times.
There you go. And Luke?
Well, it's interesting that his father was a Stalin worshiper. In unificationism, Stalin is seen as a actually antichrist figure, if you can believe it, partly because the way his imagery and iconography was displayed in many parts of Soviet Russia. Not so much his economic policy, although unificationism has some literature on that, but more so the imagery. So it's interesting to hear that kind of description. He seems to be rebelling against the worshipping, or what he perceives to be worship of a certain figure. So that stood out to me.
All right. Well, very interesting. So if anyone has trouble hearing the lyrics or whatever, the lyrics are here. I linked the lyrics in the chat, and I'll put them in the private messages for the guests as well. So you can look over the lyrics in case there's any question about it, but we might as well get to it. And I guess, I know we don't want to be snowflakes here, but I mean, trigger warning. This is a very, very, very anti-Christian song. I have never heard a song that is more anti-Christian than this. Gavin's giving me a thumbs down. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Just signifying that the song is bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. And I am offended by it on many levels. And, I assume Luke will be as well. So just, trigger warning, everybody. But the lyrics are there, and we might as well just get right into it. This is Leon Rosselson's own performance of his song, which I said he's never actually apologized for. He's danced around, maybe I shouldn't have done this, whatever, but he's never apologized for it. He kind of regrets it on some level. 1977, Leon Rosselson's Stand Up for Judas.
Were the masters when Jesus walked the land. In Judea and in Galilee they ruled with an iron hand. And the poor were sick with hunger, and the rich were clothed in splendor, and the rebels whipped and crucified hung rotting as a warning. And Jesus knew the answer, said, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, said, love your enemies. But Judas was a zealot, and he wanted to be free. Resist, he said, the Romans' tyranny. So stand up for Judas and the cause that Judas served. It was Jesus who betrayed the poor with his word. Jesus was a conjurer, miracles were his game, and he fed the hungry thousands and they glorified his name. He cured the lame and the lepers, he calmed the wind and the weather, and the wretched flocked to touch him so their troubles would be taken. And Jesus knew the answer. All you who labor, all you who suffer, only believe in me. But Judas sought a world where no one starved or begged for bread. The poor are always with us, Jesus said. So stand up for Judas and the cause that Judas served. It was Jesus who betrayed the poor with his word. Now Jesus brought division where none had been before. Not the slaves against their masters, but the poor against the poor. Said sons arise up against father, and brother to fight against brother. For he that is not with me is against me, was his teaching. Said Jesus, I am the answer. You unbelievers shall burn forever, shall die in your sins. Not sheep and goats, said Judas, but together we may dare shake off the chains of misery we share. So stand up for Judas and the cause that Judas served. It was Jesus who betrayed the poor with his word. Jesus stood upon the mountain with a distance in his eyes. I am the way, the life, he cried, the light that never dies. So renounce all earthly treasures and pray to your heavenly Father. And he pacified the hopeless with the hope of life eternal. Said Jesus, I am the answer. And you who hunger, only remember your rewards in heaven. So Jesus preached the other world, but Judas wanted this, and he betrayed his master with a kiss. So stand up for Judas and the cause that Judas served. It was Jesus who betrayed the poor with his word. Christ's gospel has been spread, and 2,000 cruel years have shown the way that Jesus led. The heretics burned and tortured, and the butchering bloody crusaders, the bombs and rockets sanctified that rained down death from heaven. They followed Jesus, they knew the answer. All non-believers must be believers, or else be broken. So put no trust in saviors, Judas said, for everyone must be to his or her own self a son.
All right. Well, that was certainly not pleasant to sit through. But I have actually used that song in a class. I used it in one class I did on Trotskyism in Portland. I played it as an example of Trotskyite thinking. I I guess, I do have some more information I can share about the background or whatever, but I think we should let Luke react since he's hearing it for completely the first time. I mean, how did this strike you, Luke? What stood out for you?
Well, it's all based on a total misreading of the Bible. It's all based on, in the first stanza, in the first set of lyrics, where he's talking about how, well, Jesus said, pay unto Caesar what is Caesar's, but he's leaving out the other part, which is, well, you pay unto God what is God's. The teaching is not, oh, just, pay Caesar, pay your taxes, just be a good little Roman. That's not what he's saying at all. It's a total misreading of that verse in the Bible. And that's the starting point of everything else he says in the song, because what does the chorus talk about? The chorus talks about how Jesus didn't, serve the poor and save the poor. He sold out the poor. And it was Judas who actually somehow was fighting for the poor. That's just, I'm surprised at the massive biblical inaccuracy. You don't need to be, you can be a Catholic, a Protestant, evangelical, Baptist, unificationist, and yet still you can't come to that conclusion without a lot of effort. So that's my initial reaction. It's based off of a total misreading of
All right. Well, I agree with that. Gavin, give us your reaction. You're muted.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with what you said there, Luke. There's no reason that somebody, being saved by, Jesus said, whoever believes in me has eternal life. And there's no reason that somebody who accepts that and gets saved by it would have to be, a sheep who never resists authority or just, slavishly obeys the government. I mean, the Bible does tell us to obey the government, but within a certain scope. And there's actually, some of the modern versions of the Bible have been mistranslated to make those commands seem even more obedient than they actually are. Another reason to use Byzantine-based Bibles like the King James. But let me start with the good in this song. The singing and piano playing are pretty decent. And I have to say,
forget the words. It's a great song.
It's like local Christian praises satanic song, right?
Yeah.
I'm not as offended as I thought I was going to be, at least not until the third verse, because honestly, I've heard stuff like this my whole life from secularists and progressive Christians. It turns out Leon Royselson was in fact Jewish, but honestly, whether people are or not, there's a lot of people who seem to have this view, and I guess I found it a little bit refreshing, the fact that he was open about the fact that he thinks Jesus was the good guy and that he thinks Judas was the good guy and that Jesus was bad, because I feel like a lot of progressive Christians I know basically think that, but are too much of cowards to say it. And they basically think Jesus was a foolish, primitive person who had good intentions, but lived so long ago that he couldn't possibly know what we know, and other ridiculous, condescending views, blasphemous views like that. So I feel like it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. And I feel like this guy is like, okay, I'm a Trotskyist activist, I'm secular, I'm Jewish, I'm atheist, I'm all these things. I'm going to be open in your face about it, rather than, because what the progressive movement has done is try to sneak this view into Christianity. And so I'm glad this guy's being open about it. I always, it's interesting because the theory that Judas was a revolutionary who wanted to overthrow the Romans by force actually goes back to, Wilhelm Reda, which looks like Wilhelm, W-R-E-D-E. I can type it in the chat. And that's in the 20th century, but I think there may have been some other also German scholars like that guy that might have advocated that in the 1800s, 19th century. So, of course, lots of horrible things have come out of Germany for a long time. No, that's nothing new right there, but including modern critical theory and as well. But so this idea that Judas wanted to overthrow the Romans by force, and that he turned Jesus in as an attempt to accelerate the revolution. Some people think, some historians and even some theologians think Judas was an accelerationist who wanted to accelerate the revolution against the Roman Empire, and that Jesus was against the violent route. Of course, Jesus was against violence, and Jesus said, "My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight." So, we can see biblically that there are problems with this view about one of these German higher criticism views about Jesus and Judas. And I guess I'll say that just finally that I always roll my eyes when people say that the gospel was spread by violence, or that because I grew up in a community where most people did not believe in God, but cheered on the Israeli violence and genocide against civilians in Palestine, and this idea that religion motivates people to violence any more than this idea that Christianity makes people violent any more than any other worldview does, to me, is not upheld by evidence. And there's so many people who feel that they are free of Christianity or even free of religion in general, and yet they have these same or worse conquest mindsets, except it's worse because they're advocating that a secular Jewish state persecute people and kill civilians. Whereas when you look at not that it was great or anything, but when you look at Christian colonization of places, it's nowhere near on the scale of brutality as modern imperialism or modern Zionism. And of course, some people will point out that new technology is maybe part of why, and I would certainly grant that. But those are my initial thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, we seem to be having some connection problems. For a moment, Luke froze, but now Luke is back. But then Gavin was breaking up a little bit there. So hopefully we can proceed. As of now, it seems like we're hearing everybody. Just sometimes the picture isn't perfect. Do you want to say something?
Apologies
Go ahead. You want to say something? Or
Oh, yes. Well,
it's go ahead. Yeah.
This idea at the end of the song that 2,000 years of Christian violence, and you have the Crusades, and they spread the gospel with the sword. It all stems from an inaccurate root. That's the big thing for me. It stems from a very inaccurate root. And the other thing about Judas it's an interesting thing you're talking about, Galvin, that Judas is considered by some biblical schools to be some sort of an accelerator for Roman revolution. If you look in the extra biblical literature, those pieces of literature that are not in the Bible, there are hints to Judas's motivation being, and of course it's extra biblical, it's not canonized, so Christians don't need or should necessarily buy into it, but there's a lot of hints that point to Judas was somehow jealous of Jesus because of Mary Magdalene. And this is where actually Reverend Sung Myung Moon derives Judas's motivation. In part, even though he didn't have access to the biblical literature, he believed that Judas's motivation was jealousy at the relationship between, or the closeness, not necessarily romantic, but the closeness between Jesus and Mary Magdalene. There's the apocryphal gospel of Mary Magdalene and of Judas that kind of in extra biblical literature talk about that. So there are many explanations as to why Judas may have done what he did. I personally don't believe it's simply just 30 pieces of silver and he was greedy. Of course, that's kind of the final, like, all right, Satan has you now. But the motivation, regardless of what it is, there's no argument in my mind in any of the biblical, extra biblical, or biblical schools or scholarship that somehow Jesus was being a fake in his regard for the poor, and that secretly Judas was the one who was what, serving the poor the whole time? I mean, granted, he was one of the 12 apostles, so maybe he did serve the poor, but there's no anywhere where it says Judas was secretly giving extra to the poor and blah, 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 and he was so loving. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. So
so it's interesting. Luke, let me just jump in here, because so what came to mind when you said about Judas being jealous of Mary Magdalene, right? Judas is not mentioned that much in the Gospels. I think they kind of just decided not to talk about him. You know, it's like if you have a friend who stabs you in the back, you know, you might not, you know, you don't like highlight your memories of them or whatever.
Right.
But
There's only the hints that, oh, there's a betrayer. Who is it? And all the readers know it's Judas.
Yeah, but there's one incident though, which alludes to what you were saying, where I guess Mary Magdalene is washing Jesus's feet, right, with perfume. And Judas is offended by this. He's angry. And he says in like kind of a rage, like, well, that money could have been given to the poor, right? And then Jesus kind of rebuts him saying, well, the poor will be with us always, but I will not always be here. You know, he had knowledge that he was going to be crucified. And so that points to what you were saying about Mary Magdalene, though, because that seems to be one of the only incidents where Judas, you know, and then there's something, I believe there's something about him stealing money, right? Didn't he like steal money? They like, you know, there's something about him pilfering money from the disciples. Like he was, he was taking money. And other than that, there's really not much about him. The claim that he was some kind of revolutionary, according to some sources and according to Rosselson himself, is based on the fact that they say that his last name Iscariot was not a name. It referred to an organization that means man of the knife or something like that, and it meant he was some kind of armed radical or he was an assassin or something like that. That's what he bases that on. So there you go.
There's lots of stretched theories about the origins of. Can I just jump in?
Why don't we let Luke finish? I interrupted Luke, so we'll let Luke and then we'll go to Gavin. So go ahead.
No worries. I was just going to say, I mean, it is true that there were many in Jewish society, particularly the Zealots, and even there's evidence that John the Baptist himself was seeking a sort of violent revolution overthrowing the Romans. It's not that those people were not around. There were many people in occupied Judea that wanted a violent revolution and expected the Messiah to actually engage in that. The problem is the message the Gospels, all four of them, give is that Jesus was not the Messiah that the Jewish people expected. And therefore, to claim that he would be doing a violent revolution was kind of, you know, incorrect in the eyes of Jesus and his teachings. And Judas seemed to buy into that because he was one of Jesus's 12 apostles. And he wasn't, there's no association that he was a zealot, which was the violent group of, more violently inclined, I should say, revolutionary group of Jewish people at the time. There's the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Zealots, the Essenes, and then there's other groups that are kind of in between them, like Jesus's group and John the Baptist's group. So that's just all I would say to that. We're not saying that there were no people who wanted to violently overthrow the Romans. We're not saying that. We're just saying there's no evidence that Judas was one of those people and that Jesus was secretly, you know, for the rich and for the Romans or something like that.
Right. Go ahead, Gavin.
Sure. I mean, there's lots of theories about Judas's last name. I mean, some people say it comes from an Aramaic word meaning deceiver or traitor. Some people say it's geographic, like you said, Caleb. Yeah, some people say that it might be related to some kind of Latin word for dagger. And I mean, I'm guessing that this Leon character Leon Rosselson is picking the one he prefers. But I mean, there's not a historical consensus on that.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing, when you mentioned the Zealots, wasn't Simon one of the disciples? Didn't he come from the Zealots or something? Do either of you know the whole story there? I don't know the whole story there at all. Either of you want to know more about that? I guess.
Well, if you're talking about Simon Peter.
Okay.
If you're thinking of Simon Peter, Peter was a fisherman. I don't recall what group he was a part of, but whatever group he felt he was a part of, he dropped it. Peter, who was known as Simon, dropped it and, you know, joined them. But as to were any of them specifically from the Zealots, I do not think so. From my remembrance of the Gospels, I don't think so, but I could be mistaken. But they were
Gavin?
around. They were most certainly around.
Do you know anything about that, Gavin?
I think, Caleb, you might be referring to, there's a Simon Zelotes in Luke 6:15, presumably one of the 12 apostles. And so, you know, it's possible, I guess, that he could be linked to the Zealots. I don't want to say that certainly, but even if so, that's implying that not all of them are, and that, you know, certainly, you know, Jesus is not. And so it's people, when people try to like say that like the New Testament or the Bible is teaching their particular revolutionary ideology, they will often cherry pick and Texas sharpshoot and bend the facts to fit that agenda. So I think we need to start with the Bible rather than starting with a predetermined political agenda and try to make the Bible fit that.
Yeah. Well, one thing I wanted to just observe about the song was most of the song, he's making the case that Jesus didn't believe in class struggle, right? And Judas did, which is a huge assumption, right? I mean, and so based on that, Judas was the good one. But then at the very end, it turns into don't follow any leader, right? And it turns into leaders are bad entirely, right? It goes from Trotskyism of like, oh my gosh, we must have pure class struggle under all circumstances. You can't, you know, and then it quickly at the very end, it turns into have no faith in leaders at all. Right. And then he makes an allusion to a quote from Karl Marx. He says, every man must be to his or her own self a son. Right. And let me there's a quote that's actually an allusion to a quote by Karl Marx, an anti-religious quote from Marx that I had here. Marx said, religion is only the illusory sun which revolves round man as long as he does not revolve round himself. Right. And that quote, it's interesting because he's talking about man in the collective sense, but I've seen it like Jordan Peterson and others misrepresent it and say that Marx was referring to himself, like he thought he himself, the individual, was the center of it. But that's what Leon Rosselson says. He says we should all be revolving around ourselves, which is like the exact opposite of Jesus's message, right? Jesus
totally anti-Christian.
Like, lay yourself down. And Leon Rosselson is saying, you should be purely selfish, which also doesn't sound very socialist either, right? I mean, that sounds kind of the opposite. He's supposed to be this big socialist. So, I thought that was interesting as well. So it started out as just kind of this like ultra Marxist interpretation of, Judas is the real revolutionary. Jesus is some kind of, I almost like it's almost like he's saying Jesus is like a televangelist, right? He's a televangelist, giving people hope and ripping them off to get money. Jesus is Joel Osteen or something, and Judas is, this true revolutionary. And then at the end, it turns into you shouldn't have a leader at all, and you should be purely selfish. So it oddly contradictory, I thought. I guess Leon Rosselson said he wrote it because he saw a sign somewhere that was urging people to repent or else they would die in their sin. And he was offended by that sign. And that's what inspired him to write the song. So I guess Gavin looks like he wants to react to that. And then we'll go to Luke. Go ahead, Gavin.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have in response to what you're saying with Rosselson, I have a comment about Jesus. I have a comment about Marx. And I have a third one I'm forgetting. So where shall I start?
Go ahead. Yeah. Start.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say in response, yeah, Jesus offended a lot of people. The gospel is offensive. I will say this. Okay, I'm gonna quote John 11 here in the Bible. Jesus said to Martha, "I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, though he may die, he shall live. And whoever lives and believes in me shall never die. Do you believe this?" She said to him, "Yes, Lord, I believe that you are the Christ, the Son of God, who is to come into the world." Unquote. And I just wanted to say, notice the assurance that Martha had. She didn't say, "Well, Lord, I'm not sure because I'm not perfect." No, she was sure. and this is an eternal life passage. And I wanted to say that with regard to Marx, I believe that Karl Marx got saved when he I believe that Karl Marx was saved when he was a teenager or younger, but that he was an apostate. I believe that Karl Marx was saved, but that he was an apostate, because Karl Marx clearly got saved when he was a teenager. He clearly put his faith in. He clearly believed in Jesus for the free gift of eternal life. He wrote about it, and that gets scrubbed out of collections of Marx's works, because I think communists are kind of embarrassed of that. Of some of the young Marx writings are Christian. There's at least 3 writings from Karl Marx.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I knew that his family converted when he was 14. I knew that but I heard it wasn't sincere. I heard it was just so his dad could get a job. His dad wanted a government job.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to know for sure. I mean, I'm not a mind reader. In that sense, it's possible that Marx was never saved and has eternal death and was just writing stuff to, I don't know, pass his high school religion class or college religion class or whatever. It's possible. I'm not a mind reader, but in my opinion, the Bible teaches that once you're saved, you'll always be saved, even if you apostatize, fall away from the faith. But unfortunately, Marxism did go around spreading atheism to quite to some extent. The extent to which Marxism has spread atheism has been exaggerated. And today, Marxist countries are more friendly to Christianity and specifically to fundamentalism than capitalist countries are. But there definitely was a time when Marxism was associated with atheism, and Karl Marx definitely became an atheist.
No question about it. Yeah.
And I was talking with an Irish Catholic socialist who was trying to tell me that Karl Marx had a deathbed conversion or something. But I tell you, I don't think that's true, and I don't think there's any evidence for it. And so I'm not, like, for example, like, I'm not saying these things because I want to believe them. I just want to be clear. There are some very counterintuitive facts. I'm trying to go from a biblical perspective. I'm an independent fundamental Baptist. And I mean, for example, I think that Karl Marx had a lot of moral flaws, but by a biblical definition, I think he's saved. I think Joseph Stalin was a much better person than Karl Marx in terms of how many people he helped and the good things he did in life. But I don't think Joseph Stalin was saved because I've not seen evidence that he believed in the free gift of eternal life. So I went on some rabbit trails there. Maybe that'll mentally stimulate both of you to this.
Well, before we get to Luke, I want to respond to that because this is something I've spent a lot of time talking about. I think that, socialism as an idea was around long before Marx was around. It was widespread. And it was just this vague understanding that in modern capitalism, we focus on individualism too much and that people are being left behind and that the rule of money has certain problems with it. And socialism was around as kind of a vague concept. What made Marx's understanding of socialism unique, and this is what it really is hammered home if you read Critique of the Goethe Program, if you read anything, is he's said that the way we're going to get socialism is it's going to be a struggle between the capitalists and the workers, right? It's going to be on the basis of conflict. And that Marx was very much infected with the spirit of the age, this belief that conflict and struggle is the way you get everything. And there's actually like a really short piece that Marx wrote where it was like you were supposed to describe like, what is it? What is your goal? Who's your favorite person from history and all of this. And in that piece, he actually says, what is the, your ideal state of being? And he wrote to fight, to be in conflict. That was his ideal way of being, right? And that he very much, there were all these other socialists that were saying we could build socialism on the basis of like, this will be good for the country. And Marx was saying, well, no, we're going to build it on the basis of a conflict between the worker and the capitalist, right? And that was very much the spirit coming out of the French Revolution, this idea of conflict, right? And it was kind of the opposite of what in feudalism, there is no conflict. Everyone's born into their place and you are in your place and you have your place and you die in your place, right? And in feudalism, also, everything is justified in the name of religion. The king has divine right. The church is the law. You can be burned at the stake. And so Marx is like the anti-feudalism, right? He's taking the spirit of the rebellion against feudalism of, well, struggle is the essence of life. It's the essence of reality. And on top of that, he's saying that, that there is no religion, there is no spiritual anything. All that exists is matter. And that taints his ability to really, that there is this kind of that kind of like rage that comes across that really, I think that was almost like a curse that hung over Marxism. And you mentioned like Marxist countries are not like that anymore. And yeah, I think that Marxist countries are largely moving toward a socialism that's much more like people like Düring, right? The big Marxist book Engels wrote is Anti-Düring, and it's all about this German socialist who was saying that we can build socialism on the basis of having a strong country, moral values. If you look at China, China's not promoting class struggle. Like their message, it was a block of 4 great classes to rescue the country. And even now, they're not promoting class struggle. If anything, it's more like Düring's vision of socialism. They've kind of gotten away from that. And that I view almost like socialism and Marxism as it's come into the world as a result of the Russian Revolution. It's gotten further and further away from this notion of, class struggle and conflict being the basis of it. And you almost get like, it's almost putting out a message of kind of oneness and national unity. And, and like the wild thing is that the woke people, though, a lot of them love Marx. They really love Marx, and they hate all those countries. And they just love that aesthetic of rebellion. They love, you have nothing to lose but your chains, rebel, tear everything down. But they actually hate all the countries. And the countries tend to actually, promote like more traditional values. Other than Cuba, I don't know of any communist country that has gay marriage, for example. None, right? And that, Stalin, when Stalin promoted the Soviet family, for example, Trotsky attacked that, and he called it the Thermidor in the family. He said it was an attack. Stalin outlawed abortion. He outlawed homosexuality. And as far as the whole thing about Stalin, in Russia, there are many, many people who believe Stalin was a Christian because he went to seminary school, and because after the Second World War, he built so many churches and he legalized the Russian Orthodox Church. There's no proof of that. That is a legend, right? And it's a very widely believed legend. Like you can even watch YouTube documentaries. There are people in Russian Orthodox churches that claim, yes, Stalin came here in a coat once every Sunday to pray, and he didn't want anyone to see him. And I'm not saying any of that's true, but that is a really big part of the Russian, they call it the new Russian patriotism that kind of came in with Putin, is the notion of Stalin as a Russian Orthodox savior of the nation who drove out the invaders, who restored Great Russia. And that's a big part of Russian Orthodox theology, is the notion of like Great Russia. So I'm fascinated by the legend of Christian Stalin. I find it really fascinating, and it really just kind of flies in the face of everything that we know about both politics and religion in America, right? Because it doesn't make sense, but it does in Russia, right? Even though I'm not saying it's true, I've never seen any confirmation that it's actually true. I find that fascinating. That's actually what my book, Mystical Stalinism, I kind of touched on it in here. I wrote this text, Mystical Stalinism, kind of touching on that legend. And I find that to be fascinating. I'm not saying it's true, but it's kind of like if something is not true, but people widely believe it, it tends to hint that there's like a grain of truth in it, even if it's not actually true. And that's one thing that I've noticed. Like, so it's like, maybe that isn't actually true, but you can see like Stalin did go to seminary school. The leaders of the Bolshevik Party that Stalin persecuted tended to be Jewish leaders. The Jews were highly overrepresented in the Bolshevik Party, and Stalin persecuted them. And so there's an element, maybe not even consciously, that Stalin was kind of bringing his kind of Christian background into trying to fix the Soviet state or something like that. That's a whole longer conversation we can get into sometime that I find fascinating. But yeah, I mean, I feel like this song, in a weird way, and I guess I'll talk more about this later, but like Gavin said, it's more honest. This is what I think a lot of Marxist atheists really believe. And they try to dance around it and tap dance around it. But this is, rather than trying to make Jesus into one of them, they're just kind of writing a song to repudiate Jesus and make Judas the good guy. That's kind of how I see this. And that's why I appreciate it. And I also, Judas is a traitor. He's the symbol of betrayal, right? That's basically what he's the symbol of. And he's the backstabber, right? He's like Satan. He's the fallen angel, right? Satan betrayed God, is an angel who betrayed God. Judas was a disciple who betrayed Jesus. And that many people have said that Trotsky is Satan in the communist narrative. He's Judas in the communist narrative, right? And that's in 1984, for example. The Goldstein character is based on Trotsky, right? And that almost that people that are quote unquote anti-totalitarian say that if you're going to have a totalitarian movement, you have to not only have a Christ figure, you have to have a Judas figure. So on that, I will hand it over to Luke.
Well, a whole bunch of stuff to discuss there. I will just highlight a few things that stood out to me. I think The premise of the Communist Manifesto, for example, which is the work of Marxism I most studied in, the Communist Manifesto, it starts out with this premise of history is about class struggle. That's the fundamental flawed root, I feel, of Marxism, in the manifesto at least. When you view things as purely class struggle between those who have capital and those who do not, in various iterations throughout history, you are doing, as you said, narrowly focusing on one aspect of the human existence, and there are a myriad of aspects of the human existence. Then you get to, okay, well, how do people organize? Do they only organize in class? No. They organize by ethnic group, by religion, nation, of course, tribal groups, all sorts of groups people, organize in. So to narrow it down into class and capital is fundamentally flawed. And then his resolution, of course, is to violently overthrow the bourgeoisie. In other words, anyone who has capital. He says, oh, well, if you have a small little shop as a proletariat, okay, we won't take that away. We won't violently revolt against you. But everyone else who has property, anyone who's an owner of anything, violently take the property and redistribute it. And what I noticed, another flaw for me was that it doesn't end there, because the redistributive mechanism is not the proletariat, as individuals, but it highlights the capital as state. And this is where Orwell comes in with Animal Farm in 1984 and basically says, okay, Marxism's not accounting for human nature. Karl Marx already did not, for example, account for the various other ways that people organize themselves. There doesn't seem to be much human nature involved in, the Marxist ideology. So what will happen if there's a capital S state that's in charge of the redistribution? Inevitably, Animal Farm, you have the pigs. The pigs, realize that they have power, and then they fight amongst themselves, and then they are the, dictators of that society, and, wreak havoc against the, proletariat that, had a revolution. So for me, those things, are critical flaws in Marxism that I think, when played out, have had devastating effects. And granted, is Leon Volleson being more honest in his song? Sure. But his call for and basis of the song, I think, just like in, when I talked about the biblical quote, the basis of his song comes from, this sort of Marxism, which I think is fundamentally flawed, I think. And granted, there's not that much of a proliferation in terms of class struggle, class revolution in, for example, China. But for me, you still have the state there as pretending to be the redistributive force that in actuality targets many religious groups, including my own, the Unification Church, among plenty of other Christian groups. And, you have the Uyghurs, for example. And, China's one example. There's also North Korea. They promoted, the Marxist communist ideology. Then it totally shifted into totalitarian Duce ideology, where the Kim dynasty is a dynasty of gods, essentially. Even if you don't have their photo hung up, you are arrested, probably, tortured or killed. And it's not true?
No, but that's okay. Continue. It's okay.
Oh, no. So, no, because I'm curious. I'd like to be challenged on anything I'm saying.
Well, we're not here to talk about North Korea and all of that. Please continue. We don't want to.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was just giving it as an example. And anyways, for me, and like you said, Caleb, what are the woke people doing? And what is, as Gavin, you talked about, what is people based in critical theory doing? They're adopting it to devastating effect. And so I guess that's what I think of when we talk about, what the roots of Marxism produce. It can produce potentially some good, but when you have only the, narrow-minded class struggle through capital, you have the wokies, you have the, like you're talking about the Trotskys, you have the those type of iterations that are not good, not healthy.
All right. Go ahead, Gavin.
So I said a lot there.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff. I would agree that Marxism is flawed, but in my opinion, the flaw in Marxism is not so much in the class struggle part, but in the secular worldview part, the evolutionary worldview, where this idea that, over billions of years, particles became people and through accidental mutations and this So, I mean, the class struggle part is, it shouldn't be done violently, but I think definitely there are different classes that are incompatible with each other. And I mean, there are societies that have made some of the more harmony of classes, like China. I'm not saying there's no exceptions to it, but I think that the flaw in Marxism is in the secularism that is so often paired with it. And I think that I would also say that some of the atrocities committed by Marxist governments, I think, pale in comparison to how many ways they've helped people and given food to people, literacy to people. And I think that, I'm definitely against wokeness and critical theory, but I think that wokeness and critical theory Marxist atheists throw the baby out with the bathwater. They think, because, and Marx himself, like you were saying, Caleb, they associate religion with feudalism, and therefore they think religion is bad. But the woke people, they've taken only the aggressive secular part of Marxism, right, and they've thrown out the economics and you could even say they've thrown out the class struggle part in some ways. And I think that so there's a lot of things to say there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know quite where to begin. One thing that I often bring up in these kind of discussions is Friedrich Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche, was very much an atheist, and he also was a very, very, very strong opponent of any notion of socialism or communism. And he attacked it on the grounds that it was just Christianity. That's actually what he wrote. He said that he said Marx had just reinvented a secular version of Christianity. And he said the doctrine of the lowly makes for lowliness. And he claimed that communism, Christianity, and Judaism were all slave religions, slave morality, that claimed that it was something that the downtrodden and poor people made up to feel righteous in their suffering. And that he wanted to go back to ancient Roman and ancient Greek paganism because he thought it was superior. And he then celebrated colonialism because he said that it was causing the Europeans to give up their Christendom and just become ruthless and cruel. And he wrote about the blonde beast. And he said that when the Europeans were going to Africa and slaughtering people and killing them, that was great because they weren't trying to do right and wrong anymore. They were just doing might makes right. That's, that Friedrich Nietzsche is the basis of philosophical irrationalism, right? And that's the destruction of reason by Lukács. He shows that basically Nazism and Nazi war crimes, the basis of it was Nietzsche, right? It was this belief that there is no reality, there is no right and wrong. And so with my willpower as an individual, I can choose what's right and wrong and just make it so by doing so, right? And that is the basis of much of the evil. And that I believe it's very interesting. ContraPoints, who's one of these like woke anti-communist, but like woke leftist YouTubers, she did a video about religion. And in the video, she did not highlight any of the Marxist works on religion. She highlighted Friedrich Nietzsche and his book Beyond Good and Evil. And she championed philosophical irrationalism and these very, very notions on here. And that the postmodernist and the academic crowd, they may draw from Marx and Marx's critique of the West because it's useful in like deconstruction. But at the end of the day, they are philosophical irrationalists. What they believe is kind of what Rosslyn believes at the end of his song, where he says, be your own, basically just be selfish, right? Be in and of yourself and just make your own rules. Don't have any saviors. Don't worship anything. Just be purely selfish and follow yourself. And I believe that's what the rich actually believe behind closed doors, right? I think that some of the people who rule over us pretend to be Christians. Some of them don't, but at the end of the day, what they really believe is they believe in Nietzsche or Leo Strauss or Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand talked about the virtue of selfishness, right? That's really what they believe. What I also thought was interesting was that, so you have the Nietzschean critique of Christianity, basically, or of communism, saying communism is just Christianity because it's saying that the poor will get saved and that there's a battle between right and wrong and that Then on top of that, in Germany in like the 1900s, when the German Social Democratic Party was rising, they published a book, which I have quoted many times, called The Foundations of Christianity by Karl Kautsky, where they argue that Christianity was the Roman proletariat, the wage workers of Rome expressing themselves, right? And that Jesus was a carpenter, which meant he was a skilled craftsman. He wasn't a slave, but he was a wage worker. And that it was the Roman proletariat of Rome. It was their kind of mystery religion that they used to assert themselves, and that Christianity was the first working class movement. And Kautsky tried to present Marxism as like we're just kind of an updated, modern, secular, scientific Christianity. And that's what Kautsky was trying to argue. And that's what he argues in Foundations of Christianity. In the book, he argues that Jesus was a zealot and was a composite of various zealots who'd been martyred. And that's what he argues, as that there were various zealots who had led revolts against the Romans, and that they took different legends of them, and the Jews in Rome that were wage workers and not slaves, as they built this movement to fight for their rights against their employers, they like incorporated different legends of zealot leaders who'd been martyred and crucified, and they made the Roman religion. And he points to the fact that there are some of the words of Jesus were apparently said by Roman, Roman philosophers, and that they argued the early Christians were pulling some of the Roman philosophers. Like, I think the phrase "as ye sow, so shall ye reap" was said by like Seneca or somebody like that, or something like that. I think that's from the Old Testament, though. I don't think Jesus said that, but I think isn't that from the Old Testament? Gavin would know, but Gavin, is that from the Old Testament?
He's quoting the Old Testament. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jesus was quoting the Old Testament anyway. So maybe those Roman guys also heard it. I don't know. So I don't know. He does that, and that in Germany they were trying to repackage Marxism as just kind of a secular reinterpretation of Christianity. That was a really, really big part of German social democracy. And that's the party that Marx built, right? As Marx was dying, as Frederick Engels, Marxist collaborator, they built the German Social Democratic Party. That was the flagship Marxist party in the world. And what happened is that party sold out and supported World War I and sent millions of workers off to die at the end of in World War I, and discredited itself completely. And then at the end of World War I, when Germany was collapsing, that party was basically handed power. And then it killed its most true believer, Rosa Luxemburg, who was trying to actually have socialism in Germany. And then they killed her. And that German social democracy, what Marx believed, German social democracy kind of, discredited it. Bolshevism, what Lenin did was kind of a weird spin-off of Marxism. Lenin had this theory about the national question, about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. He developed this kind of secret society. And the Marxists, the people who actually knew Marx, considered Lenin what he was doing. They said it was a cult. They said this is an authoritarian, illiberal cult. You're saying things that Marx never said, that nations are good. You have this whole theory of capitalism as imperialism, and that Leninism was like a spin-off, like a weird spin-off of Marxism that was invented, that actually did end up taking power. And everywhere you've actually seen like an actual like Marxist government come into existence, it's been a Marxist-Leninist government. It's been that Leninist interpretation. And I'm at the point where I admit that, yeah, I think Lenin completely changed everything that Marx was about, and that was good. And I think Stalin changed what Marx and Lenin were about, and that was even better. And I think Deng Xiaoping took it even further. And I think that, honestly, what started with Marxism has taken on just a completely new, we have a new economy in the world. You wouldn't have the BRICS economy in the world today if it wasn't for the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. But I look at the BRICS countries and I don't see dialectical materialism. I don't see class struggle at all. I think they took some Western ideas to make their revolutions and gradually got further and further away from their ideas. And now what's going on in the East is something that is complete. It has nothing to do with Marxism or any other Western ideology. I think it's just a completely new thing. I think the Eastern civilization, the Western civilization is very, very different foundationally. And that because the West had intellectual dominance, they had to use, they were going to form some kind of Western ideology to lead their movements to establish independence. But now we've got a whole new economy and a whole new world that exists. And that largely, I don't see the countries around the world that are kind of outside of the West or broken with the West. I don't really see them as putting into praxis Karl Marx's ideas, but that's good. I like what they're doing. And I actually think they've reinvented things. And I think having, you know, a market sector in a socialist society like China's done is great. And I think, you know, supporting nationalism is good. And I think supporting the traditional family is good. And that the ways that the anti-imperialist countries have deviated from Marx, I think is actually good. So that's what puts me as like, I'm like the opposite of Russellson. I'm the opposite of a Trotskyist. The Trotskyists look at the Marxist countries and say, you've sold out. And I say, well, actually, yeah, they have. And that's good. So there you go. And the woke people are sticking with kind of the mindset of Marxism. And that's very bad. So that's my provocative thought. I'm sure Luke and Gavin have something they want to say about that. Go ahead. Luke?
That's very, I've never heard that take before, ever. That, you know, we've, like, people have gone beyond Marxism, and those that have done so, it's good. And those who are sticking with original Marxism, it's not good. Like the woke people, for example. That's a very fascinating you know, view of the development of Marxism. I will say, I read Beyond Good and Evil about 2 years ago, and I was floored by, first of all, just the writing style. It's so complicated. It's like, my God, this is an extremely difficult book to read. And I noticed that thing you talked about where Nietzsche said, no, he's calling Christianity slave morality, and that you need to go back to the Romans and the Greeks. And Nietzsche even argues that the Jewish religion is far less of a slave morality than Christianity was. And he sticks in that kind of, you need to get out of the slave morality and have will to power, and you need to eventually create your own morality. This is the fundamental flaw that I think Nietzsche has. He points out a lot of, I would say, fair critiques of late 19th century Europe, you know, and kind of, he warns of totalitarian regimes coming. He warns about it very clearly in Beyond Good and Evil. His sister was the one that, after Nietzsche died, kind of meddled with Nietzsche's writings and made it into more Nazi-esque writings where it's pointing to a German superiority complex. But, oh, I didn't even have my mic up. But I'm so excited. But that's the fundamental problem. If you think you can create your own morality with a blank slate as an Übermensch, you have big problems coming. Even though he warned about totalitarian regimes, even though he had fair critiques of late 19th century Europe, you get creating your own morality in part from just saying Christianity is a slave morality that, you know, quote unquote, only serves the poor. And so that's what I would say about Nietzsche, having read Beyond Good and Evil. In addition to your very fascinating take on, you know, the development of Marxism, I really have to think about that. I've never heard that anywhere, ever.
There you go. Go ahead, Gavin. You're muted. You're muted.
Yes. I was just, that was on purpose. Yeah. So I wanted to just clarify. Yeah, my mistake. So the thing about as you sow, so shall you reap. That's, yeah. Apparently that is from it's in Job and it's in Proverbs and it's quoted by Paul in Galatians, but I can't find Jesus ever saying that. So I think you're right. In terms of what you were saying, forgive me for being abrupt, Luke, because I wasn't trying to cut you off or stop you from talking. It's totally good to have. It's totally good to have criticism of North Korea, you know, and I'm thankful that in the USA we have free speech, or well, we kind of have free speech. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of Uhuru didn't have free speech when they were put on trial but anyway, but, you know, of course, yeah, we have the freedom to criticize. But I will say this, though, that I just wanted to point out that, and I think North Korea has problems. It has poverty. It has authoritarianism. But, I mean, people have taken tourism videos with like a phone and they've gone into like Catholic and Protestant churches in North Korea. And you can clearly see in those churches that there are Bibles and that there are no portraits of the great leader. So I just wanted to point that out. But as for redistribution of wealth and the kind of, I mean, you mentioned about the problems of having like a violent revolution and to redistribute wealth to proletarians, from taking it from the bourgeoisie to proletarians. I don't really think that that's so much what socialism and communism have been about in history. I think that all governments and all societies redistribute wealth to some extent, but I think that the core of Marxism and communism is having so much abundance that people no longer fight each other, and that I think, well, speaking of redistributing, speaking of proletarians and redistributing wealth to them, I would also, Caleb, you mentioned Karl Kautsky. I have a couple of strong disagreements with that book. One of them is the idea that, and maybe I'm splitting hairs a little bit here, but the idea that Christianity was an expression of the Roman proletariat. I mean, yeah, that may be true what he's saying to some extent, but Christianity, the evidence shows from its inception, was multi-class, and there were wealthy people, and there were slaves who were below proletarians, and there were all kinds of people that had lots of representation in Christianity. Another issue, I mean, Kautsky makes a lot of interesting and claims, and is certainly very thoughtful. But another thing I would disagree with him on is this: he acts like it's some big proof of it. It's some big red flag or contradiction in the Bible that Jesus, that Jesus was identified by a kiss from Judas, and Karl Kautsky makes a big deal about the fact that, like, oh, you're saying that this famous street preacher had to be identified? Like, of course they would have already known him, right? Ha ha ha. But no, in fact, I mean, back then it's not like they had broadcast news or even newspapers, and so it's not really at all necessary that a fairly well-known preacher would have to have his face known by everyone. And so I just think that there are some interesting points definitely made in Karl Kautsky's book, but to Christians I would caution there are also some fallacies and the idea that Jesus was a composite figure. Again, maybe I'm splitting hairs, but I think the evidence is overwhelming that he was an individual who's, even atheist historians like Bart Ehrman would say that the evidence is overwhelming that Jesus was an individual whose believers thought that he did miracles, many miracles. Yeah. And so I think that sometimes this deconstruction thing can go a little too far, but that's another topic perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the whole redistribution of wealth thing, I mean, that's the kind of thing I talk about for hours and hours on this YouTube channel about. But like, I spent a long time, when I was a communist, I was in the Workers' World Party, and I would go around selling communist newspapers, and people would say to me, oh, I don't believe in communism. You want to take my house, you want to take my car, and I don't want to do that. And I would say to them, well, actually, no, what we want to do is we want the major industries to be publicly owned and operated so we can have a rationally organized economy. We don't want to take your personal property. We want to maximize and increase personal property by abolishing private property and the means of production. That was the point I would always make. And what frustrated me is I'd spent all this time explaining, no, we don't want to take your house. No, we don't want to take your car. And then Bernie Sanders came along and said, we're going to increase everyone's taxes and then give people health care. I'm like, I just spent my whole year telling everyone that's not what and that conservatives were saying that socialism is taxation. And I was explaining, well, no, it's not. We want to increase your personal wealth by centrally planning the economy. And then the woke people just came along and, oh yeah, socialism is taxation and it's good. And that so much of what the woke people do is it's like, it is this kind of, it's funny. I talk about Satanism. Like I view this like philosophical irrationalism, this idea that I, with my individual willpower, can define morality. That's Satanism, right? But I there's also what they call like teenage Satanism, which is just whatever mom and dad say, you have to do the opposite. So much of what woke people do is they take the caricature of what communism is to a conservative, and they're just like, yeah, I don't want to work. I want to be lazy all the time. And it's just juvenile, and it's not helpful. And that there's so much of that. Like, I for a while, I think there was a Reddit group called like anti-work or something. Right. And it was some kind of like weird, like, intellectual wankery about like, we'll eventually create a society with no work. But of course, Fox News did like big stories about, all these, young socialists are on a website that means they don't want to work. And it was just like, so much of what they do is just, it's like designed to create antagonism, and it's not very well thought out, And I mean, the point that I always make about redistribution of wealth, there's that quote from, what's her name? The British, who was her name? The Iron Lady. What was her name? Margaret Thatcher.
Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, Margaret Thatcher. And she said, well, socialism doesn't work because eventually you run out of other people's money. And I would always get angry when I hear that, because it's like, if all Stalin had done is redistribute other people's money, the Soviet Union would never have been an industrial superpower that, invented space travel and built huge power plants and all of that. Like, and I mean, if all they had ever done in China was just redistribute other people's money that was already there, they never would have turned China into the second largest economy that existed. And I had spent my whole, time as a communist going around telling people, we want to centrally plan the economy so that it's rational and works in the interest of everybody. We don't want to take your money. And now, this notion that socialism is about taking everyone's money, I mean, it's just normalized. And so it's just, and it's like, and that's kind of why we've kind of transitioned in CPI. But the other thing, though, that I will say, and I think this is something Luke would probably really strongly agree with, I mean, based on my limited knowledge of unificationism, is that and this is, I've discovered the work of Wallace Wattles, who was a socialist, but, definitely not a Marxist, more of a Christian idealist. The idea that you're going to build a movement that's based on poor people resenting rich people, that can't lead to anything good. And I've learned that in my personal life. Anything that I do in my life that is motivated by jealousy is not going to lead you're not going to build a healthy movement in any way, whether it's in an individual level, whether it's you getting together with a group of friends to go after somebody, anything that you do that's based on like somebody's got it too good and I want to take them down. That's Satan. That's going to lead you in a bad place. And this phrase, abolish billionaires. My understanding of what Marx wrote in Critique of the Goethe Program was we wanted to centrally plan the economy so that the amount of wealth in society could go up so much that everyone could live like a billionaire and government goes away. But now AOC and Bernie, and that's like a big thing, abolish billionaires. Well, if somebody has enough wealth that they're a billionaire, good for them. And I would like as many people as possible to have that level of comfort and security as possible. I'm not angry that some people have it good. I'm angry that some people don't have it good. And I want a society where that opportunity is there for as many people as possible. And I feel like those are healthy. That's a healthier appeal, right? But if you're appealing to people on the basis of resentment, no matter what your movement is, it's not going to be good, right? And that, that's where like kind of this, this, whether it's from the left, it's like an economic thing, or from the right. I mean, I think anti-Semitism, the crude anti-Semitism out there is, Jews have it too good. I'm mad at them, so I'm going to take them down. Well, that's not, obviously that has led to a lot of evil things in this world, and so I don't know. I view this, as like, I think what Marx observed about the problems of the capitalist economic system and the belief that, that if we centrally plan things, that in the developing world, there are countries that have done that and been able to lift themselves out of poverty and industrialize. And I look to that for inspiration, but I don't pretend those countries, had an easy time doing it. There was a lot of brutality and a lot of repression and a lot of hardship. And in the process of doing that, those countries have very much shed that, the Cultural Revolution in China was all about jealousy and going after people for their class background and their perceived privilege. And now China looks at that as like an awful, awful moment. When I was in China, I went to the Communist Party Museum and I noticed that the Cultural Revolution, other than an ending, that's all they said about it. They mentioned in the Deng Xiaoping area, and it ended. That was it. They're not proud of the Cultural Revolution. They realized that kind of fomenting that mass resentment that they fomented, it really hurt the country economically and was a disaster. So I don't know. I mean, that's kind of my thing, is that my critique of Marxism is a spiritual critique. I don't critique it economically so much. I critique it spiritually. And the reason I used that song in the class on Trotskyism was because I saw that song as like, it's celebrating a traitor, basically. And and then it ends with just follow yourself and don't follow a leader. I see that song as like, that's the wrecker mentality that prevents us from building the real kind of anti-imperialist movement that we need, right? Is that people are, first of all, it's like a movement of resentment. I want to tear down the rich. And then it becomes, well, I resent other people in my organization and I'm jealous of them. And really, we shouldn't follow leaders. We should just be our own true son and all that. You can't really build any kind of organization or movement that's ever going to accomplish anything with people thinking that way. And so those are my thoughts. So I want to give you both an opportunity to just end as however you want, and we'll wrap this up. So talk as long as you want to wrap this up. First Luke, then Gavin, and then we'll probably be done. So go ahead, Luke, say whatever's on your mind, and then Gavin, and then we'll be done. So go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I mean, I think one thing I realized from our conversation is that I agree with you in your critique of Marxism in the sense that unificationists' critiques are spiritual. They're not, economic critiques are out there, there's a theory called the end. There's a book called The End of Communism by Sang-Hung Lee, one of the early followers of the unification movement. But even that, everything starts from that spiritual perspective, and that's where I'm coming from. For me, when I read the Communist Manifesto, when I read Marx's works, I sense a spirit of resentment. And I sense oftentimes that purposeful violent revolution in order to affect some sort of social change usually is backed by the spirit of resentment. And that's why I'm pretty against it. Unificationism actually has in its ideal society, if you look at its philosophical explanation of its teachings called Unification Thought, when it talks about the ideal society in an economic sense, it is very much a redistributive economy where everyone has enough, everyone lives according to their means. There is an element of central planning, but it's all voluntary. There's this idea that in order to defeat Satan, you must get Satan to voluntarily submit through love, through peace. Otherwise, Satan will never surrender. Satan will keep going and going and going and going. The point of the cross is that Jesus won over Satan because of his love for all humanity, to sacrifice himself on the cross. And the result of that was that we all can attain salvation. That's the beautiful message of the Bible, that Jesus was able to defeat Satan through love, not through violent means like the Jewish people thought he would. They thought they would defeat the Romans, they would defeat evil through a violent, uprising. But it was that voluntary course to go to the cross that allowed him to win the final victory. And that would be my critique of Marxism, is that we don't necessarily need, and I don't think it will actually promote permanent change, to redistribute through a violent revolution and the means of the state. I think the more long-lasting solution is through a voluntary means, which is what I sense you're doing, I think, as CPI, and what the stories you talked about when you were a communist selling the newspapers, it seemed very like, I want to help people voluntarily believe in this, not F the billionaires and, destroy the billionaires and all these sort of, wokey things. And so that's where I think we have some agreement. But that it makes me realize, okay, what is exactly my perspective? It's that spirit of resentment. It's that you can't, do things through violence. You have to do things through voluntarity and peace, which the unification movement believes in, especially with unity between North and South Korea. Not through violence, through peace. Be peaceful to North Korea at all costs. Do not escalate. Do not escalate with Russia. Do not escalate with China. Do it through peace and voluntary cooperation. That will achieve mutual prosperity. And that's what I'm about. And I thank you for your challenges and your insights into Marxism and its, play out throughout various countries and movements throughout history.
Great. Well, thank you, Luke. And we really appreciate having you on here. And this has been a great discussion. So now I have to let Gavin give his conclusion. Go ahead, Gavin.
Yes. Well, going with kind of what you're saying, Luke, I think that both the most extreme free market people and the Bernie Sanders type people, they may think that they are building a better world, but what they end up doing is fighting over scraps, And then I guess, another category of people is the people who support the war against Iran. I mean, those people are fighting over scraps, thinking that, there's only a certain amount of oil in the world and that we can profit from, and therefore we have to bomb Iran to smash the competition. That's a hateful scarcity mindset that's built on resentment and jealousness and defeatism. But I don't want to fight over scraps. I want people to have so many opportunities that everyone should be able to have, not to be, bathing in gold-plated pools, but that everyone should have the freedom and the security and the options in life that a billionaire has, so that people are not killing each other. Because, World War II was mentioned. I mean, this idea that there's some group of people that has it good is really an exaggeration. I mean, most people are hurting right now, and you look at the world economy, and there's a lot I guess we could say here, but I will just kind of wrap it up by saying that I know that right now Caleb is representing an innovationist perspective, Luke is representing a unificationist perspective, and I'm representing a Baptist perspective, or you could say a fundamentalist perspective. But I guess to try to incorporate all three of them, I'll say that fundamentally, if you want to innovate or you want to be unified, you have to be alive. And so, you know, there's no, you can't innovate anything if you die in a nuclear war, and you can't be unified with people or, you know, with your relationship to God if you're 6 feet under, at least not until you resurrect again, in my view. And so we need to do everything we can to do our little part in stopping what is this horrible march toward a nuclear war that's going on in the world right now. But there's actually one thing in this world that's even more important than stopping a nuclear holocaust, and that is you have eternal life. And, you know, I will say that, you know, Jesus said, he who believes in me has everlasting life. And he went on to say, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. You know, and there's so many verses that could be, and some of the people watching this stream may already believe that Jesus lived a sinless life and that he died and rose again. But you know what? Just believing that Jesus is sinless and rose again won't give you assurance of eternal life. And, you know, millions of people believe those things, and yet they lack assurance. Unfortunately, because it's sadly possible to believe that Jesus died and rose again, yet not believe in his promise to freely give life to all who believe in him. And you know what? Let's go to the Bible one last time. Jesus said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, though he may die, he shall live. And whoever lives and believes in me shall never die. Do you believe this? She said to him, Yes, Lord. I believe that you are the Christ, the Son of God, who is to come into the world. And, you know, Paul said, by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of works. It is the gift of God. Grace, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest anyone should boast. And I will say that the words faith and believe have become over spiritualized in our vernacular. But if you look up the original meanings, they are just when you think something is true mentally. That's what Jesus demanded of people to have if they want to have eternal life. They need to believe in him mentally, that he's the one who gives it, or is authorized to give it by the Father. That he's the Son of God. And so that's my appeal to everybody in the audience. You can be Christian and anti-imperialist. You can be anti-imperialist and Christian, and there's really no contradiction there. The contradiction is the rejection of eternal life. That's my opinion. Thank you both so much.
All right, great. Well, thank you both. You know, thank you, Luke, and thank you, Gavin. And yeah, wow, I'm sure both of you will be back soon, because that was a lively discussion, very wide ranging. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you both. And it was great to meet you, Gavin.
You too, Luke. You both have a good night. Stay safe out there.
All right. Great. Great. Wow. What other YouTube channel would you be able to have a wide ranging chat like that? That went a lot of different places. And I think that was.
That's carrying out this policy. And that is the role of the deep state, the unelected government, the role of the neoconservatives who are driving the policies. They control the deep state. They control both parties. They have hijacked our government. And we need to restore our republic by getting rid of the deep state and the neoconservatives. Yeah. Now, we saw that happen when Donald Trump made an attempt to end the war in Korea. Are you aware of the fact that we are still technically at war with Korea? And Donald Trump made every attempt to resolve this question. But what happened? He went to Vietnam and he got undermined by a person by the name of John Bolton. Who is John Bolton? He was a member of the Project for a New American Century, which is the biggest neoconservative organization. Now it's now defunct, but the neoconservatives are still very much in control. He went in and stopped Donald Trump and prevented a peace accord with Korea and North Korea and prevented any form of reunification. We are still technically at war with North Korea. So who are driving these policies? The neoconservatives again. They're the ones that are driving the policies against Russia. They want to divide Russia, balkanize Russia for their own imperial interests. They're the ones that are pushing the eastward expansion of NATO towards Russia. They're the ones that are driving the war policies. They're the ones that control the media and tell you the lies. The lies that Russia was responsible, but it's all bullshit. That's why we have to begin the task of overturning the deep state that's driving the policies of the United States. We need to restore the American Republic. That's the first fundamental task of our movement. And that's the first fundamental task of the American people. Yeah. You don't have democracy. It's being run by individuals who are unelected, the neoconservatives, and the deep state apparatus. That's the first fundamental task. The second, we need to build a fast movement of all sectors of society, a broad alliance, a broad united front that is not just the workers, it's all elements. Business people, industrialists, all working people have to be built on a united front against the war and against the deep state. That's number two. And number three, we need to build a disciplined revolutionary organization encompassing all these elements. This process will take time, but it needs to be done now because the neoconservatives have no solutions. They're all about wars, and in order to rebuild America, we need to stop the wars. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so, okay. So next we're going to hear some music. We're going to have some musical performance by my good friend Brian. Brian has come all the way from Boston. He's going to play a couple songs for us today. He's going to give a musical performance to be part of our demonstration. So Brian, if you want to come on up here and play some music for us. We're going to have more speakers. And we're gathering here, and then we're going to march up to the big religious peace rally that's happening at the UN. So this is my good friend Brian from Boston. He's going to play some songs for us.
Brian, woo!
You ready? You ready, Brian? Sure. Very good. And you'll be next. Yeah.
that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand. Do you like sluggers still beat off your head? Then don't organize, all unions despise. Would you have nothing until you are dead? Shake hands with your boss and look wise. But there is power in the land of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's a power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand. So come all you workers from every land and join in the grand industrial band. And we our share of this worth shall demand. Come on, do your share, lend a hand. Oh, there is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand. Would you be free from your burden sin? There's power in the blood, power in the blood. Would you or evil a victory win? There's wonderful power in the...
I know one of the things that we talked about yesterday was being kind of an anti-monopoly coalition. And so I'm just wondering, if not like a libidinal energy to get rid of the monopolists or to move on to a higher stage, what is the energy that we should be harnessing and focusing on cultivating, both as broad social masses, but also as individuals?
Okay. Who else? Go ahead.
I mean, I have my suggestion for an answer. Yeah, building things.
So I got a few points I want to hit on, and that was excellent. I really like that. I think I've come to very similar conclusions from my own research. I'd like to point out slavery first. The ancient, very famous engineer from Greece, Archimedes, that guy was building primitive robots back in his day. And he would take this to the tyrants, as they were known then, said, look at this wonderful machinery, and look what this can do for our society. And you know what the tyrants did? They said, throw that away. We have slaves. We don't need that. So just think, and this is just one point, think of how far the slave trade throughout history of the entire world set us back, and how far into the future we would be if mankind never did that to his own brother and sister. And I want to lightly point to Christianity in Rome. I think you made 2 points, Caleb. That I would say that Christianity didn't coincide with the collapse of Rome per se. I think Rome was, as any empire, is bound to decline, and I think Christianity kind of saved Rome in a way, or it gave it a longer lifespan. There's a book by Yuval Harari called *Sapiens*. I recommend it, but I also recommend it with some caution because he's a transhumanist globalist and he's got some bad ideas in that book. But he does have some really good ones. He talks about the common mythology of societies, which you could have nationalism or religion. So Rome at that time was very much like we are today, a very hyper-individualistic society with no real common bond. That old religion they had was fading away, and just like today, everybody is individualized, isolated, and by introducing Christianity into society, you now have this new mortar that they can repair their temple with, so to speak. So the structure stuck around for 600 more years. But it was doomed to decline, absolutely. So that I really like that that comparison. So yeah, you have the agricultural revolution brings in the origin of property, like you say. It is very much like the fall of man for me is It is the satanic spirit, right? It's the cultivation of materialism, and from that you get the idols, right? So people build the idols, and like you said, they are symbols, and people understood them to be representative of higher ideals. But over time, those ideals fade into the background and become shadows, and people just focus on the idol, right? So that that symbol becomes a tool of enslavement for the people, and those things do need to be, smashed, so to speak, to reveal the underlying principles that was there. And Plato spoke about that. It's very, very similar to the allegory of the cave, right? So you have the people in the cave, and they're watching the shadows, and one man breaks free of the chains, and he goes out and he realizes that those are just shadows, those aren't real things. And he goes back into the cave to reveal what he's learned, and what happens to him, right? He gets, murdered, which is very much like the Messiah gets nailed to the cross or anything like that. So that, the ruling class always has that initial way to put down or execute that revolutionary. But like you say, over time, and just like Rome, right? So they figure that they can co-opt those movements. And I think it's very wise to not make concessions with the imperialists, that whatever they offer you is a trick, and the question Liam asked, like, what do we do, instead of that libidinal energy, the energy we should have is like camaraderie, come together, peaceful revolution, instead of that smashing, because what happens after that is just the same vicious circle. But yeah, that's it.
At the beginning of the class, you talked about how Nietzsche and his philosophy have kind of been adopted by the ruling class. I also believe that his philosophy has influenced the Nazis and fascists in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for starting a really interesting discussion, Caleb, and bringing up all these interesting points. Something I think about, of course, generally our primary concerns are economic, practical, the scientific rules of history. We see these as the primary driver, but primary does not mean only. It's important to think about culture, to think about these things that motivate people, not necessarily as our sole purpose, but something worth keeping in mind and as we relate to people. And I was thinking about the degradation from idols from symbolizing something, from the concept they represent to just the pure symbolism. And I was thinking about the way that everything that this movement, that communism and socialism have historically stood and fought for, has been taken and turned into idols. How the fight for black liberation and civil rights, how the fight for women's liberation and like women's rights and all these other struggles that have historically, been fought and won by the efforts of socialists and communists around the world have been taken and turned from a larger concept of the liberation of women as a whole, the liberation of black people as a whole, into an idol, into representation, into we don't need to liberate all women. We need one woman to be president. We don't need to liberate all black people. We need 250 of the Fortune 500 companies to have women CEOs, and we need 100 of those to be black CEOs. And as long as we just have the idols lined up properly, the rest of society doesn't matter. But I think about, would the early Christians have been satisfied that satisfied with the fall of Rome because they wanted Christianity to spread and Rome to crumble. But is that all that they wanted? Did they? Because I think, the early Christians wanted Rome to crumble to give way to a new Eden, to give way to that the last shall be first. And not after Rome fell, something Caleb has talked about before is that the population of Europe did not recover for over 1,000 years. As the libraries were burned, as everything descended into chaos. Yes, Christianity flourished, Christianity gained power, and Rome lost power. But the true goals were not fulfilled. And we can think about, as all these things we believe in are turned into idols, we are seeing a moment where the American empire is in decline, is crumbling, and we could clap and cheer as our idols rise ascendant and our people starve. But is that the true goal we want to fight for?
Yeah. It's a tough thing to follow because why it's not that important. I know it's kind of silly to fixate on labels or names, but would it be like what we're talking about is a post-left socialism?
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah, I really like what you said because it appeals. You can turn people against their own best interests or what they know is the best thing to do by appealing to one of these idols, like racial equality or women's rights or the trans issue. These are all super important, but you see it on social media. People will twist themselves in pretzels to not, transgress one of the idols of the present liberal culture. And I know, at least for me, I find this return to tradition in the communist movement almost like part of the dialectic or the synthesis. Like you had feudalism, all spiritual idealism, and then you have the early Marxist movement, pure dialectical materialism. And I almost wonder if the synthesis back, does the dialectic stop with the philosophy? I would think not. It seems, is there a way to synthesize spirituality with dialectical materialism? That's where my head's at recently, and I'm very interested that the leaders of the modern movement, what's the leader of the Communist Party in Russia?
Gennady Zyuganov.
Right. So he's an Orthodox Christian.
Yeah.
He's raised there, knows the history inside and out. He's the leader of the party. He's an Orthodox Christian, even though when the early party went to war with the church.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested. I want to read his autobiography. I tried to find it on Amazon. It was like $200. Wow. But I want to study his mind and try to figure out how have you made peace with, because I want to make peace with it as well. And then you've got Xi in China, who seems to have made peace with Confucianism and synthesized the two for the Asian heart. And I don't know. That's where my brain's at presently, because the raw materialism seems to lead to nihilism, and that's what's so exciting about our group is I feel that we are kind of on the cutting edge of this synthesis of, true non-sellout Marxism and also the best aspects of the Christian spirit at work in a non-cynical United States culture. So I'm excited for what we're doing here.
That's great.
Dude, that is absolutely an amazing comment that you just made. And I think that actually what you're talking about, dialectical materialism is the synthesis itself, right? Some people talk about, a little bit, at least I've heard, this idea that philosophy has almost represented, at least throughout history as a broad trend, the ruling class, and then religion has been an expression of people's desires in one way or another. And both have been dominated by the ruling class to do various things. But what you're talking about, that vulgar, that raw materialism, Marx polemicized heavily against it. And that's where we get the dialectic from. Dialectic comes from the philosophy. It comes from the other side. So it's almost like the idol worship of dialectical materialism led back to pure, vulgar materialism.
Yes.
And people have forgotten the dialectic.
I love that
Yeah.
even dialectical materialism has been made an idol
Yeah.
in a way.
Either way, that's all I wanted to say. I really liked your comments, Tyler.
Thank you.
So that's interesting because I think that a lot of people who have talked about like liberation theology and stuff, they're like, they make the argument that communism is like almost like Christianity realized. And I think that there's a potential, though, in a strange sense, that the opposite may be true, that communism might make us realize true Christianity. And there is this Russian guy, his name was Fedorov. He was a Russian Orthodox guy. He ran like a library, and he is considered the founder of what's called the Cosmism, Russian Cosmism. He was actually like kind of excommunicated from the Orthodox Church because he had this very radical materialist view that it was actually through the development of technology and society that we would realize the revelation in the Bible. And he was really also really into like rocketry to a certain extent. And if you look at the timeline of the people influenced by him, modern rocketry kind of came through this guy and his concepts, but he had imagined that genetic engineering, as well as industrial developments and advances in the medical sciences, would lead us eventually to the ability to be able to resurrect humanity, which is what is predicted in the Bible, that everyone will resurrect and ascend to heaven. Well, he took a very literal and materialist interpretation of this, that we would be building society to where we can resurrect everyone and then colonize all of space and just create heaven. And so he took like a very materialist perspective of like what heaven is supposed to be, and for that reason he was considered almost maybe like the Antichrist or something by certain Orthodox folks. But I find it very inspiring and very interesting, this theory.
I feel in our own flawed way we're kind of, a church in a way. We're a gathering of believers in a persecuted culture. And every time I come to one of these events, it's just my spiritual life is refreshed. Just being around you guys and a community of believers, if you will. And we're figuring this out together. We're not all Christians, or not all, some people are atheists, but it's just, I don't know. I feel, I'm a believer and I feel the Spirit work in here. And it's willing to drive across the country over and over just to be around you people. So I love it.
Lily,
else have a comment?
First of all, thank you so much for this lecture, because I feel like with the modern world we're living in, we are pushed more and more to kind of bury our faith deeper inside and just practice it as a personal thing, and not even talking about it can be, a little bit stigma, and can be read into like you're enforcing something on someone, forcing your beliefs on someone. So I was getting into a point where I was kind of just burying it deep inside me and just as a personal thing. But it's I don't know, I found it, even though you were not talking about my faith per se, but I found a lot of connection, and I kind of found it very inspiring. Another point that I kind of want to mention was you talked about the when Prophet Muhammad smashed the idols. Here's a very important point here was after smashing it, he didn't leave the people alone, directionless, so they kind of just, not doing what to do. He replaced it with praying 5 times a day and told the followers that you don't need something to connect you with the higher power. When you pray, you are directly connected to the higher power, and you do it 5 times a day, so you keep that connection and you don't lose it, and it doesn't become a routine thing. So I think this is the lesson for us to learn here, is as we try to kind of replace the current, smash down the current system, is to have a very concrete and good plan to, I think this is what we are doing here too, but just to remember that we need to have a replacement ready just to implement right away, so we don't have this chaotic, period that we saw during the history while, revolutions happen and new things kind of turn up. We have a replacement in the plan right away to kind of control the chaos.
You might go to a doctor who has a very good reason to cut a wound open again, to stitch it, to clean it and stitch it shut properly, to break a bone in order to set it and heal it properly. But it's important to remember that as necessary as it is to break the bone, there is no virtue in that alone.
I just want to thank you for telling me that story about smashing the idols and then replacing it, because I feel like that's just, it was just such a great addition. And in my own personal life, I have this struggle, as in that I feel like we don't need idols, or we don't need the institution per se of the church or the Catholic Church or even all these different churches. We have direct access to God just by praying. He's always there. We don't need some sort of third party to get in the way with us. But at the same time, having that connection with people around you with your relationship to God is so important. But it seems like once you start to make it a group thing, then dogmas and a groupthink type attitude breaks in. And so it's almost like in the debates about communism, there's the anarchist faction and the more centralized control type people. And I almost feel like there's a similar type problem in religion, as in although the relationship to God is a very personal one, at the same time you need a community to be able to fully express that. But then how do you balance out to make sure that people are still free and independent and conscious and thinking for themselves, but they actually have a real community connection?
I think this can be really seen in the communal celebrations or gatherings. I think for Christians it's on Sundays, and for Muslims it's on Fridays, where you go to one institution and you gather and you pray together. I know for Islam, if you pray in a line with a group of people, you get a lot more reward than if you pray alone. At the same time, there are a lot of personal prayers that you say just for yourself to have this connection. So I think the religion really does kind of emphasize the importance of community, the importance of connection, the importance of living with your being good to your neighbor, and kind of going to the mosque and see that your neighbor is doing okay. If anyone needs help, you kind of help them. I think I see the connection here for me too.
Yeah, and it's like moving to a stateless, classless, borderless society, under the current conditions. It's we can't just do it overnight, and I feel it's a similar thing in religion. I feel there is this desire, and there's this new age movement that is pushing for a universal religion, and there's this idea that all religions can get along, but at the same time there's also there's circumstances that still exist that make a completely borderless, a completely that would really, if we enforce that right now, it would be completely authoritarian. And so it's interesting. I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah. But yeah, we're evolving. It's interesting to see how religion is evolving at the same time.
Okay. Hi. I think I have to jump in here too because, like Tyler mentioned, I do find like a spiritual connection in this room, And my name is Kieran, and I'm an alcoholic. Okay. I know this isn't that. Thank you. I know this isn't that meeting, but I was outside of an AA meeting back in 2010, and we were talking about politics, and a guy said to me, "Who are you voting for?" And I says, "I don't know. I just vote for whoever the union suggests, And he goes, "That's your problem. You don't think for yourself." So I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll show you." So I started like thinking for myself, and I looking at how the world works and this and that, and I started exploring socialism, and then got involved in all that and Occupy and everything. And after that, when it fizzled out, I was completely burnt out. I was had all these different ideas in my head, and I started drinking again, and by this time I was like spiritually bankrupt, to the point where when my daughter made her communion, I refused to go into church. I stood outside and devastated her, but I was like, I had all these different views, and I saw the Catholic Church as just this instrument of oppression and blah, 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 and so, time went on, and 2018, I almost had a near fatal overdose, right, which I wound up going to rehab, and coming out of there, I got back in AA, and I actually did like the AA steps, and which actually originated from the Oxford group that you talk about. The tenets of the Oxford group were used by Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob where they looked at them and made their own 12 steps out of that, and so there's a connection there, and when you get an AA coin, it actually says "To thine own self be true" on the back, which is
really
which was also discussed yesterday. So, but and actually doing the steps and having a spiritual awakening, as a result, I got closer to religion again, and to I don't go back to church, but I'm not hostile towards it, and I see that there's this connection there where I see the parallels of where we need to go and as you laid out there, and so with that there's this other recent quote that I just found, and this is from a book by Nikolai Ostrovsky in the novel How Steel Was Tempered.
Yeah,
and I haven't read it, but it's actually like one of the most widely read books ever made. It's not in my local library, though, so as you can imagine, it's a Soviet book, right? He's a Soviet author, but he says, man's dearest possession is life. It is given to him but once, and he must live it so as to feel no torturing regrets for wasted years, never know the shame of a mean and petty past. So live that dying he might say, all my life, all my strength were given to the finest cause in all the world, the fight for the liberation of mankind. So that's a pretty noble cause, and I've been drawn towards CPI and Caleb's talks, and Caleb is like my sponsor, I guess. He doesn't know that.
Thank you.
But so it's just great to be here, and I feel this spiritual connection in the work that we're doing.
So glad you're here.
You want to say something?
First of all, I think the food's showing up, so we're about to eat soon, but I'm really enjoying this discussion. Second off, thank you, Kieran, for sharing your story. I just wanted to kind of relate a little bit, too, because I also find myself not being putting myself away from religion, mostly off of the Richard Dawkins stuff. Just like the "you're an idiot if you believe this" type of thing. It's really just like trying to make it think that you can't be an intellectual, you can't be smart if you believe in something. If you believe in something you can't necessarily explain, or you have to actually have someone else has to put a little bit of faith into something they don't understand, and they want to say that that's what makes it stupid. On the other hand of it too is I went to Catholic school for about a year. Could not stand it. And I remembered the biggest thing that frustrated me was that I remembered no one knew the golden rule. No one was treating each other how you should be treated. And I think that was one of the aspects when I was a very young child that really had me passionate about Christianity, about Catholicism specifically. My girlfriend even, she grew up in the Baptist church, and she ended up leaving because of mostly institutional problems. And I think that this kind of new nihilism is really trying to take advantage of any of these hardships, which happen in any single kind of group you have in a community. These type of things are possibilities. They're true. I mean, you know, people suffer from things all the time, but it does not. But what I didn't realize at the time when I was a child, when I was about 8 years old, I did not realize that my problem was with Christianity. It was with class society. It was the fact that I was in a place where I didn't really have any defenders, and no one wanted to stand up for me. And if it was, you know, even if you had like four siblings in there, things could turn against you pretty easily. But yeah, I just wanted to just touch on how it is a little harder. Well, not harder. I've been finding this to be a lot more embracing, because it is taking the harder path of having to acknowledge that you are interacting with other individuals who don't think exactly what you do about spirituality. And most of the time it's like how was mentioned earlier. If you bring up some of these things, people will feel that, well, you're trying to push something, when even necessarily you might just be trying to relate, or just trying to impart a little bit of wisdom that you may have found very, very useful. But, you know, much like this new nihilism kind of teaches, is that if they compel you at all, if they say a point that makes sense, that's not them getting to you, that's them manipulating you. And I was believing this crap for a long time, just because of this new atheist movement too. But I still overall would probably consider myself to be non-religious. However, it's kind of hard to deny the presence of something bigger than yourself when you see all these people together. So, yeah, yeah. So those are my thoughts there, folks.
Okay.
You know, you mentioned Richard Dawkins and the new atheists, and actually other people have mentioned the new atheists in this room. And as a fundamentalist, Bible-believing Christian, I actually like and respect the new atheists more than polite atheists, because the new atheists are at least gonna tell me that they think Christianity is stupid, and I can work with that. You know what I mean? But the polite atheist says, "Well, it's good for you. It's good for you. I'm sure it helps you, but it's not for me." That's a very condescending view that I do not appreciate. And this is edgy, but I've talked about how fundamentalist Christians and atheists need to come together and do kind of an Operation Mop-Up against liberal pro-imperialist churches. And I unironically believe that. Thank you. There is a lot of, we don't have time, I guess, for me to go through the whole plan of salvation right now, but, in the book of Acts, there's a man that says, "Sirs, what must I do to be saved?" And the early church, think about this. Here's a perfect opportunity for them to say, turn your whole life around and live like Jesus and do this and that. They say, what do they say? They say, "Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved." Caleb mentioned the Garden of Eden. The traditional Christian worldview, there's no such thing as a natural death. Death is not natural. We grow old because we're sinners. And that's part of the curse, from the beginning and from us. And, you can look up genetic entropy, how the human genome is degrading over time, and that points back to an original good creation. And there's a lot of stuff we don't have time to go into right now, I guess, because we're all getting hungry. Right. The book of Romans says, all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And it also says, "For there is none righteous, no, not one." So to unquote, I'm not perfect, you're not perfect. It's intuitive in humanity that we need a savior, and we might not all agree on what that is, but I definitely, there's really no the idea that Jesus did not exist is actually really a fringe view. Very few historians believe it.
Yeah.
And there's really no dispute that Jesus claimed to be the only way. The question is whether he was correct or not, But anyway, so I just wanted to leave you guys with that. But let me also say, I just wanted to quote a poem that I have often quoted. It's actually a hymn. It's a hymn, but I'm not going to sing it. But I'm just going to the lyrics because it reminds me so much of communism and this this poem or this hymn actually popped into my head as a result of something that Elizabeth said months ago. But anyway, it's a hymn called Others, and the lyrics go, Lord, help me live from day to day in such a self-forgetful way that even when I kneel to pray, my prayer shall be for others. Help me out in all I do to ever be sincere and true, and know that what I do for you must now be done for others. Let self be crucified and slain and buried deep and rise again, and may all efforts be in vain unless they be for others. And when my work on earth is done and my new life in heaven's begun, may I forget the crown I've won while thinking still of others. Others, Lord, yes, others. Let this my motto be. Help me live for others, that I may live like thee. There we go.
Yeah. So,
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying, hands off Iran. Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact. Because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran, we made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America. Song, Brian. And now we're going to bring up a friend of mine named Melissa. And Melissa's a longtime anti-war, anti-imperialist activist.
40 years ago this spring, I was also in this park demonstrating against war. It occurred to me just now. Back in the early 80s, the United States was at war in Central America, funding death squads in El Salvador, and the Contras in Nicaragua, and the massacres of massive numbers of indigenous people in Guatemala. The U.S. had invaded Panama, of all places. Anyway, we had lots of demonstrations here in this very square back 40 years ago. One of the consequences of all those wars in Central America back then, all the people at the border of Mexico right now, if the U.S. had left those countries alone, those countries would have been allowed to develop. Just as they had their nationalist leaders who all they wanted to do was develop their economies. And the U.S. wouldn't let them because U.S. corporations wanted to get their hands on their resources. And now the long-term consequences are the people who have survived those wars, their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, have no way to make a living and are trying to get into this country just to make a wage and causing all kinds of agita here in the U.S. And then 10 years later, every decade, and if I lived in New York, I would have been here in the late 70s and the late 60s. This fight against the U.S. government, waging war all around the world, has been going on way too many generations. And I think we now have an opportunity, this time, with all these generations waking up. This time it isn't just us old anti-war people from back in the day. It's a lot of young people. It's middle-aged people. It's all kinds of people who can't help but notice what bullshit is going on, both domestically and abroad. That none of this makes any sense at all. And this time it's much more dangerous in terms of the possible catastrophe. That we're on the brink of actually blowing up the whole world. Our government is. Our government. So, it's a beautiful afternoon. Whether you have time today to join us to walk up to the UN or take the subway up there, a lot of religious people are gathering to try to get people to wake up to the danger of World War III. If you don't have time, if you have time to join us, please do. If you don't, pay attention, please. Pay attention to the next time you hear about an anti-war demonstration or any kind of activity where you can go out and help people understand. We all have to do something, each one of us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. Now I'm going to introduce my friend Theo Talcott, and he's with the People's Party. He's going to give us some remarks as well. The People's Party is an important organization. It was Bernie Sanders supporters who got tired of the Democratic Party and their pro-war, pro-big business lies. Theo Talcott, People's Party.
All right, what an honor. It is, we're here to stand up against the war. Yeah! We're trying to reach the people who are selling things. There is a movement around this planet to stop the war in Ukraine. There's a peace march today up at the UN at the DAG Plaza led by Interfaith people. We would love it if you would all come up to the UN and stand up for peace right now in Europe. Just this last week, they blew up a depleted uranium stockpile, and there is toxic waste being scattered on top of Europe right now. It is important that we stand up to the leaders of the world and say we want peace between the brothers and the sisters of this planet. Yeah. It is time for world peace to emerge and to confront the goddamn English Empire that's ruling us from the city of London. Yeah. The people of the world are going to come together in a new way through the BRICS economy and through the collapse of the stupid American Wall Street empire. So stand with us, stand with the movement, check out the People's Party. We're starting a major new party in this country that doesn't take corporate money. Lying, libertarians, and others on the left are noble allies here from the Center for Political Innovation. Join us and stop the war. Don't give up on the country and the planet. The fight is joined.
So, we have another friend from the People's Party who's going to join us. This is Erebus from the People's Party, and he's going to give us his remarks as well. So, go ahead.
Greetings and salutations. I'm Erebus, E for short, from the People's Party. And, I gotta yell? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes! All right, I have to yell. Okay. Normally they tell me not to yell. So I'm Erebus, E for short, from the People's Party. And my contribution here today is to say that Ukraine is being manipulated by the West, and the West doesn't want peace. The German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, she said twice a couple months ago that they were manipulating Russia, or that's what she thought. They were manipulating Putin and buying time to build up Ukraine to fight Russia. And she's supposed to be a signatory of the Minsk I and Minsk II. Then you have Francois Hollande, another puke from the EU at the time. He was also signatory to the Minsk I, Minsk II, and he said the same shit. That they were manipulating, they thought they were manipulating Putin, buying Ukraine time to arm them up and to fight. Poroshenko, he cut off the water to the Crimea, and he promised the children of Western Ukraine to starve and stay in their basements hiding, and that guy was supposed to be the president of Ukraine. So, you know, my message here is going to be a little different. The only solution I see is going to be a military confrontation and resolution. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but the West doesn't want peace. They've already demonstrated themselves to be negotiation incapable, agreement incapable. They constantly lie, they constantly break their word, and like Theo just mentioned, they supplied nuclear weapons, which is what depleted uranium is. Depleted uranium to Ukraine, and now, because Russia blew it up, that whole area is toxic, and Poland is going to be toxic too. So, you know, we're trying to stop it, we're trying to push for peace, but the way I see it, Russia's going to have to resolve this on the battlefield. Thank you. Who gets this thing now?
All right, very good. Great. Yeah, we have a lot of different guests here who are joining us. This message of anti-imperialism, anti-war, trying to stop the low-wage police state seems to have attracted quite a few people. We have quite a few different guests who are joining us today. So I guess next I guess we'll hand the microphone back to Irene. She can make some more remarks on behalf of the Libertarian Party. This is Irene, the chair of the Delaware Libertarian Party, here with the Thesis Caucus and Liberty Space.
My wife and I went to go see the best Christmas pageant ever, the movie that came out recently, the children's movie. And I was particularly excited to see the film because I was familiar with the short story that was published. I remember reading the book as a kid, reading it in school. It's a classic children's text. I believe it was originally published in 1972. Tells the story of a Christmas pageant in a small town that becomes taken over by a group of juvenile delinquents, troublemaker kids, and in the process, the town learns something about the true meaning of Christmas, Christian love, acceptance, that kind of thing. Set in the past, in the 1960s, and it is very much a story of small town gossip and rumor, children bullying each other, the judgment that is poured down on people, and how all of this plays out and culminates in a very interesting Christmas pageant in a small town. The short story itself was already a very, very religious story centered around the Christian story of Christmas and the birth of Jesus Christ. However, what I noticed about the film was that they amped up the religious aspects even more than the original short story did. They really seemed to emphasize not only the religious aspects and Christian acceptance, but also the notion of a community and how important it is to be in a community, how the needs of these juvenile delinquent children could be fulfilled by joining the local church, how the local church could be an accepting place and how it should learn to be accepting of them. Now, this comes as Netflix is obsessed with the notion of a cult, authoritarianism, dictators, illiberalism, and we're constantly being inoculated against any notion of an illiberal movement, a movement that pushes collectivism, could push to reinvent U.S. society beyond the irrationality of the market and the irrationality of the liberal order. Certainly no secret that our society is becoming less religious than before. Church attendance is dramatically low across America, especially since the pandemic. Americans are just not involved in religious communities as they once were. And yet it seems that at this point, Hollywood is churning out a number of films that are not simply aimed at Christian viewers, but almost kind of advertisements saying, get involved in a religious community. Unlike the book version of The Best Christmas Pageant Ever, in the film version, the children, the juvenile delinquents, end up joining the church, and it emphasizes that they needed a community. This reminded me of the film Jesus Revolution that came out a few years ago that seemed to have a similar vibe to it. It was not simply telling a story, and it was not simply entertaining people that were already primed to appreciate the message. It was almost a go-to-church advertisement, get involved in a religious community advertisement. Now, my feeling about what's going on here is this. I think across America, there are a number of people that are very dissatisfied with their conditions, also very upset and unhappy about the economy and the state of affairs, and also feeling very isolated from other people. They want to be part of an organization,
and that there is a fear on the part of big sections of the U.S. foreign policy establishment that they may join some kind of illiberal movement. We saw what happened with January 6th and QAnon. We see how negatively they're reacting to the re-election of Donald Trump. And I feel like these films that all have a kind of join a religious community, join a mainstream church message to them, these films are more or less saying this is a safe outlet for your anti-establishment sentiments. If you're feeling alienated from society, if you're feeling angry at the government, if you're looking for a community to belong to, the safe thing to do is to join a mainstream church, a mainstream religious community. Ultimately, what millions of Americans, especially those living in small Rust Belt towns who are angry with the political establishment, seeing their living conditions go down, need is a mass movement of anti-imperialists. They need to join the Center for Political Innovation. They need to join the movement we are creating to mobilize Americans to reinvent the country as part of the emerging economic order that is in opposition to the decaying Atlanticist, imperialist economic system. We need a new America with a government of action that fights for working families. And I don't think liberal churches are going to fulfill the deep frustration, needs, and desires of so many Americans. But that seems to be what the establishment is currently trying to do. And a wave of films that are pointing Americans toward the liberal churches, the mainstream churches that they have largely turned away from in recent years, seem to be coming out from Hollywood. This enjoyable children's film was yet the latest example.
Next, we're going to have somebody, probably of all the people in the room, I think you are the person that I've known the longest of all the people here, and that's Gavin Lockhart. I think it's been at least 15 years I've known Gavin. We go pretty far back, and I don't want to steal Gavin's thunder. He's got plenty to say. But Gavin's going to give a presentation about Libya, about the history of CPI, and about what we're doing, and I'm really excited to hear it. So come on up, Gavin Lockhart.
Caleb. Why don't we all just take a minute to do some deep breaths first? Haven't done a lot of public speaking, but my name is Gavin. I'm a member of CPI, and I've been asked to talk about how I became involved with the Center for Political Innovation, as well as why CPI is important to me as a Christian. I think it started with my parents, who are politically progressive and encouraged me to pay attention to current events. As a young teenager, I read a lot of Wikipedia articles, not realizing how biased they were. I was introduced to Al Jazeera News by my older sister, where I found a lot of shocking information about Israel and Palestine that most Americans had never heard about. But I discovered that even an alternative news source like Al Jazeera isn't always accurate. The biggest shock came when I was told by a friend, shout out to Malik if you're listening, that Al Jazeera actually fabricated a story about Gaddafi supposedly bombing his own people in central Tripoli. Malik and others who were actually there, I heard this from multiple people in that neighborhood where the bombing was supposedly taking place, said that no such thing was happening, and Al Jazeera didn't even show evidence. In fact, from the 1970s through 2010, Libya was Africa's most prosperous democracy. It had a national health program of high quality. It had good schools and universities for free. It had startup money for young couples, startup money for anybody who wanted to become a farmer or a herder as well. It had the largest clean water pipeline project and the longest life expectancy on the African continent. It had, at least according to its government supporters, a direct democracy, or something closer to a direct democracy than anything else in the world. But by 2012, large neighborhoods of Libya had been turned into rubble, and there are now open-air slave markets. International corporations came in and began to privatize the country. It is now considered a model of a failed state, so-called. So how did this happen? Well, in February 2011, a series of anti-government riots in Benghazi in eastern Libya escalated into a full-scale armed uprising. Of course, some of these protesters had genuine grievances, but there were a lot of suspicious fingerprints. The NSFL, National Front for the Salvation of Libya, which is a known CIA cutout, was involved, and there were some pogroms against black Libyans who were stereotyped as being overly loyal to the Jamahiriya, which is the Gaddafi government. When the Jamahiriya, the forces loyal to Gaddafi, were close to winning, the US and European countries placed blockades on the country, and NATO warplanes attacked Libyan armed forces. The intervention of NATO, with its heavily armed foreign troops and al-Qaeda-style forces, was decisive in this, destroying the armed forces of Libya and murdering Gaddafi, who asked them if they knew right from wrong. Before Gaddafi died, the Wikipedia articles all admitted that he had come to power in a mostly non-violent way, that key industries had been nationalized, that debt had been paid off, and that people had been lifted out of poverty. But after Gaddafi died, just like with Fidel Castro, all the uncorroborated scuttlebutt was piled upon him. When I looked at mainstream news websites, I found only demonization of Libya and Gaddafi. I looked at alternative websites, same thing. Does anybody want to guess what groups were supporting Gaddafi, supporting the Jamahiriya? Alex Jones, yeah, very good. Anybody else? Workers' World Party, yep, shouts out. Nation of Islam. They were some of the best ones.
What has he done to bring down on him the wrath of the West? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to me, the three most hated of men are: one, a rich man who gives away his wealth to the poor, a wise man who shares his knowledge with the ignorant, and the man to whom the Holy Quran is revealed. Why do you hate Gaddafi? Does he share the wealth of Libya with the poor? Well, if he does, and he does, doesn't that make you, America, look bad? America is ruled by special interests, not by the needs, rights, and interests of the American people. And you dare to say that the Arab world that is rising wants your democracy? No. They want liberty, they want justice, They want equity. They want a government that serves the needs, rights, and interests of the people. That's what they want. And this is why Muammar Gaddafi said, this is not Egypt. This is not Tunisia. This is not Bahrain. This is not that, because he has looked out for the needs, rights, and interests of the Libyan people.
Yeah. Groups that were against NATO's illegal military interventions included Uhuru, World Socialist website, and several different African nationalist groups. Some libertarians were also firmly against the intervention and even praised the Jamahiriya government. Around that same time, I was a freshman in high school and learning about Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong. I searched Mao Zedong on YouTube. Thank you so much. I searched Mao Zedong on YouTube, and guess who turned up? Jason Unruh from Ontario, Maoist Rebel News, who was a fairly early YouTuber. He initially cheered the so-called revolution against Libya because, leftists tend to be attracted to rebellion. But to his credit, a few days later, he corrected his position. He donned a green tie and a green shawl, like this, but green. He had clearly done some homework. He jumped in front of the camera and talked about Gaddafi's achievements with the Libyan people and work with the anti-imperialist movements around the world. That stuck with me. Around this time, I read a great article on Libya written by Caleb Maupin. And I thought, yeah, this is what I've been looking for.
Because we understand fundamentally that what's going on in workers here and how they're destroying the high wages and how they're cutting the programs and how they're fighting and doing everything they can to beat workers down here in the US, how that's linked, and it's the exact same thing with Libya. The government of Libya came to power in a popular revolution, and regardless of whatever criticisms we may have of the Libyan government, that government came in, and that's a government that they know will not obey their orders. That's clear. While the Black Panther Party in the United States was being hunted down and harassed by the FBI and assassinated, in Libya they welcomed contingents from the Black Panther Party here in the U.S. as heroes. In Libya, the oil belongs to the people. In Libya, college education is free for everyone. And they're not going to tolerate that. And that's what this war is about.
And connected with Caleb, we were, on some kind of terrible, leftist chat forum, that existed. Fast forward a few years, I was in college, and Caleb invited me to join SINA, or SINA, there wasn't an official pronunciation, Students and Youth for a New America. That's what that stands for. The predecessor to CPI, or it's still the youth group of CPI. Caleb and some others founded that in 2016 after he left the Workers' World Party. SINA received a lot of vitriol online and was hated by leftists because it was patriotic. We at SINA and CPI believe that it's important to reclaim patriotism. The very reason we're working so hard to improve things is because, doing our little part, is because we love our country and we want to see it become better for everyone. In college, I became a Christian. For many on the left, being a Christian and a socialist is considered incompatible. Yet even a shallow dive into history shows that there were many Christian socialists of all types. And one of the best examples, classic from our own country here, is Martin Luther King. Just look at some of the last speeches in the last 2 years of his life. I'm going to quote one here. Dr. King said, "At the heart of their concerns, this query has often loomed large and loud. Why are you speaking about the war, Dr. King? Peace and civil rights don't mix, they say. Aren't you hurting the cause of your people, they ask. And when I hear them, though I often understand the source of their concern, I am nevertheless greatly saddened, for such questions mean that the inquirers have not really known me, my commitment, or my calling. Indeed, their questions suggest that they do not know the world in which they live." Unquote. Who's a Baptist pastor? We need more Baptist pastors like that today, amen? There are some. While in college, Sina experimented with building ties to the local DSA. I even organized 1 or 2 joint Sina-DSA events. Then, my local DSA chapter found my Facebook account and basically saw that I was a Christian. One day, I got an ominous email saying I was being put on trial to be expelled. They had screenshots. I critiqued mainstream Darwinian evolution, supported British communist Jyoti Brar, shouts out if you're listening, Jyoti, and of course had connections to Caleb. He was being canceled for American patriotism, but you have to understand the thing that Caleb is being canceled for is always changing. And at this particular time, the big thing was Dugin. He had been on one panel with a bunch of people with a few people that included the Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin, the spooky Russian wizard man who speaks of a multipolar world.
And when I was in Iran, I remember at this conference I attended, many of the guests from around the world said to me, "You've got to read the writings of Alexander Dugin." And then, oddly enough, I went to Venezuela. I was in Venezuela in 2015. And in Venezuela, this was a Marxist government. The leader was quoting, Lenin and Trotsky and such. But I noticed that there was a clear difference in the way that the activists in Venezuela were talking. They talked a lot different than the leftists in the United States talked. And when I brought this up with the Venezuelans, they said to me, "Oh, you really ought to read Alexander Dugin." And so, with all of these people mentioning Dugin to me, with people accusing me of being a Duginist, I thought it would be best that I actually study the writings of Alexander Dugin. So I had to get a copy of The Fourth Political Theory, and I read the book cover to cover, and it was fascinating to me as someone who'd only really studied the political left and the ideology around it to see a wider analysis of the world. And there were many things in the book that I did agree with. The most essential being this understanding of what liberalism is, and this understanding that there is this ideology coming out of the Western countries, the United States, Western Europe, and that seeks to put the individual above all else and break down any sense of collectivism or bond or community. And that this liberalism has a left-wing face and it has a right-wing face.
At my Zoom trial during the pandemic, I explained that yes, I was pro-life, but I was not bringing that position into the group. But that wasn't enough. Simply having a Christian worldview was reason enough for expulsion. Ironically, you can actually find some official DSA documents that promise space for Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, but nothing about Christians. Very weird. That confirmed to me that Sina was the group I needed, and that DSA maybe wasn't the way to make change. At this point in the political landscape, like so many people, I began to wonder if left and right have become irrelevant categories. I'd strongly agree with Jim Hightower when he said today that politics isn't left versus right, it's top versus bottom. Most anti-imperialists are not leftist, and most leftists aren't anti-imperialist anymore. Libya was typical of this shift, in which liberals and most leftists cheered on as NATO destroyed a government and a country whose only crime was to invest in its people. CPI is not a communist organization, or it's not, some people in it are, but it's not exclusive. Some people are against communism here, some people are for it. But the point is, we recognize the cases in which communism has achieved a lot. We shouldn't allow the relentless, century-old anti-communist propaganda to exaggerate its flaws. Some of the world's greatest achievements in human progress were those of communist countries in medical care, science, literacy, and feeding people. Most of today's successful countries are not communist, but they are influenced by communism. But China is a big exception. It does call itself communist. And it has lifted almost 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. But it's market-based, patriotic, and favorable to religion, things we don't always associate with old-school communism. Socialist or anti-imperialist countries are more Christian and Muslim than Western pro-imperialist countries. Henry Morris, a pioneer in young Earth creation science, spoke in Beijing and Soviet Moscow to applause, while he couldn't speak at many American universities. The Cuban government rejected a shipment of NIV Bibles, accepting only Reina Valera, which is the one preferred by fundamentalists. So they rejected a neo-evangelical translation, that's Calvinist, in favor of a fundamentalist translation. China has Confucius institutes. Iran declares Twelver Shiite Islam its true religion. Marxist-Leninist influenced governments in Venezuela and Nicaragua have fundamentalist Christian members in the United Socialist Party and the Sandinista Party, respectively. Cuba has some as well, although not as many. The anti-Christian nature of communism used to be very real in the 20th century. That turned many people against socialism and communism who might otherwise have supported their social and economic changes. Yet now, many socialist and anti-imperialist countries welcome religious believers. I'm really grateful for that because I also see it as an opportunity to show how traditional Christianity can work with anti-imperialist and socialist ideas. I believe that socialism is absolutely compatible with Christian values. As Jesus says in Matthew 25, "For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. Sick, and you visited me. In prison, and you came unto me. Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as you have done it unto one of the least, these are the least of my brethren, you have done it unto me." Jesus calls us to serve the poor and to alleviate suffering in the world. Other than actually preaching the gospel and making sure people have eternal life in the kingdom of God, the second most important thing in the Bible is helping other people in this life. And if you're not sure that you have eternal life, Jesus said, "He who believes in me has eternal life." It is that simple. Here's just one example from the Gospel of Luke, very famous story that most people know, probably in this room, everybody. The story of the Good Samaritan. In this story, or I should say account, because it really happened. And he said unto him, "What is written in the law? How readest thou?" And he answered, said, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself." And he said unto him, "Thou hast answered right. This do, and thou shalt live." But he, willing to justify himself, said unto Jesus, "And who is my neighbor?" And Jesus answered, saying, "A certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and fell among thieves, which stripped him of his raiment, and wounded him, and departed, leaving him half dead. And by chance there came down a certain priest that way, and when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. And likewise a Levite, when he was at the place, came and looked on him, and passed by the other side. But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was, and when he saw him, he had compassion on him, and went to him, and bound his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast, and brought him to an inn, and took care of him. And on the morrow when he departed, he took out 2 pence, and gave them to the host, and said unto him, Take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay thee. Which now of these 3, thinkest thou, was a neighbor unto him that fell among the thieves. And he said, he that showed mercy unto him. Then Jesus said unto him, go and do thou likewise. And I share this story because who your friend is not always who you'd expect. The people we're being taught to hate, just as the Jews were taught to hate the Samaritans, are the people we need and need us in the fight against imperialism and all of the edifices it builds to justify itself. We need to find our commonalities, not what divides us. We need to stop saying that only if you completely agree with every one of our 52 points, we can let you into our group. We need to unite to fund healthcare, housing, schools, and to clean up the environment and to stop funding endless wars. We need to work with everyone who agrees with these goals, whether they're a conservative Christian like me, or a Muslim or any other religion, whether they're an African nationalist or a libertarian or any other political belief. This is what CPI stands for. Thank you.
Hi. Hey. They told you that war is good for the economy. Except it's a lie. Why? War destroys buildings and people and lives and hopes and dreams. In the Ukraine right now, funded by American imperialism and the military-industrial complex. But war also destroys our own economy because we produce bombs and we send men to die, and we do not increase our economic pie because we could have used that money to start small businesses, successful small businesses that would have nonprofits, that would feed homeless, provide housing, community-based Austrian economics and libertarianism, where true competition and true informed communities do what's right for their individual communities. But no, we are going to send billions upon billions of dollars so that the military-industrial complex can make money. Over what? Why are humans killing each other? Well, humans have been killing each other since the beginning of time. Why? Well, because we're slightly smarter apes, it seems to me. We think that we're sophisticated, and I'm so sorry to interrupt your Memorial Day weekend so that you can have your hot dogs and hamburgers and go to your beach house while we celebrate, apparently, the death of many, many, many troops that go to war over what? There is no reason for humans to slaughter each other on the battlefield. We should be discussing our ideas, and we murder each other for no reason, and we ruin our own lives. We need to realize that humanity must take control of its own destiny as we are on the verge of nuclear Armageddon. Well, how do we do that? Well, you need to realize that the good versus evil and the us versus them mentality is bullshit. You are not a Republican or a Democrat. That's ridiculous. Most people want what? Food, water, shelter, love, community, and to be productive. We don't need to argue over all of these divisive, debauchery topics because all they're doing is dividing and conquering. I am here with people from the right, the left, the middle, as a representative of the Libertarian Party, as a co-founder of Liberty Speaks, as a mother and a woman to tell you that we the people have the power. We need to remove all of the legislators and all of the executive branch
participate in the military-industrial complex's control over our government. We need to completely destroy the pharmaceutical-industrial complex that gave us COVID tyranny. We need to defund the CDC and the World Health Organization, which is completely infiltrated by the pharmaceutical-industrial complex. Why? Because it's all the same thing. It's all regulatory capture. It's all crony capitalism. It is all the foxes in charge of the hen house. It is all the same thing that we the people seem to completely ignore the fact that we are having our Constitution shredded. Wake up, get involved, do something, and hug a friend. God bless, and may peace be with you.
All right. So we're having a little bit of an open mic here while we wait to get ready to march up to the UN. We're letting different people come up with different perspectives. I do want to make sure that people know that we are here because we don't want World War III. We are here because we don't want a low-wage police state. And that sign that says, "Hands off Uhuru," that is referring to a very dangerous case that is taking place right now. There are 4 black revolutionary activists who are facing criminal charges. They're charging them with being Russian agents. All they did was organize some Zoom calls. All they did was organize and run for office in their communities, and they are trying to put them in prison for 10 years. The U.S. Department of Justice wants to imprison the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. This is a huge attack on our civil liberties. It's a threat to all of us. It's a threat to freedom of speech. Hands off Uhuru! 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 Free speech now! 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 Yeah, so we got a lot of different folks here. My friend Liam, I guess he wants to come up and make some more remarks, but you know, this is an open mic. Anyone who supports peace, anyone who wants to protect our civil liberties and freedoms is welcome to join us. We're the Rage Against the War Machine Coalition, we're the Center for Political Innovation, we're the People's Party, we're the Libertarian Party, we're many different groups. Stop the low-wage police state and stop the danger of a new world war. Liam.
Hello. Now, I know everyone still remembers the pandemic, and I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, I took the time to read this one book. It was called The Fourth Industrial Revolution. It's by a man known as Klaus Schwab. That man also wrote a book. It was titled The Great Reset. And I was reading this book, and I was analyzing it, and I was thinking about what the future is going to be looking like, what's going to happen after the wake of this pandemic. And then I was going on YouTube, and I wanted to look at some of the videos that Klaus Schwab's organization was putting out. One thing that they predicted was, in the future, me and my generation are going to own nothing and be happy about it. That's what they told us. We're going to own nothing and be happy about it. Now, growing up, my parents always tried to teach me that, you know, if I worked hard and I tried my hardest and I did the good, that I would be in a better place because of it. They told me that that was what the United States was about, was building us up into a more perfect union. Never did my parents sit me down and tell me, you're not going to have as much money as mom and dad, and you're not going to have a home like mom and dad because Klaus Schwab wants to take it away. Because BlackRock has a right to make money off of homes, but you don't have the right to live in them. And that is the message that we are out here opposing today. Me and my generation are fed up of having our future sold out, of being told that we're going to own nothing and be happy about it, of being told that all of our money that we're ever going to
turn is going to be taxed to go sent to fight wars, to blow up Somali children, to blow up Yemen, to blow up. Now they're even stupid enough to think that we want to send money to blow up China, a country with nuclear weapons, and a country that is actively building up the world, researching nuclear energy, building hospitals, building high-speed rail. And they want me and the young people of my generation to join the army and die so that they can make more money while they're telling us that we're going to own nothing and be happy about it. I am sick of that bullshit, and that is why we're out here and we're saying that we are going to build our country. We are going to build the world by working together with Russia and China, no matter what the establishment tells us. If the establishment tells us that we're going to own nothing and be happy about it, we're going to march out in the damn streets and we're going to say that we are going to own things, and we are going to be happy about it, and we're not going to fight your foreign imperialist wars anymore. We're going to claim this country as our own again. We're going to go into Wall Street like Jesus went into the temple and tell them to get the hell out of here. We're done with the wars, we're done with owning nothing, and we're tired of these pansy so-called socialists who are telling us that socialism is about everyone having less.
Some have spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just it's a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses. We need a government of action. Jordan Peterson has always gotten on my nerves, and this video that recently came to my attention, in which he smugly argues that one cannot be both a Christian and a Marxist, particularly irked me, so I decided to comment on it. Let's listen to some of what he said.
She said, and this was interesting, she said, I'm a Christian and a Marxist. And I thought, no. You can only be a Christian and a Marxist if you, well, there's a couple of ways. One is that you just want to be all things that are good at once, regardless of their internal contradictions. And so that would be one reason. And another reason would be that you don't know anything about Christianity or Marxism. And then the next would be that you're just compartmentalized.
Now let's just stop right there, before we even get into the content of the video. Listen to the smug tone with which he's speaking. He seems to think that the idea that anyone could possibly be both a Marxist and a Christian is just idiotic. You'd have to be an idiot, an utter fool, to possibly think there could be any common ground between the teachings of Jesus Christ and the teachings of Karl Marx. Now, what's ironic about this is this reveals how utterly ignorant Jordan Peterson is about world affairs. Nicaragua currently has a government led by the Sandinistas. The official slogan of the government is Christianity, Socialism, and Solidarity. In Venezuela, the president who led the country on the road toward socialism, Hugo Chavez, and his successor, Nicolas Maduro, are both Roman Catholics who frequently quote the Bible in their speeches. Evo Morales, the socialist leader of Bolivia, met with the Pope and presented the Pope an object that was a hammer and sickle on a cross. The leader of the Russian Communist Party, the second largest political party in Russia, Gennady Zhuganov, is himself a Russian Orthodox Christian. And in Russia, you will find many Russian Orthodox churches that have images of Stalin. The Russian Orthodox Church frequently says positive things about the Soviet Union. Furthermore, In his autobiography, Fidel Castro wrote, "If people call me Christian, not from the standpoint of religion, but from the standpoint of social vision, I declare that I am a Christian." So all of these people around the world, the Russian Orthodox Christians who vote for the Communist Party, the socialists of Nicaragua, the socialists of Venezuela, the socialists of Bolivia, Oscar Romero, the great priest in El Salvador who was murdered, all of these people are just fools and idiots, according to Jordan Peterson. He, a Canadian professor with a snide voice, seems to know more than millions of people all around the world. The smugness and the arrogance combined with his ignorance of this topic just utterly shocks me and fills me with anger.
Marxism is a materialistic philosophy. It's predicated on the idea that essentially, an idea that Dostoevsky criticized in great depth was that if you just made people rich enough, let's say, if you deprived them of their privation, if you equalized their economic status, let's say, that the utopia would come to light upon earth. You might like to think that, you know, if you were rich, your life would be better, and maybe it would be somewhat better, but it wouldn't be as much better as you might hope. And that's because you'd still have most of the problems that people have. You know, you still maybe wouldn't get along with your sister, and you'd still get divorced, and maybe you'd even be more likely to, and there'd still be illnesses that would beset you. You'd be able to deal with them perhaps with some degree of more urgency. And you'd still have the problem with what the hell your life is for and what you're doing on the planet and how to conduct yourself in the proper way. And so we don't want to be too naive about materialism.
Now, this clip should immediately discredit Jordan Peterson to his audience, because it's very clear he does not know the meaning of a basic philosophical term, materialism. When Marxists refer to dialectical and historical materialism, they're not arguing that people should have more stuff. Rather, they are arguing that it is the reality that creates the mind, and the mind does not create reality. This is a reference to the debate between idealists and materialists. This refers to the notion that thought is inseparable from matter that thinks, as Frederick Engels said. So the fact that Jordan Peterson thinks that the Marxist concept of materialism refers to wanting to have more stuff shows he has no idea not just about Marxism, but about even basic philosophy. How is this man not full of shame and embarrassed at his ignorance?
And there's the idea that, that Marx had, that religion was the opiate of the masses, which doesn't exactly sound like. I've always thought religion was the opiate of the masses, but communism, Marxism was the methamphetamine.
No one disputes that Karl Marx was an atheist, but Peterson is not reading you the entire quotation from Karl Marx. If one reads what Marx actually said, he says, "Religion is the heart of a heartless world and the soul of soulless conditions. Indeed, it is the opiate of the people." So he's deliberately misrepresenting a quote because he has no idea what he's talking about.
Criticism of religion disillusions man so that he will think, act, and fashion his reality like a man who has discarded his illusions and regained his senses, so that he will move around himself as his own true sun. S-U-N. Yeah, well, that's Marxism in a nutshell, all right. I mean, that's the fundamental definition of pathological narcissism, so that he will move around himself as his own true sun, right. Religion is only the illusory sun which revolves around man as long as he does not revolve around himself. That's the sort of poem that would be written by someone who revolved around himself as his own true sun.
And here he is, yet again, not understanding the words he is arguing against. It's very clear in that passage that he just quoted, Karl Marx is not referring to an individual person when he says man. He's referring to human beings overall, human beings as a collective entity. There was actually a painting painted by the very famous Marxist Diego Rivera called Man, the Creator of the Universe. It seems here he's not ranting against Marx. Rather, he's ranting against Ayn Rand and Anton LaVey and Milton Friedman and the various adherents of free market capitalism who believe in selfishness and individualism. Now, I want to talk about why Jordan Peterson is particularly dangerous. The overall message that Jordan Peterson is pushing is that human beings are inherently evil. He views humanity with utter contempt. He does not see us as the amazing species we are that in just a few thousand years has gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones, the species that is capable of a kind of creativity beyond anything else, a species that is able to enact real wonders and change and interact with its environment in a way that alters the nature of reality. Oh no, according to Peterson, human beings are barbarians. According to Peterson, human beings are monstrous creatures. And he deliberately lies and distorts history in order to make this point. Here's a clip from another lecture that he gave.
And so, we should never forget that Hitler was elected, and he was elected by a large majority, too. It was a landslide vote, the kind of vote that no modern democratic leader ever gets. So, although it's difficult for people to swallow, it's hard not to assign culpability for what happened in Germany to the society at every strata.
Wow, what a brilliant insight into the malevolent nature of mankind. It's very amusing, except it didn't happen. Hitler was never elected by a majority of the German people. The only way Hitler was able to assume power was by declaring a state of emergency and shutting down the parliament, having the communist deputies in the Reichstag parliament arrested. This is just a lie, but it feeds Peterson's message that human beings deep down are evil. Well, I think Peterson should examine his own beliefs and whether or not they are truly in line with the Christian teaching. He should read Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, where it says that man is created in the image of God. He should furthermore read the book of Matthew and read about how Christ said the last shall be first and the first shall be last. He should read the book of Acts and learn how the disciples of Christ held all things in common, and many were in awe of the wonders and signs they performed, making sure that none were without and distributing according to need. Peterson seems very committed to defending the capitalist system and the idea that we should have an economy centered around profits. However, many places in the Bible it makes clear that the job of the worker is to produce for those in need, and that it is labor that creates all wealth. Many places in the Bible it also condemns the practice of lending money at interest. So I think Peterson is just wrong here, and those of us who are really truly interested in Jesus' message and in Marxism should do further investigation into the possibility that these two beliefs can certainly overlap.
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up and
And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying, "Hands off Iran." Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America.
All right, so I hope everyone got some good rest last night. So there was a special request that we talk about the topic of religion and communism and how they can go together. So we're going to talk about that for our first session here. So I want to first start out by pointing out some parallels. Now, when we talk about Christianity, the Christian understanding of human history goes like this. First, you have the Garden of Eden. Right? We have the Garden of Eden, right? Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden. The fruit is eaten. They're kicked out of the Garden of Eden. So from the Garden of Eden, you have the fall.
We push that back this way just a little.
Okay. You have the fall. And from the fall, you get turmoil. Right? That's the world as we know it is a result of the fall of man. But out of the turmoil comes Christ. And from Christ you have the church. And from there, eventually you get Eden restored. This is the Christian narrative of human history, right? Right? From the fall of man, from Eden to the fall, to the turmoil leads to the coming of Christ. Christ founds the church, and the church eventually leads to Armageddon and Eden restored, etc. So, how does Marxism explain human history? So it starts out with what they call primitive communism. Or primitive. I'll just put com so we know what it is. All right, so it starts out with primitive communism, hunter-gatherer civilization. And from hunter-gatherer civilization, eventually, well, you get the origin of property, right? The origin of property. The origin of private property. And then, as a result of the origin of private property, we get class society. Right? First class society is slavery. Then out of slavery, you get feudalism. Out of feudalism, you get capitalism. And with the arrival of capitalism, you get the proletariat, the working class, the final class of history that emerges out of class society. And as a result of the proletariat coming into existence, right, you get the proletarian movement, or you get the communist movement. You get the communist movement. And eventually, the idea is the communist movement eventually establishes socialism. And then out of socialism, we get higher communism, the higher stage of communism. So this is a very similar narrative from Eden to Eden, right? From the primitive communism to the higher stage of communism. And it's recognizing that at some point we had a classless society, but yet something happened, something changed, and as a result we got a society full of turmoil, and that turmoil will eventually lead to some kind of movement being formed, and that movement will eventually lead to the restoration of a classless world. And I think you can see a parallel in that narrative. And I'm obviously not the first person to have noticed the parallel in that narrative. Friedrich Nietzsche, who was a very strong opponent of Marxism and communism, he said that communism was nothing but Christianity. And he called it the doctrine of the lowly. And he argued that communism and Christianity both celebrated the weak and did not glorify the strong. And Friedrich Nietzsche was a practitioner or adherent of what they call philosophical irrationalism.
the belief that there is really no truth, right? The debate between rationalists and irrationalists is the universe defined by order, or is the universe defined by chaos? Well, Marxists generally argue the universe is defined by order. There are real objective laws in history. There is objective laws, there's laws of gravity, there's mathematics, that the universe is defined by order. Irrationalists say there is no order in the universe, and the universe is simply chaotic, and if you try to, someone who's trying to assign order to it is simply trying to assert their will over you and suppress your great individualism. The irrationalists celebrate the individual in his refusal to accept any of these false laws that are imposed on him, and that philosophical irrationalism is the beliefs of what you could call the new atheist movement. So let's talk about Marxism and atheism, right? At the time that Karl Marx came into existence as a political leader, philosopher, the world was overthrowing the feudal system. Feudalism was the primary political and economic system in the world, but it was facing great revolts and uprisings. You had the French Revolution, you had the English Civil War, you had other revolts and uprisings that were taking place to overthrow feudalism. In feudalism, religion is not a choice. It is imposed on you by society, right? The king has divine right to rule over you by God. It is a crime to criticize the king or to oppose the Catholic Church. If you oppose it or question it, you're burned at the stake. And the bourgeois revolutions to bring about capitalism were largely rebelling against the feudal order and demanding the right to be scientific and demanding the right to engage in scientific research. In fact, the very word revolution originates in astronomy. It was Copernicus came up with this understanding based on his use of a telescope that the Earth was not the center of the universe, it was revolving. And he called himself a revolutionary. He wrote this book on the revolutions of heavenly spheres, arguing that the Earth revolved around the sun. It wasn't the center of the universe. And Copernicus wrote this and risked being burned at the stake. And those who favored science as opposed to just blindly believing the Catholic Church, they were called revolutionaries, first because they believed in astronomy. And then later it took on a political connotation. And it was with the rise of the French Revolution and other things. It became that the word revolution was largely about rejecting the rule of the Catholic order and the religion that was imposed in the feudal order and accepting a scientific way of viewing things. And 1848, that's the year the Communist Manifesto was published. In the year of 1848, there were over 200 revolutionary uprisings across Europe. Every major European country had several uprisings in the year of 1848. They called it the Spring of Nations. And 1848 in particular was the year of the German Revolution of 1848. And the German Revolution of 1848 was fought because Germany at that time didn't exist as a country. There were many different principalities and municipalities, and they wanted the creation of a central German government, a nation state with an elected democratic republic. And so all over what became Germany, you had people rising up against the local feudal kings and monarchs, and the battle cry, the anthem of the 1848 German Revolution. Do people know what it was? Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles, Deutschland, über all das Welt, right? They were demanding the creation of a German nation state that would have democratic rights for the population and would sweep away the power of all the local kings and princes and principalities that were... Yeah, right. The Holy Roman Empire was at least one pre-German state. There was parts of Germany that was Prussia, I believe, if I understand correctly. And there was many different of these, and they were calling for the creation of a modern German nation state. And there were many different feudal governments that made up what eventually became Germany. And the 1848 German Revolution failed. And one of the people who fought in the 1848 Revolution, obviously in a different faction than Karl Marx, was Richard Wagner, the composer. And Wagner went into exile after the revolution failed. And Karl Marx fled from Germany when the revolution failed. And in fact, I grew up in Ohio. And in my little town in Ohio, we would see horse and buggies going by. And a lot of the people I went to school with were Mennonites. And then there were Amish in the area. They had their own schools. Well, why is it if you go to Pennsylvania and Ohio, there's so many German folks with last names? Because in 1848, if you were on the losing side of the revolution, you had to leave Germany. And The 1848 German Revolution was this massive uprising demanding the overthrow of feudalism and the creation of a modern German nation state. And Karl Marx had one faction that was part of that uprising. And at that time, religion was associated with feudalism, where it was imposed on people, and the overthrow of feudalism was demanding the right to be scientific. And many people look at the fact that Marx called his philosophy or his teaching scientific socialism. And they look at that and they say, okay, you're not sitting there with a white coat and you're not doing experiments to prove socialism. Why? It's not scientific in that sense. So why did he call it scientific socialism? Well, he was saying that his socialism argued that socialism would come into existence as the result of struggles between classes. And it was coming into existence because he understood the laws of history and how different groups fought with each other. And he wasn't making a simply moral argument. He wasn't just saying socialism is right and I'm going to appeal to your moral sense or to appeal to your reason. He's arguing that this is the way human history is going, that human history is developing with different forces clashing against each other, and the ultimate conclusion will be the rise of the working class and the creation of socialism and eventually communism. And that's not exactly scientific, that's just an observation about human history. But to be scientific in this age meant that you were part of the new world that was emerging and you were not part of feudalism. And atheism, the atheism of Karl Marx, was very much a rejection of the feudal order that existed. Now, I often make this analogy and explain things when I explain how one can be religious in our time and be a Marxist or a communist. I talk about this ring that I wear, right? Now, when I went to the Islamic Republic of Iran, I saw that all the men, for the most part, at least the religious men, were wearing this ring. And so when I got back to the United States, I wanted to find out what this ring was. And I read about it. And the ring, they call it an Islamic akek ring. And the story behind it is that the Prophet Muhammad, when he took the Temple of Mecca, and he seized the Temple of Mecca, at the time, the Temple in Mecca was a place where there were many, many idols to pagan deities and statues. And when he took the temple at Mecca and made it a temple to the one true God, the Prophet Muhammad and his followers smashed all the idols. And so the Prophet Muhammad kept a piece of one of the idols as a token of the victory of the one true God over paganism. And that then reminded me of a book I read called Heroes, the Heroic and Hero Worship in History by Thomas Carlyle. Thomas Carlyle was a great Scottish intellectual and writer, and he talked about, if you read the Bible, if you look at the history of Judaism, if you look at the history of Islam, all the great prophets, what did they do? They went around smashing idols. And he says, what's this really about? How can we understand the tradition of smashing idols? And he says, do we really think that human beings were just stupid? That they could take a piece of wood and they could carve it and that would be God? Do we really think that human beings were just so stupid they took a piece of wood and they carved it in a certain way, they put a face on it and that was God? Of course not. The idols were a symbol. They were meant to stand for something. However, after the idols had been built and after generations had gone by, what they stood for was forgotten, and the worship of the idol became a routine, and the principles and the truths that the idols had stood for were forgotten, and people just got into the routine of following and bowing before the idol and burning a sacrifice before the altar of the idol, and they were forgetting what the idol actually stood for. So when the prophet is sent to earth, what the prophet does is he goes and he smashes the idols, because he's trying to reconnect man with the higher truth that those idols once stood for. And those idols were originally something that could connect people to that truth, but over time those idols became an impediment. They were actually blocking people's ability to get that truth. So those idols had to be removed. The prophet has to come and smash the idols so that people can once again connect with the truth. And that we see this throughout history. The role that things play in one time can be very different than the role that they play in another time, like that anthem, right? I just sang Deutschland über alles. That was the anthem of the German Revolution. Well, we also know that that became the anthem of a very different government in another time, and it played a very different role. And that things that play one role in one time can play a different role in another time. And why do they call these people like Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and others, why do they call them the new atheists? Because previously, atheists were associated with communism. Atheists were associated with the struggle to overturn feudalism. And atheist, the word actually comes out of the French Revolution. It means without God. And in the French Revolution, the king had ruled with divine right. And so when the people of France rose up against the king and cut his head off, they said, we were going to be without God. And then eventually Napoleon came back and brought back the Catholic Church. But the word atheist came out of the French Revolution. But I remember when I was in college during the presidency of Barack Obama, when I suddenly saw, I was walking through my dorm room, and on the TV I saw this British guy denouncing religion and opposing religion. And I thought, this is interesting. I'd never seen that. And that guy was Richard Dawkins. And if you listen to Richard Dawkins, and you listen to Sam Harris, and you listen to, who's another one? Christopher Hitchens. I think he's died at this point. But, you know, you listen to them. Their critique of religion is not that religion is a tool of the oppressors and it's a tool of kings to oppress people. Their critique of religion is they view religion as a form of ignorance. And they you know, you watch some of their films, if you watch Religulous that Bill Maher made, towards the end, he's talking about why he feels religion needs to be abolished. And he's explaining why he feels religion should be abolished. And he starts showing clips from all these movements and struggles around the world. And he's saying, look at all the people who die because of religion. And he's showing the Palestinians. Do you think the Palestinians are fighting just because of their religious superstition? And then he shows the IRA, the Irish people, fighting in Northern Ireland. Oh, you know, all this fighting, if we just got rid of religion, all this fighting would happen. Another thing I've noticed about the new atheists is the way they talk, they generally talk about Islam like it's the most evil religion in the world. Islam is the most dangerous religion. And then they start talking about Christianity, and they say, oh, Christianity is also very, very bad, and they're ignorant, and they're conservative, and they're anti-gay and anti-abortion, and they're so bad. And then they talk about Judaism, and they say, oh, you know, some Jewish folks in Israel have very funny hats, and that's really silly. And then they move on, and it's almost like there's a hierarchy. Like Islam is the most evil religion in the world, Christianity is the second most evil religion in the world, and Judaism's pretty much okay because Israel is good, and Israel's an outpost of civilization fighting those evil Muslims. And you listen to what they're saying, and it's very much a pro-imperialist message. They view, and they make it very clear at the end of their film when they're showing the IRA and they're showing the Palestinians and saying all this fighting happens because of religion. They view religion as dangerous because religion could be a vehicle through which imperialism could be fought. And that is very, very blatantly clear when you listen to what they're saying. They view religion as an antidote to their philosophical irrationalism. And especially if you read Ayn Rand and you read some of the new atheist folks that are more into the libertarian philosophy, they very much think religion is bad because religion would have them care about other people. Right? Ayn Rand called religion the guilt-peddling Jesus industry. And Friedrich Nietzsche talked about Christianity as the doctrine of the lowly. If you get rid of morality and you get rid of law, the strong have the ability to just ruthlessly rule over the weak. And there's nothing that can stop them. And it is law and morality that protects the weak from the strong. And in our society at this time, your strength is how much money you have. So when you have forces that want to get rid of all law, we know that laws are corrupt. We know that laws often are written by rich people to serve their own ends. But when you have forces that come along that want to just get rid of all law, and at the same time they also want to get rid of all morality, what they're calling for is for the strong to ruthlessly rule over the weak. And in our society, what that means is the rich get to ruthlessly rule over the poor. But it is religion and morality that says, no, might isn't right. There is truth, and that there is an obligation that human beings have to other people. And there is something that binds us all together. We may all be individuals, but we have a collective experience, and we have an obligation to our community. And so religion plays a very progressive role in that sense. And I would argue that the first stage, the reason that communism was so atheistic in those times is because religion in feudal society had become an idol. It had become a mechanism for oppressing people. It was serving the opposite of its intended purpose, and it had to be swept away to clear out for people to connect with the higher truths that those religions and principles once stood for. And if you go to the communist countries of the world, there is a new attitude toward religion. Now, not universally, but if you go to Nicaragua, if you go to Venezuela, if you go to the Middle East and talk to the resistance and anti-imperialist forces there, religion is a very central part of their view. And even in China, where atheistic view is still primarily the view of the Communist Party, they have apologized for how religious people were treated during the Cultural Revolution extensively, and they've formed religious associations. And in particular, in the Muslim areas, the Uyghur regions of China, the Chinese government has spent millions of dollars building mosques, because the mosques that have been built previously have been built by forces that are against the Chinese government and are trying to break these regions away from China. So the Chinese government is actually funding mosques by imams and religious leaders that are not opposed to communism and not promoting terrorism. So at this point, I think we can say that you can't frame things the way that they used to be framed. And I don't think that in our time, genuine socialism, the countries around the world that are building up and raising people up from poverty, I don't think they have the same hostility toward religion as before, but I would argue that the woke stuff, that is very much the Trotskyism, and it is the desire for rebellion, it is that evil part of Marxism kind of separated. The woke stuff is very anti-religious, because that woke stuff is just the spirit of rebellion. And that's why I also urge people to talk about left versus right. Where does left versus right even come from? It comes from the French Revolution. In the French Revolution, after they overthrew the king, the people that were more loyal to the king sat on the right, and the people that were fully embracing the revolution sat on the left. And the left said it stood for historical progress. And that's all that left and right really mean, is the left vaguely believes in historical progress, and the right vaguely believes in tradition and keeping things the way they are, preserving what's good. But we're in a time where it doesn't even really make any sense. What is left and what is right? Because one aspect of historical progress is economic growth, the belief that we should build up and raise up and create a more abundant society. But what I hear from most of the left is that we want less. We want to degrow. We should go back to some primitive ideal. And at the same time, one aspect of historical progress is wanting to connect countries around the world and trade and have countries become more connected to each other so we don't have wars. But what I hear from the woke left is a call for global instability and chaos and violence, and they support every color revolution and regime change war. So at this point, if you believe in historical progress, if you want the world to get better, I guess that you could say that you're left, but left, coming out of the French Revolution, was very much associated with the spirit of rebellion. We have to remember that the French Revolution was not only an upsurge against the feudal order. The French Revolution was also, at the same time, an explosion of rage and vengeance, right? That's why they had the guillotine and they were cutting people's heads off. That's why there was such mass killing, the Reign of Terror. It was also an explosion of sexual release. Feudal society is a very, very controlled society, and the French Revolution was all about sexual release. So much that the Marquis de Sade had the idea that they should have theaters where there'd be naked women that men could just go look at, because that would keep the passion of the revolution going. And that it's true that if a person is very much restraining their rage, and you come along and say to them, I give you permission to be angry, that person will be loyal to you. They'll say, wow, you gave me permission to be angry. I've been trying to hold in my anger all this time, and you gave me permission to be angry. And that's what happened in the French Revolution. The peasant couldn't even look the noble in the face. He was completely oppressed. And then the French revolutionary, the bourgeoisie, the new class that's rising to overthrow feudalism, says, I give you permission to be angry. You can be angry at that feudal lord that's oppressing you. And so he lets his rage out. And then suddenly, of course, he loves the person who liberated him, gave him permission to unleash his rage. And the same goes for sexual liberation, right? The person's trying to control their desires or whatever, but someone comes along and says, let out your sexual feelings. Just be as sexual as you want to be. And then that gives the person, wow, this person gave me permission to unleash my sexual desires, and it gives them loyalty. And it appears that as the bourgeoisie was trying to overthrow feudalism, part of what they did was they used unleashing people's rage and unleashing people's sexual desires. They used that as a mechanism for gaining the loyalty of populations in order to come to power. And that violence and sex are connected. Sigmund Freud talked about the libido, the libidinal desires. Rage and sex are very much connected. And that I think, unfortunately, the color red, the reason the color red is associated with communist revolutions historically is because red is the color of passion, and it is the color of rage, and it is the color of sexual release, and that during the French Revolution, as they were mobilizing the population to try and overthrow feudalism, and they're giving people permission to unleash their rage and unleash their sexual desires, they started having the revolutionaries all wear bright red caps, and that left became associated with a psychological phenomenon you can call libidinal release, giving people permission to release their bottled up anger, release their bottled up sexual impulses as a way of controlling them. And that may have been a mechanism that maybe revolutionary and progressive forces used in the 1800s. That's what the imperialists are doing right now. That is exactly what Facebook and Twitter and all the social media outlets are doing. And if you look at social media, it's very much just rage, 24-hour rage. You look at a lot of these videos and a lot of that, it is just stoking up people's rage and resentment. And stoking up people's sexual desires. That's very much what, you look at the phones, there's the pornography, etc., right? And that this method of unleashing people's rage and unleashing people's sexual desires as a way to win their loyalty and manipulate them, that's what the imperialists are doing. So opposing that and putting forward a different message and telling people to restrain their anger and listen to other people and not be rage-filled, telling people to control their sexual desires, that, in a way, is revolutionary to oppose the imperialists because that's the method the imperialists are using to control people. So these are all the various thoughts, and that's why we need to rethink what left and right really mean in our time, because the aesthetic and the feelings that are associated with left are now what the imperialists are using. And the forces around the world that are resisting imperialism seem to be tapping into people's conservatism and people's desire to connect with each other. Because at the end of the day, the way society is going is they want nothing between you and your phone. They want no barrier, no community, no family, no church, no labor union, no society, no ideology. They want complete access and control of you. And that any association or community that you have, any connection with other people, is a barrier to their total control of you. And they would like to break that down. They want you as an isolated, atomized individual so you can be manipulated by them only. That's what they want. And we have to remember that. So collectivism in our time is very revolutionary and progressive. And these are my kind of thrown together thoughts on the topic of communism and religion. Let's discuss. Milhan has something he wants to say.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
I noticed you have a lot of space in the middle of your board here.
Okay.
And I thought, how do you feel about reinterpreting the dialectic?
Okay.
I know that's a kind of entering into theological, because I mean, actually, I don't have a problem with dialectic. It's just missing God, and it's based on harmony, not conflict, and based on a higher vision. And I'm wondering if you would explore that a little bit.
Sure. So the foundation of Karl Marx's philosophy is what's called dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism says that all that exists is matter, that there are no spiritual forces, it's only just matter, but that matter is constantly in a state of motion. It's constantly clashing with other matter, and it is through that clash that change comes about. People explain dialectical materialism with the phrase, A does not equal A, because this first A can never be the same as the second A, because the universe is constantly in a state of change, right? That even though this may look like the same A, it is not the same A, because there's a constant state of change that exists in the universe, and that everything in the universe is constantly clashing against everything else, and it's that conflict that leads to history marching forward. And that it is material reality. When you talk about materialism versus idealism, Immanuel Kant said, thought said, I think, therefore I am. I believe that was Immanuel Kant. Descartes. I think, therefore I am. Well, the materialist says, I am, therefore I think. Or Friedrich Engels said, thought is inseparable from matter that thinks. The only reason you think is because you have this material thing called a brain. That is the materialist philosophy. And idealism says that the material world is the reflection of something spiritual, right? It is the reflection of either the mind of God. God created the world spiritually. Material came as the result of something in the mind that existed first, or that your own mind can create reality, right? Which is a common thing. We talk about the secret, etc. Right, and generally Marxism rejects any form of idealism and argues that material is what exists, and thoughts and feelings, etc., all just flow, are kind of a response to the material. And I am at the point where I don't accept that, because I do believe in God, but in addition to that, I do believe that passion and ideas and feelings and dedication are very, very important. And I don't think that they just naturally flow from material. I do think that there are higher forces that exist, and there is obviously a material plane, but beyond the material plane, there is something more than that. And That's the foundation of Marxism, dialectical materialism. But the fundamental problem with dialectical materialism is that dialectical materialism argues that change always comes through conflict, that it's always through a confrontation that change exists. And dialectical materialism, I think the two great examples I will think of is, one is the solar system. The dialectical materialist looks at the solar system and it says, all right, so we got the gravity of the sun and we got the gravity of the planets, and they're all clashing with each other, and that leads to the rotation. And somebody who's not a dialectical materialist looks at it and says, well, no, it's unity. Like, it's not that they're clashing, it's that it's unity. I would argue it's both. There's an element of the gravity pulling and combating, but there's also an order to it. I would argue it's both. And the other example I would use is the sex act. If you think of the human sex act, right? If we think about when two human beings are having sex with each other, there's obviously contradiction. Certain things are clashing against certain other things. So you can't deny that there's a confrontation going on. However, if sex is as it's meant to be and two people are loving each other and caring for each other, it's obviously a very unifying act. So if you look at the sex act is both clashing and combining together, and that the nature of the universe is not purely clashing and combating. I would argue that Marxism in a lot of ways is an overreaction to feudalism. In feudalism, there was no class struggle at all. You were born into your position. You couldn't challenge authority. You couldn't question anything. There was no class struggle. There was no protest. There was no thinking for yourself. There was no inquiry. There was no debate. Marxism comes along and says everything is clashing. Everything is debate. Everything is rebellion. Everything is scientific. There is no order in the universe. And I think we need to balance it out. Feudalism is gone. And these revolutionary modes to oppose feudalism are the main way that the people ruling us in our time are holding on to their power. So that's why I would argue that I think dialectical materialism is not exactly where I'm at this point.
We're here in Union Square and we're having an anti-imperialist speak out. We're standing against the global system where big monopolies and bankers dominate the world. The world keeps getting poorer so that Wall Street and London can stay rich. We're here to have a speak out. We got music, we got different speeches.
Free Alexa! 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 Thank you.
We're working class people. You're our brother. We don't hate you, sir. We don't hate you. We're not trying to harm you. We love you. We want life to get better for you. Praise God. There's good within you, sir. There's good within you, sir. There's good within you. There's good within you. There's good within you. We're here. I know you're upset. I know you're upset. I want you to take a deep breath, sir. I want you to take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath and calm down, because no one here wants to harm you. No one's here trying to harm you. We're on your side. We want to help you. We want to help you. We're having our rally. You can have yours. We can respect you. You can respect us. We're in the same space. This is a public space. No, we have just as much right to be here as they do. This is a free country, sir. I'm sorry that you're so upset, sir. This is a space for everyone. This is public space. This is public space. Yes. This is public space. Yes. And you have you're angry. And I don't understand why you have such rage. I don't understand the rage you do, sir. I don't.
What if you were at a good rock and roll concert and someone comes in and starts preaching free speech?
There's so much anger in our society right now. So much rage. So much anger. We're not ready, sir. You know, we're not trying to harm you. You're upset. You're agitated, and we understand that. But
last week's service, raise your hand
we
if you were
have
here
no
for last
hatred
week's service.
for people who might disagree with us.
Okay.
We have no hatred for religious people. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. But I know for a fact that Jesus Christ would never support a system where the profits come from. Jesus Christ would never support wars with big corporations and banks. Jesus Christ would never, ever never stand for a system that lets hungry children starve so they can feed the Pentagon. There's nothing anti-Christian about what we're doing here. Absolutely nothing anti-Christian about what we're doing here. And you go to Nicaragua, the slogan that they have painted on the walls everywhere is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. And that's what we're offering here. Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. Right? We are not anti-Christian. We are not anti-Christian. If Jesus Christ was the greatest socialist in all of history. And I'm not the first person to say that. Hugo Chavez of Venezuela actually said that. Hugo Chavez said Jesus was the greatest socialist in all of history. And that is our position as well. And we're not hostile. That man was so full of rage, so full of hate. You know, these Christian churches, they tell people communism is the enemy. Why? I think the enemy is the big corporations. Jesus didn't drive the communists out of the temple. He drove the money changers out of the temple. That's right. Jesus drove the money changers out of the temple. He said that they had turned the house of God into a den of thieves, and he drove the money changers and the bankers out of the temple. If I am not mistaken, Jesus Christ, he actually said that you cannot serve God and money. You must pick one or the other, that you have to take the choice. Well, I'm telling you, the Bible speaks for itself. The Bible is a great piece of communist propaganda. It condemns the rich. It calls for the people to rule and stand up. It says the meek shall inherit the earth. It says, blessed are the peacemakers. That man seemed to believe that we were his enemy, that we were trying to harm him. We're not. We are on his side. In fact, we are putting out a very, very Christian message. But it's also a Muslim message. It's also a Jewish message. It's a message of solidarity for all people. We appeal to those universal human values that bring all human beings together. That's what we stand for. And it's the greed of capitalists and the greed of corporations and banks that is bringing out these anti-human destructive emotions. How many mass shootings are there, folks? Can you think of anything more unhuman than being a mass shooter and going and murdering your fellow citizens? This is satanic. This is evil. Where does this evil come from? This is the alienation created by a system where profits come before people, when people cannot feel loved or connected to other people, when people are reduced to a financial calculation, when there's no love, there's no community, people feel like they have nothing that they can cling to, and they are left and they are abandoned. That's our system right now. We've got a crisis of mental health, in this country, and they say, oh, it's just, biochemical, people are having chemical imbalances. I don't buy that, folks. 1 in 5 people on antidepressants right now. I don't buy that. I would say that we're facing the death agony of capitalism. We're facing capitalism in decay. And capitalism in decay is driving people to insanity. And we have no hostility toward these folks. We're letting them do their rally. We're not trying to take their microphone. I'm not running up to that guy and harassing him. Because I respect him. We have religious freedom in this country, just like we have freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. And we will continue to do this. You're not going to be able to intimidate us. You're not going to be able to shoot us down or shut us down. We're socialists. We're anti-imperialists. We're patriotic Americans. We love our country. We are not opposed to anyone. We want to engage with anyone who has a view that's different than ours. We're here to talk about love. And when you go to the socialist countries, I've been to Venezuela, I've been to Ecuador when Correa was in, I've been to anti-imperialist countries, you feel the love. The people there aren't driven apart from each other like they are in this society. They're not alienated from each other. Instead, they're standing arm in arm. They're one united working class. There's guns all over Cuba. You know that? There's a lot of gun ownership in Cuba. But they aren't killing each other. You know why? Because they're one united working class. They're not killing each other. The gun issue that we have in the United States, the mass shootings and all that, this is a symptom of capitalism in decay. We got to support those John Deere workers that are out on strike. We got to support those Kellogg's workers that are out on strike. We got to support the nurses who are out on strike right now. Working families are struggling for justice, and we're here to stand in solidarity with working families. That's what we're here to do.
Everyone has to consume less. Stop destroying Mother Earth. Stop, wanting to actually be able to own property and buy things. No! That is what socialism is all about. We need to move forward the mode of production into a higher stage. A higher stage with infinite energy from nuclear power. A higher stage where we can expand to Mars. We can expand to Venus. And we can expand beyond that. We can farm asteroids. We can be the most wealthiest generation and the wealthiest period in human history. But it all depends on if we could drain the swamp and get these imperialists the hell out of here and say no to our wars. They know that the contradictions are getting too strong. They know that the American people are tired of having their savings and their lives ripped away. And they're scared about that. And that's why they want you to be mad at Russia and China. They want you to be mad at Russia and China instead of the looters that are sitting not very far from here on Wall Street, who are actively getting bailouts in the billions, arguably even in the trillions, for their gambling debts. That's what we're here against, and that's why we're taking a stand for freedom of speech. Because they're going after the Emperor movement and anyone who stands against the imperialists, because they know we're a real threat that's rising. Yeah. They know we authentically represent the American people. They know that the American people are ready for a change and ready for an end to the wars. And that's why they're cracking down on our First Amendment. They're cracking down on our Fourth Amendment. They're cracking down on all the civil liberties we know and love. So that's why we're here, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. Support the Uhuru movement. Thank you.
I've got to bring up to the microphone a good friend of mine named Jessica. And Jessica's a longtime activist against wars, against police brutality, against racism. She's been in the streets for years organizing and standing up, and she's going to give us a few words here. So go ahead, Jessica. Jessica Coco from New Jersey.
I'm so glad to be here, by the way. And I'm sad that there are not more people here. If you're out there in the audience, come up and join us. Take some pamphlets. Because let me tell you something. War is coming. I know people don't want to believe it, but war is definitely going to come. How many people envisioned the COVID narrative? Nobody envisioned that. But this is really easy to envision. I'm going to tell you why. On March 16, 2020, the economy collapsed. It was the beginning of what is called Great Depression 2 if you're an optimist, or the last depression if you're a pessimist. We have a situation right now where 65% of the population of the U.S. of working age is not working. How long can this economy survive? You cannot have a situation where 30% of the population is supporting 25%. It just doesn't work. Sorry, 75% of the population is not working. You have 25% supporting the 75%. It doesn't work. And that's why war is coming. Think about it. Why is the U.S. in the Ukraine? For 8 years there's been a war going on. 14,000 people died. But suddenly the U.S. and NATO wants to put interballistic missiles into Russia. Why? It's the goad of war. They can't just kill us to reset their capitalist economy. They have to find a reason, and war is a great reason. This is why in every depression there's been war. The 1907 depression led to World War I in 1914. The 1930s depression led to World War II. Well, you tell me where the 2020 depression is going to lead. It's going to lead to war. You see it right now in the supermarkets. They're laying off people, right? Because they have these automatic scanners. AI now is going to take away many jobs in customer service. The fact is they don't need such a large population under the capitalist system. So again, how are they going to deal with a huge unemployment crisis? And that's why war is coming, and we need to be organized, and we need to organize right now. Thank you.
We've got a lot of different voices here speaking up against the danger of a new world war, speaking up in support of our civil liberties and freedoms. And now we have a friend of mine, Philip. Philip I is going to give us some remarks.
I spent 23 years of my life serving this city, serving the people. It is time for our government to step aside and let us take care of each other. Stop going into wars. Stop raising taxes on people. Bring in a publicized healthcare system that is not run by the government, but by the people who know how to run such an organization. It is time to stop making political prisoners out of people who exercise their God-given First Amendment rights to public protest and to protest of our government. It is time for us to come together. I am a member of a local church here in New York City that believes we're all one family under God. Whether you be black, white, Hispanic, Caucasian, Russian, Ukrainian, Chinese, we are all one human family. And to borrow a phrase from someone who I don't necessarily support, but do agree that he has done some great things for this country, President Trump, it is time for us to make America great again. Thank you.
Very good. Now my friend Jamie is going to give us some remarks. Jamie. All right, I just wanted to say a few quick things. We are out here trying to fight against the war drive that Biden and Hillary and Trump and everybody is all about. And many of you guys might be thinking, oh, well, I should probably just vote for some anti-war Democrats because the Democrats are totally good and totally nice. And I just want to point out that the squad, the progressives, claimed to be anti-war when they were running. But when they got their fancy apartments in D.C. and when they started settling in, going to those cocktail parties and rubbing elbows with all those corporate elites, their tone definitely changed. They don't sound like the same people that they once did. 6 months ago, the squad wrote a letter demanding that Biden withdraw from Ukraine. And then they were internally, they were probably taken to some basement somewhere where Epstein and whatever, and they were...
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying, "Hands off Iran." Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact. Because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran, we made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches, and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us, because right now, we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short, and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches, and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time, and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America.
Because I was an evangelical Christian. Cast the war in religious terms. That in fact I had said that this was a war between Islam and Christianity. They said that I had called Muslims Satan, and that I had told a warlord in Mogadishu, Somalia during the events of Black Hawk Down that my God was bigger than his. It is not a war between Islam and Christianity. It's a war between good and evil. And radical Islam is only one of the forces of evil. There are many other evils.
Something I've been thinking about, right? So, I've written about this before, but it is a theme that I come back to. In Germany, and in Denmark, and Sweden, and Norway, and in Scandinavia, as well as in Central Europe, Germany, etc., Belgium, Austria, places like that, before they were Christianized by the Roman Empire, the Germanic tribes and the Vikings, the Norsemen, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, they worshipped a god called Odin. And Odin was this mythical god that promoted valor. And if you want to learn about Odin, you can read the very important book that I got a lot out of, Heroes, Hero Worship, and the Heroic in History. The first chapter is all about Odin. And that the ancient Norsemen, the pre-Christian Europeans, they worshipped Odin. And Odin was a god of grit and valor and sacrifice. He was an old man with a beard. And Odin had a special heaven called Valhalla that you only got to go into if you died in battle. And Odin was somebody you prayed to in order to get epic strength so you could just go out and defeat your enemy and, be full of courage and have a battle high. Some of these Vikings would actually take mushrooms, magic mushrooms, and get high on mushrooms before they went into battle. And they called them berserkers. So if you ever heard that expression, they went berserk, what that was, that's from the ancient Vikings that would take mushrooms. So they were, they wouldn't feel pain, or they were stoned or whatever. And they would go and fight in battle. And people said they were berserk. They were insane because they didn't feel any pain because they were high on mushrooms. And that, the Viking raiders, the Vandal tribes, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, they prayed to this god called Odin, and they worshipped strength and grit and valor. And that was their religion. And Odinism, I guess, is currently practiced by a lot of prisoners. A lot of white prisoners in American jails worship Odin. And there's a lot of Nazis and white supremacists who worship Odin. And, Odin is a pre-Christian deity of Europe. Now, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because I have noted that a lot of American culture has Odinist overtones, right? That Odinism is a big influence on the American mindset, the American way of life. And you wouldn't think, though. We're always hearing that this is a Christian nation founded by, English religious dissenters and people coming here for religious freedom. And it tends to be Christianity that is considered the American way. However, first of all, American Christmas, right? American Christmas, we have Santa Claus. And this guy who comes around once a year, who's got a really long beard, and he comes around once a year. Well, that was Odin, right? Odin was a guy with a big long beard who came around once a year on Yuletide to blow life back into the earth. And they celebrated his coming with wreaths on the door. That a lot of the American Christmas traditions, Christmas trees, Christmas wreaths, that's Odinism. Santa Claus, right? Man who comes around once a year, jolly old man with a beard who comes around Christmas time, around the Yuletide or whatever. That's very Odinist. The other thing, and I can't get over this enough, and this is what I wanted to talk about. Right? I will never forget, right? And this is actually illegal according to the U.S. Supreme Court, but it probably still goes on, and it's not the worst thing in the world, right? There was a time in my life where I got angry over this kind of thing. I don't really get angry over it. It's just a reality. And I think it doesn't happen as much as it used to. But in my little town in Ohio, before the basketball game, before the football game, right, you would see all the players and the coach would join hands and pray before the game. Right. That probably still happens. If you go to the southern towns, right? You go to the Midwest, more conservative areas, right? And it's illegal in a public school. In a public school, the U.S. government is not supposed to have any state-sanctioned prayer. School staff cannot be leading any religious ritual. But it probably still goes on. In my town, they just completely ignored that. We had 2 prayers at graduation, not just one, and before every football game, before every basketball game, all the players were joining hands, led by the coach, and they would pray before the game. And I look back on that and I realize that what were these players and coaches praying before the game? What were they praying? Were they praying, "Dear Jesus, help me love the other team. Help me see things from the other team's perspective. Help me to feel, be in touch with God with all my heart and soul and mind, and help me to love the other team as I love myself, and think about other people and how I affect them and live for the sake of it." They're not praying that. They're not praying that. You know what they're praying before the basketball game, before the football game. They're there saying, "Dear God, help me to play as hard as I possibly can. Give me the biggest amount of strength that I could possibly have to just go out there on the field and just demolish the other team. Let me just vanquish the other team and just demolish them and win the giant trophy. Give me the strength to be a sports hero like I watch on ESPN or in my favorite sports movie. Let me be big and strong and powerful and demolish my opponent and walk away victorious as the one who fought the hardest." That's what they're praying. And that's what they're praying, right? That, anyone who knows anything about football and basketball and sport culture, that's what they're praying. Well, that's not a Christian prayer. That's an Odinist prayer. Jesus is not telling his followers, "If you worship me, I will make you strong and powerful, and I'll teach you how to go out and sacrifice and fight." And that's not in the Bible. That's not in the Bible, right? They're not praying to Jesus before the basketball game, right? Now, you are not praying to Jesus before the basketball game. You're not praying to the Christian God before the basketball game. You're praying to Odin. Right? Oh, if you want to go out and sacrifice, right? The story is that Odin had a special heaven, Valhalla, that only those who died in battle could go to. And so when the old Norsemen were on their dying beds, they would take knives and they would cut themselves so that Odin would think they had died on the battlefield and would allow them to enter the halls of Valhalla. Right? That's Odinism, right? And that the tradition of praying before sporting events and the prayers that they are praying are very, very, very Odinist. So that's the one thing. They're very, very competitive. They're very much about grit and valor and sacrifice and triumph. And, that's Odinism, my friends. That is not Christianity. But then I've said this for years. This is nothing new. I've been talking about Odinism and the Odinist influence on American culture for years, right? And how the kind of the pull yourself up by your bootstraps attitude that's part of the American culture is not just, we always blame that on Calvinism, right? About the Protestant work ethic and all that. I think it goes back a little bit deeper, right? And America is a very German country. One point, Miller was the most common last name. That's a German last name. It comes from Muller, right? What is the most American food? Hot dog. What's a hot dog? That's a Frankfurter, a Frankfurt sausage. So they started calling it hot dogs after World War I because we didn't want to be eating a German food. And a hamburger. Is there any ham on your burger? No, right? Hamburgers are not made out of pig. They're not made out of swine, right? The hamburger is made out of cow. So why do they call it a hamburger? That's because it's a sandwich that came from Hamburg, Germany. That's why it was a hamburger sandwich, right? It was, a sandwich from Hamburg. So America is very, very German, and that I would argue that there's a very, very Odinist influence. But then the other day, I was thinking about a song, and I'm not going to play the song on here because I think this song, actually, it is a Christian song that I heard endlessly growing up, which is actually apparently not that popular anymore. And I'm not going to play it on here because I think it is blasphemous. I think it is wrong, but it was one of the most popular evangelical Christian songs of the 90s and early 2000s. And I remember it. Our God is an awesome God, right? Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, and love. Our God is an awesome God. And I sang that at many church camps and many gatherings as a kid growing up. It's just a really common evangelical song from that era. It's funny. I was someplace and I remember hearing them play it on Christian radio. And the announcer said, I think we're going to be hearing this song for the next 100 years. This song is so important. And actually, I don't hear it anymore. It's really not that popular anymore. I think our culture has changed a lot. But regardless, it was a big Christian song from the 90s and stuff. I think Rich Mullins, is that his name? Rich Mullins is the guy who originally sang it. But I was thinking about that song the other day, and I realized that song, that's an Odinist song, and it's actually quite an evil song. There is very, very little in that song. There's one line about like if you read the verses of the song, right? It's about God kicking them out of Eden. It's about God destroying Sodom and Gomorrah. It's about God, punishing people. And there's very little in that song. There's one line about the mercy and grace he gave us at the cross. But almost every line in that song is God is big and mighty and powerful and punishes people. And on top of that, it's also you better get in line or else God is going to punish you. It's an awful song. The other thing that's weird, you took the words out of my mouth, Ryan. Why is it our God? Right? Christianity says there's only one God. So why are we singing about our God is an awesome God? No, it should be God is an awesome God. But our God is stronger than your God. That's Odin. That's Odin. That's what Odin said. Oh, there were many gods. The Norsemen, they believed in multiple gods, but they believed their God, Odin, was the most mighty and strong God of them all. Right? It's a song called Awesome God, Gabby, which I sang at church camp. I sang growing up. It was just a really big part of being, a young Christian in the 2000s. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, and love. Our God is an awesome God. I'm not going to play it on here because I think it's an evil song. And I think about that song, and it's Odinism. Right? The message of the song is not that God loves and forgives. It's not to live for the sake of others, love your neighbor as yourself. It's not about doing what's right. It's about God is big and mighty and powerful, and he's going to kill and destroy people who get in his way, and we're on his team, and so that's awesome. And also, we better be good or he's going to kill and destroy us. It ends. I think the last line of the song is, he's coming soon. He's going to return. So we better not forget that he's awesome. Like, so God's going to come back, right? He's going to return and punish all of us. And if we don't get in line, it's a really, really, really non-Christian song. It's really, really dark, and it's really, really, but when you think about it, it's also, and this is what I was thinking about, it's a very, very unhealthy parental transference, right? So we talk about Sigmund Freud on here. I believe Sigmund Freud was not a good dude. I think he was probably a sociopath to some degree or other, but because he was kind of indifferent to other people's emotions, he sat down with people. He had a lot of people on the couch. He interviewed prisoners and college students, thousands of them, and just asked them about their lives and their personal feelings. And he started to understand what drives people. He came up with the concept that you have an ego, which is your conscious mind. You have an id, which is your bodily desires. You have a superego, which is, the parental figure that you look up to, that you want to please, right? Teenagers, they have the Oedipal drive. They want to kill their parents. They want to rebel. You have your sexual feelings and aggression are linked, but you also have transference. You have this desire for a parental figure that's all powerful, that can take care of you. It's like from the time you're an infant, a baby will die if it doesn't have a parent who takes care of it, right? So we all have this need for a parental figure who will take care of us. We all want to kill our parents because we want to rebel, and we all, have a sex drive, and we have libido, and that there are different impulses that manifest themselves throughout life. This is all Sigmund Freud, and I think it's actually very, very brilliant. This is how humans think, right? And that they have different impulses and drives, and that I tend to think that the psychoanalytic approach of like helping you to become aware of your impulses, what is motivating you, is actually a very helpful thing. I don't think Freud was a good guy, and to some degree or other, he used it for self-gain, right? He was having sex with all the women who were his clients, and he also, at the same time, he was using it to make money, and he was a very indifferent person. He just wanted, he didn't care about people. He lacked empathy, and he was very anti-religious. If you read Civilization and its discontents, he says he can't relate to this universal feeling of oneness that all of his clients that are Christians say they feel like they can connect to God, they can connect to a higher power. And he says, I can't relate to this at all. This is weird. Maybe it's left over from, Freud was not a good dude, but bad people can have useful insights. And in fact, I think that Freud had useful insights because he was a bad person. If it had been anybody else doing his work, they probably would have been they would have connected with the people too much to actually just kind of sit back and look at them. Freud was looking at his clients kind of like a scientist, dissecting a frog or something. He didn't care. He lacked human empathy. And because he lacked human empathy, he could kind of look at humans in this kind of cold way and be like, okay, what motivates them? And that caused him to have brilliant insights into how people think. And I think that's very, very important. So back to the main point, which is that Freud said we all have this desire for a parental figure who will protect us, right? And that manifests itself in terms of religion. That's one thing that everybody acknowledges, right? Why is it all the prayers is God our Father, right? Or heavenly parent, right? Or whatever, right? I mean, that God is the ultimate superego. God is the conscience, the voice of right, the one challenging you to do the right thing. And Christianity teaches you'll never be good enough, right? You'll never be good enough, and that you will never be good enough for your superego, right? You have a voice in your head that is always saying you could do better. It's saying you could treat people better. You could be kinder to people. You could achieve and work harder, right? You have a superego, right, that is never satisfied. And that's a part of the guilt that we all have. And if you look at Christianity, right, the idea is that none of us are good enough for God, right? That all of us, all of us fall short of the expectations of God. All of us are sinners, but luckily through Jesus Christ, we can receive forgiveness, right? So we're never going to be good enough for God. But God is this very forgiving person, and Jesus died on the cross so we can all receive forgiveness, so it's going to be all right. And that it's good to have somebody in your head, and it's good to have something that is demanding the impossible from you, demanding that you do the best you possibly can, pushing you to be better. But it's also good that voice is very, very forgiving, and that the Christian message is do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? Jesus is asked by I think it's the Pharisees confront Jesus, and they say to Jesus, they say to him, which of the 10 commandments is the most important commandment? Which one is it? And he says, the most important commandment is to love God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind, and to love your neighbor as yourself. And everything else will flow from that. All the other laws flow from that. And so they were trying to trick him by getting him in trouble for saying that one commandment was more important than the other. And he said all the commandments really just boil down to being in love with the Creator and with the higher power, with the universal prime energy that created the world, and caring about other people and having empathy, right? And that if you can do that, of course you're not going to steal. Of course you're not going to murder. Of course you're not going to commit adultery. Of course you're not going to do all these other things, right? Because you're loving your Creator and you're loving other people, right? And that it's more about your intentions rather than the letter of the law. And that was, Jesus is fighting with the Pharisees and the scribes, and he's saying to them, look, you guys are stuck on the legalism, on the, crossing the I and dotting the T. Whereas my message is if we can just have the right, if our heart can be right, we won't have to have that, right? And another example is Jesus is confronted for healing people on the Sabbath. He's healing people on the Sabbath, right? And they confront him and they say, you're violating the laws of the Sabbath. And he says to the Pharisees, the Sabbath was created for man. Man was not created for the Sabbath. These rules weren't invented so we can arbitrarily follow them. Rather, the idea is that human beings need a day of rest. They need a day to chill out. They can't work, all week. They need, after 6 days of work, you need a day to rest. And that the Sabbath was invented for man. Man was not invented for the Sabbath. And that the leaders, the Sanhedrin and the Pharisees and the scribes, they were all caught up in this legalism. And Jesus is saying, actually, you got to get your heart right. And that's Christianity, right? there's an element of parental transference. The idea is God is the ultimate superego who's pushing you to do the right thing. But if you fail to do the right thing, he will forgive you. And that's what's amazing about Christianity. This is Christianity from a psychoanalytic perspective. This is Christianity from I'm looking at this from many different angles in my life. I come out of Marxism. That's my background and tradition. But I also, I've studied psychoanalysis. I'm become more religious. And so I'm looking at this. And I'm looking at this. And that song, Awesome God, if you look at it, that is a very, very unhealthy parental transference, in that it sees the parent as a harsh, cruel punisher, right? I mean, the song might as well be called "My Dad Could Beat Up Your Dad." Might as well be what it's called, right? It's our God, as if there are other gods, is the strongest and the most mighty, and he kicked him out of Eden, and he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and he's rolling up his sleeves. It's basically, that's what the song is saying. It's like, my dad is such a mean, big, strong bully, and when people get in his way, he beats the crap out of them, and I'm terrified of him, and I better obey him, but, oh, you mess with him, other people that are on the other team, he's going to kick your ass. Right? I mean, it's a really, really unhealthy parental transference. My dad is a very violent, abusive punisher, is basically what it's saying. And he will violently abuse you if you get on my way. So luckily, he's on my team. But I better obey him or else he's going to violently, abusively punish me. It's pretty messed up, right? That's not a healthy relationship, right? That's not a healthy way that one should interact with one's father. I mean, that's like someone who has been very badly abused, right? Somebody who, somebody who at the same time that they're abused is kind of their parents' property, right? And that's one thing about kind of abusive parental relationships is, like, on the one hand, the parent is very abusive to the child, giving them harsh punishments, doling out and expressing their anger on the child. But then on the other hand, right, if one other kid touches their kid, oh, they run down there and they grab that kid. You don't touch my son, right? And that tends to be how abusive people tend to be, right? Is that they're very possessive. They take people and they view them as possessions, right? And this is domestic violence in relationships. An abusive husband, right? He will be very, very much see his wife as his possession. So if his wife pisses him off, he'll be abusive to her. But if some other man whistles at his wife, or if he'll threaten them and beat them up, it's like they're seeing God as the image of an abusive father figure, of an abusive, possessive father figure. That's what they're seeing God as. That's very unhealthy. It's very, very unhealthy, right? A parent, right? It is a drive that we all have, but, a parent who will push you to do the best that you can, a parent who will love and forgive you, will comfort you when you're down, right? That's a much more healthier thing. But that song, Awesome God, is a very, very Odinist song about God is so mighty and so powerful, but it's also a very, very unhealthy parental transference. That's really what it is. And you think about a lot that has been written about, well, I don't know, I don't want to go into too much detail, but I was thinking about that, and I'm like, that song is very, very Odinist. And that song is not very Christian. There's not much in that song about loving your neighbor as yourself. There's not much in that song about forgiveness and forgiving people. There's not much in that song about, it's all just grit and valor and sacrifice. So on these streams, many times I have talked about this, and that I see an overlap between philosophical irrationalism and Odinism. They're not the same thing. Philosophical irrationalism says there is no truth. Odinism is a religion that existed in Europe prior to Christianity. That was a religion that very much said might makes right, but it was collectivist. It was a collectivist religion. I mean, it wasn't individualist, right? Those Vikings all worked together, right? But it was very much a religion that didn't value, it valued team solidarity, right? Of we're all on the same team, right? In our tribe, and we're going to be mighty, and we have this mighty God that we pray to. So it wasn't individualist, and it wasn't saying that there is no truth and you can define the truth with your will. It wasn't radical individualism and anti-collectivism, which is a big part of Nietzsche and Ayn Rand and Leo Strauss and all of that. So it's not the same as philosophical irrationalism, but it still has this lack of that collectivism, to be real collectivism, requires empathy. You have to care about other people if you're going to be working together as a team. And you have to have compassion, and you have to be willing to forgive people who make mistakes. And that collectivism requires people to be nice. There is mean collectivism out there, right? There is, that's a whole history. They talk about collective punishment, right? If one kid is talking, they punish the whole class, and then the idea is that all the other kids will be mad at that kid, and that'll make that kid stop talking. So collectivism can be mean. Collectivism can be punitive, right? There's no question about it. Not all collectivism is kind, but to have real collectivism, when people really feel like they're on the same team, you do need to have compassion and kindness. So now Huey Long disagrees with my analysis of the song, and that's fine. And you're allowed to disagree with me, but I tell me where I'm wrong. I don't see that song as healthy. I see that song as a very, very dark song. And the other thing is that, and again, our God, right? What is that? Right? It's not God, it's our God, as if there are other gods and he's going to beat down and destroy them. That's very Odinist, and that's really unhealthy. But the other thing is, there was a general in the Bush era, right? I remember when the USA invaded Iraq, General Boykin was a member of the U.S. military, who was a big Bush supporter and evangelical. And he actually said, our God is stronger than their God. That's what he said about the war against Islam. He said, our God is stronger than their God, right? Boykin, our God, right? General Boykin, Jerry Boykin, Lieutenant General Jerry Boykin of the Delta Force, and he worked with the Family Research Council. He said, the reason we're in a war against Islam and our God is stronger than their God, right? And he said, I know that my God is real and that their God is an idol. And that he tells the Muslims, you have underestimated our God, right? This guy he was using our God. He was saying that over and over again as he was justifying kind of a war against Islam, right? And you listen to that guy. I don't think that guy was associated with Family Research Council. He was an evangelical Christian, but you look at the statements that William Boykin, the U.S. Army general, made, right? His remarks about the U.S. battling Satan. It was in 2003. He said, the war on terror is the U.S. battling Satan. He said, quote, I knew my God was bigger than his. I knew that my God was real. I was a real God, and his God was an idol. Ouch. And then also he said, George W. Bush, why is this man in the White House? The majority of Americans did not vote for him. Why is he there? I tell you this morning, is that he is in the White House because God put him there. There you go. George W. Bush was not elected by a majority of the voters. He was appointed by God. That's a direct quote from this guy, Jerry Boykin. And so at the same time the USA was invading Iraq, as the neoconservatives were riding high, the Bush administration was the height of neoconservatism. Part of it was the evangelical Christian right. And the evangelical Christian right was very much Odinist. It was Odinism dressed up as Christianity in a lot of ways, right? I mean, and you read the statements. I can show you. This is actually his wiki quote page, right? You can read all the stuff Jerry Boykin said. That stuff and the song, that I've been referencing here that I won't be singing for you all, it all matches, right? It all matches. And so I just wanted to share that with all of you tonight.
They retracted that letter, that peace letter. So Americans want peace. Americans are demanding peace. And our corrupt squad, the fraud squad, as Jimmy Dore calls them, they are sucking there's children here, of the corporate warmongers. So everybody in America needs to rise up for peace. We need to rise up for prosperity. We need to demand an equitable solution. And we need to get the hell out of Ukraine. Thank you.
Great. Very good. So
Part of the reason we're out here is because we believe in free speech. We believe the FBI should not be coordinating with Twitter to shut down people's views. We're out here because we think the charges against the People's Democratic Uhuru movement should be dropped. We're out here to say that you have the right to your opinion here in America, whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, a Libertarian, a Socialist, a Communist, an Anarchist, or whatever. In America, you got freedom of speech. And we got a group of billionaire bankers that run this country that don't believe that. They want a low-wage police state. I don't care what your opinion is about 9/11. I don't care what your opinion is about vaccines. I believe in freedom of speech. So my good friend Eric he's going to give a presentation here. He's going to come up and give some remarks. He's a longtime free speech activist. Go ahead, Eric.
I just want to, by the way, I wasn't sure why they had the American flags here today. Is it because they're getting ready to burn them, or are they ready to reinvigorate the concept of freedom?
That's right. That's right. The American Republic.
That's right.
American
now they
democracy.
have the American flag because the American flag represents the best of America. I think people have forgotten about that. They forgot that codified in our Constitution is the Bill of Rights, and they wouldn't have been able to pass the so-called Constitution of the United States unless those who were advocating it agreed to sign a Bill of Rights.
That's right.
Hey, that's the way it happened. The people that wanted to consolidate power and centralize it in the 1780s in this country were forced to acquiesce to the people's demands for their rights. And that's why the American flag is here. I don't think we need to burn it. What we need to do is raise it high. Raise the flag high, which represents the best of America. I think a lot of people have forgotten that there are things about this country, many, many great things about this country that a lot of people have forgotten about, but I haven't forgotten about them. And of course, we need to carry that on. Now I want to say another thing. Free O'Malley! Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Free O'Malley!
Now a lot of people don't even know who O'Malley is, but he's a great, long-time anti-colonialist, advocate of freedom for the black community in St. Louis and Florida. And O'Malley was arrested on a bunch of trumped-up charges. They just made him up out of thin air. They can do anything. They can create an incident in Washington, D.C. called January 6th, right? Have you heard of that? Yeah. And who created that incident? Well, you just got to look at what Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell did.
That's right.
Well, what did Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell do? They denied the request of the Capitol Police for the National Guard to be on duty that day. And they knew that an incident was being instigated that would enable them to create more artificial enemies of the Democratic Party and bring a bunch of people into an alliance in a war between the left and the right. And that is exactly what they've been up to for the past 3 years. The war between the left and the right, which is total rubbish. Total rubbish. Nothing but superficiality and false issues, irrelevant nonsense. And I'm glad to see some people recognize that. The fact that it's all baloney. The fact that it's all baloney. So we need to reunite people around the war. Now, I'll be real quick. I just want to say another thing about the so-called war in Ukraine, which has been going on for the past 10 years. Well, it's been going on for 10 years, and what has been going on? What has been going on in Ukraine was revealed by Angela Merkel, the president of Germany, or the prime minister, chancellor of Germany. Angela Merkel, a longtime agent of the oligarchs of the planet, organized in Davos, Switzerland. Of course, Angela Merkel, they like to blurt out the truth once in a while. The only reason, now get this, people, this is your Chancellor of Germany. What did she say? Okay, she said the only reason that Ukraine signed the peace agreement with the agreement of Germany, NATO, and the United States was to give Ukraine time to build up an army to start a war with Russia. They gave them 8 years to build up an army because the war was planned by Angela Merkel and the other freaks that inhabit the high offices of Europe and the United States. Well, guess what? We know that. We know that. We know they started this war. Russia didn't start the war. Are you kidding? Angela Merkel told me what happened. They deliberately started this war like they started the war in Iraq, like they started the war in Libya, like they started the war in Syria. Who started the war? Who started the First World War? If you look far enough back, you'll see it's the same people that started all these wars. So don't be fooled by cheap imitations of journalists that are on every TV station telling you that Russia invaded Ukraine. Baloney. They're defending their right to freedom and independence at a world that creates false incidents in order to destroy.
We are here outside of the historic Riverside Church in Harlem, New York City. Historic church involved with the civil rights movement and many other struggles. Big center for ban the bomb protests. It's where Martin Luther King famously gave his speech condemning the Vietnam War and talking about how we needed some sort of democratic socialism.
Went on a Sunday to pass out these, and the people were friendly. This last part, hope that one day we could all merge together.
Talks about the Kim Il-sungya. It was a symbol of friendship between Indonesia and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea at the time when Sukarno, who was part of the non-aligned movement. When people think about North Korea, they think about military parades. They think of people starving in the streets. They think of very dire-looking cities. This is something that's full of life and hope and optimism. It's a flower that only grows in a socialist country, and it's hard to get because of the sanctions that have been imposed on North Korea and that are very harsh and unfair.
They were like saying, is there a garden or is there a flower shop that they sell this? And I'm like, well, you have to find out. And I told them about that Kim Il-sungya flower, and the back part I kept reading.
and your independence. And we need to wake up as many people to the ridiculous agenda that they're pursuing and come up with a brand new political movement and political party that's going to recognize obvious realities. And, of course, we know what they are. So thanks a lot for everybody that's attending here today, and let's march on to the United Nations.
All right, so next we're going to have some music. My friend Brian has got a few people that are going to join him. They're going to perform a song for us. So we're going to have a musical interlude here. And pretty soon we're going to march up to the UN, where a religious religious gathering is taking place. A lot of pastors, a lot of priests, a lot of rabbis are at the UN. We're going to march up and join them, but we're going to continue our anti-imperialist speak out for now. But it looks like we're going to have some music when Brian gets together. We're going to have some music. That's going to be good. We're going to have kind of a musical interlude. But we're here to support political prisoners, to say hands off the Uhuru movement. We're here to stand against the danger of a new world war. We're many different organizations. We're the Rage Against the War Machine. We're the Center for Political Innovation. We're the People's Party. We're the Libertarian Party. We are you. We are you because you don't want the low-wage police state. So I guess we're going to have the musical interlude. We're ready for a musical interlude? Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So we're going to sing a song, and the chorus is "Babylon is fallen to rise no more." And I'm here with my comrades, and please, anybody who feels so moved, join in on this chorus. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Hail the day so long expected. Hail the year of full release. Zion's walls are now erected, and her watchmen publish peace. Through our Shiloh's wide dominion, hear the trumpet loudly roar. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. All her merchants stand with wonder. What is this that comes to pass? Murmuring like the distant thunder and crying, oh, alas, alas. So well the sound, ye kings and nobles, priests and people, the rich and poor. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Below the trumpet in Mount Zion, Christ is come the second time, ruling with the rod of iron, all who now as foes combine. Babel's garments we've rejected, and our fellowship is o'er. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Babylon is fallen, is fallen, is fallen. Babylon is fallen to rise no more. Yeah. We gotta take it to Wall Street. We gotta take it to the international interests that want to defeat the will of the people and subject us to tyranny.
Sorry, gotta yell.
Yes, yes. Sorry. All right.
Gotta scream at the people.
Yeah.
Let's do a remix.
Okay, I'm Irene from the Libertarian Party.
Hi.
like to welcome the third speaker, Mr. Caleb Maupin, the founder and director of CPI. Let's welcome.
Well, I'm an Irish American, and Irish American folks are known as good storytellers, and normally when I speak before an audience, I just kind of speak from the heart like I am right now. But because my time is limited, and there's so many great dynamic individuals here, I actually wrote out what I'm going to say, and so I will read you my brief presentation. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's really an honor to be included in this important event. I want to thank Bishop Joy Terriot, Guru G, and Julie Hatulin for including my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, in this panel with so many amazing individuals. As an innovationist, I take pride in the fact that we stand on the shoulders of so many giants who have advocated for peace and social justice in generations of the past, including so many great women. Harriet Tubman, Helen Keller, Anna Louise Strong, Rosa Luxemburg, and St. Joan of Arc, to name just a few. I also think it's important that we look back on the struggle that was key in founding the United Nations, and that was the struggle of humanity against the menace of fascism. During the Second World War, and in the lead up to it, we saw some of the ugliest recorded crimes against humanity, in particular, crimes against women. The Japanese fascists subjected over 200,000 women, many of them Korean, Chinese, or Filipina, to being enslaved as comfort women by the Japanese military. It was not until 1993 that these horrendous crimes were even widely discussed or acknowledged by the international community. Often, these women were taken hundreds of miles away from their homes to different countries, and after the war, they never had the ability to return home. Most of those who survived this treatment were never able to get married because of either the social stigma or the lingering trauma that came from being a victim of such an atrocity. When Japanese politicians gloss over this history, or school textbooks make light of these crimes of the Japanese imperialists against peoples throughout Asia during the Second World War, this reveals a deeply troubling arrogance. In the name of a kind of Cold War-style campism, Western countries will look the other way as Japan's crimes are downplayed while they point fingers at China and seek to justify U.S. military expansion in the Pacific. In doing so, they are engaged in a dangerous path of unlearning some of the most important lessons of the Second World War. During this conflict, which laid the basis for the United Nations, the Soviet Union, China, America, Great Britain all stood together as allies. After the Second World War, the United Nations and other international institutions gave special attention to opposing any doctrine of racial supremacy, understanding the horrors that such mistaken thinking could lead to. During the Second World War, U.S. Vice President Henry Wallace proclaimed, "The object of this war is to make sure that everyone can have a quart of milk to drink every day." He emphasized the message of U.S. President Roosevelt that the roots of fascism lay in hungry stomachs and economic suffering. Wallace went on to say, "Some have spoken of the American century, but I say the century on which we are entering, the century that will come into being after this war, can be and must be the century of the common man." And I am sure that he meant also the common woman, because he went on to say that the horror of fascism, quote, "unleashes the ferocity of the she-bear who has lost a cub." The American people will fight with a relentless fury, which will drive the ancient Teutonic gods back cowering into their caves. The Gotterdammerung has come for Odin and his crew. The United Nations was formed to make sure no horrendous event like the Second World War could ever occur again. That is why it is urgent that the international community come together to stop the relentless U.S. attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is equally urgent that a serious, realistic peace plan be put into effect in Donbass so that Russia and Ukraine can no longer be at war. The international community must stick with its consensus of one China and avoid stoking tensions in the Pacific. The hope for moving forward toward the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula must be revived. Cuba must be permitted to import fuel and participate in the international energy markets like any other nation. But none of these words should be interpreted as anti-American. I'm a patriotic American, and as we approach the 250-year anniversary of our great nation, let us remember that our country was born in a revolution that celebrated individual rights and religious liberty. It rejected the economic model of global trade set out by the British Empire, and our American Revolution asserted the right of our country to build up its own economy. We must now recognize that trade between nations and free development, win-win cooperation, is the road to peace. When education is available and when opportunity is presented, the conditions of women improve amid healthier social relations. Let us look forward to a world without human trafficking, domestic violence, forced sterilization, and so many injustices that have plagued the women of the world. And let us each day focus our efforts on achieving such a reality for the global community. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caleb, for touching the very sensitive issues. Comfort women.
What a day. Some of us been up since 3 o'clock this morning, reflecting on the last day of the month for women. What a day is today. It's a historic day. Can you imagine in the Security Council, a First Lady held the chair in the month of March? Melania Trump. What a day. Women discuss her role as a woman in the month of March. What a day. In discussing that issue, we brought in the youth who went to Montpellier, France, during the Olympics with Dr. Bass. The youth went to Mexico City discussing the issue and a declaration for peace that they want and shaping the world they want from the Security Council. During the General Assembly, future of peace, future of peace, how they may frame it. But you can imagine they invited Queen Mother to join them with my sneakers on, spending time with them and watching the Olympics with them. But Montpellier is where they worked. I will never forget the youth, what they want out of the Security Council. And that is peace building, peacekeeping, peace education, and it goes on and on. I advise all of us to pick up the declarations, what they have done, under the leadership of Dr. Bass. I say to you, Dr. Dada, my dearly beloved daughter, look at these documents which we gave to the U.S. mission today, to the First Lady of the United States of America. Hear what your youth are saying and what they want from the sound of the word peace that we discuss here today. In the White House, we have an attorney waiting for the documents that we mailed today and went to the mission and delivered. But we have someone at the White House waiting for these documents today. So what a day this is, hearing the voice of the young people and what they want as they shape the world for peace and tranquility, security, working together and understanding each other, what that means in interfaith. Guru, they using your words and your work, interfaith at the United Nations. And right now, look at every religion is bowing to God, whatever name that is greater than themselves at this time. Healing is happening. And mothers, the girl child, the daughter, the sister, it is your time. And bring and usher in peace, which you must do, since you usher in life. Queen Mother says, peace, peace, peace.
You.
Virus other than tyranny and fear. They told you to not hug your grandmother. They told you to go into your home and lock down so that you could not get that virus flying through the air with the greatest of ease. And then they forced and coerced you to wear a mask that does not work. And then they forced and coerced you to take an experimental messenger ribonucleic acid injection that goes into your cells, into your ribosomes, and makes you make that exact same spike protein they told you you couldn't hug grandma for. And you listened. We the people need to realize that there is no reason whatsoever to lock ourselves into our homes for a respiratory virus. It is absolutely absurd. They will always mutate. What does this have to do with
wake up. May God bless you.
All right. Thank you, and that's what's special about this rally here. This is a free speech rally. We're not canceling people, we're not censoring people, and we don't agree with each other. We have different viewpoints here. Some of us are from the Libertarian Party, some of us are from socialist organizations, some of us are from the Rage Against the War Machine Coalition, some of us are from the Center for Political Innovation, and we are here to stand up against censorship. We're here to stand up against the attacks on the Uber movement. We're calling for peace, peace on the Korean Peninsula, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Venezuela, peace with Iran, peace with Cuba, peace with all the countries in the world. We're for independent economic development. We're for raising people out of poverty. We're for high-speed railway. We are for computers. We are for technology. We are for advancing. And in a little bit, we're going to march up to the big religious gathering that's happening at the UN. You go to NY Peace March.
We're for clean water, too.
Yeah, we're for clean water as well. If you go to nypeacemarch.com, you can see that today, thousands of people are gathering at the United Nations from religious organizations, and we are going to march up to the UN and join them here in a little bit. So I think my friend Brian wants to play another song, and then after that we might have a couple more speakers, and then we're heading up to the UN, where thousands of people are gathered for a peace gathering sponsored by a number of churches and synagogues here in the city. Brian, are you gonna play another song for us? Sure. Go ahead.
You may know this. This is an old song. It comes out of the Second Great Awakening. This is the basis for We Shall Not Be Moved. The original lyrics are I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. Everybody, I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. Gonna pitch my tent on this campground. I'm gonna shout, oh, Satan's kingdom down, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. And I went down in the valley to pray. My soul got happy and I stayed all day, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. And I'm a-going up to the mountain top. The logs are gonna preach and the church is gonna rock, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. I shall not be moved. All right, we've been speaking out here for quite some time, but next we're going to hear from a friend of mine from the People's Party. This is Theo Talcott. Go ahead.
So you're invited to the Peace March up at the UN. It's at 47th Street between 1st and 2nd. It's 2 to 5 today. Please come join the Peace They've made their big move with the Department of Defense contracts for bioweapons. They want to lower the population. We need to stand up against these monsters. Protect humanity from the jabs. Protect humanity from the bioweapons. We have plenty on this planet to feed everybody and take.
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam, they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying hands off Iran. Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America.
Where does the word proletarian come from? Well, we have to go back to ancient Rome, don't we? Does anyone know what the word proletarian literally means? It actually literally means one who has children. That is the definition of a proletarian. That's really what it means. The class, the ones who procreate. And the reason that was the term used for certain people in ancient Rome is in Rome you had slave owners and you had slaves, and the proletarians were neither slaves nor masters. And all they had were their children. They didn't own any land, they didn't own any property, but no one else owned them. They were the class that had nothing but their children. The only way they could have property is if they had children. Your children were considered to be part of your property. And the proletariat had never existed before until ancient Rome. You know, in other societies, you have slaves, you have masters, you have serfs, you have landowners. There'd never been a proletariat before. And that's why when great kings from all over the world, when Cleopatra and others visited Rome, they were shocked because they knew that Rome was the capital of the world. This was the capital of the modern world, the center of this global empire. But they would see homeless people on the streets. They would say, how can this be? How can this be? Well, that's because when you have proletarians, you have homeless people. Because if the proletarian can't sell their labor, they can't survive. And so this great city had a big problem of all these crowds of desperately poor and homeless people. And Julius Caesar, part of the way he built up his power is he became a champion of the proletariat. And he started passing laws to help the proletariat and things like that. And that's part of why he was killed. This is what you have to remember about Rome. See, back in Rome, we understand, they had the polytheism, where they believed in different gods. And the way Rome was set up was that every section of society, they had their own rites and religious practices. The navy of Rome, they worshiped the god Neptune, and they had a special temple for the god of the ocean, Neptune, and they had special rituals that only sailors would engage in because they were worshiping the god Neptune. There were parts of the military that worshiped Mars, who was the god of war, and they had certain ceremonies they would engage in, and these were called the mystery cults, right? It was based on your profession. You prayed to a certain god, you engaged in certain rituals. There were certain teachings that you learned as you became, if you were a sailor for a few more years, you'd learn more about the legend of Neptune and his life. And these were called the mystery religions, the mystery cults. This is how Rome was set up, as they had this. And as the proletariat in Rome started organizing and started withholding their labor and saying to the employers, the pipe fitters and the bricklayers, they started to develop their own mystery religion.
A lot of them were from Greece. A lot of them were Jews from Palestine. And when they would get together and organize as the proletariat, they started to worship their own God. And they started to have their own mystery religion, if you will call it that. And they started to worship Jesus the carpenter. This is a historical fact. Go read The Foundations of Christianity by Karl Kautsky. Christianity as a religion began as the political expression of the Roman proletariat. That's what it began as. The proletarians were asserting their rights and fighting back against their employers. They developed their own mystery religion. They worshipped a craftsman just like they were. A lot of them were Jews from Palestine. And they began to organize and to fight for the rights of the proletariat. And, as we know, back in ancient Rome, the Romans were not particularly thrilled about this, and that Christians were being persecuted, etc. But after the Christians continued, and after so many of them had been fed to lions, and so many of them had been burned at the stake, and it still existed, there started to be some within the Roman ruling elite who started to say, well, maybe there's parts of this Christianity thing that we can co-opt for ourselves. We have this problem with homeless children. These Christians, they build orphanages. So maybe we could find some good Christians to build orphanages and deal with this homeless children problem, And all over the empire, we have all these people fighting against us. And when they rally against us, they always have their own God they rally around. But these Christians, they believe in only one God. So we could outlaw all the other gods and just have one God. And so you saw Christianity being co-opted and adjusted and taken from being a revolutionary movement and turned into a mechanism for stabilizing the empire. And the Christians, when the early Christians were talking, they were talking about how one day Jesus was going to return and he was going to tear down the empire. And they were going to create a society where the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And those who were loyal reigned for 1,000 years. However, as Christianity was getting watered down and adjusted, it started to become, you should obey the Roman Empire because, look ahead to the next life. Think about the next life, be obedient and submissive. And Christianity was being watered down and adjusted to serve the needs of the Roman Empire. And if you think about it, that's a lot like something that's happened to our movement. There are elements that have taken socialism, the movement of the proletariat, and turned it into a mechanism for trying to stable their empire. You think about Jesus Christ. How would Jesus Christ feel if he returned now to see a church with a Ukrainian flag supporting the neo-Nazis in it? But then, dare I go there?
Go there.
How would Lenin or Stalin or William Z. Foster or Gus Hall feel if they saw the disgraceful organization that calls itself the Communist Party USA? So much evil is being done in the name of our movement right now. What began as a movement to liberate the proletariat and destroy empires has been hijacked as a mechanism for trying to stabilize their empire. And people say, well, Caleb, don't be sectarian, don't be divisive, don't talk about this. We have a responsibility to talk about this. We have absolutely a responsibility to talk about this. If you want to read some angry writing, go and read the writings of Vladimir Lenin when World War I was breaking out. Because World War I would not have happened if it weren't for socialists who sold out and let it happen. And if the socialist movement had stuck to its principles and said, we'll never send workers to kill other workers, World War I wouldn't have happened. But they sold out, they abandoned their principles, and 20 million workers were sent to their deaths. And if you read Lenin's writings, this is what he says. Neither we nor anyone else can calculate precisely what portion of the proletariat is following or will follow the social chauvists and opportunists. This will be revealed only by the struggle, and it will be definitely decided only by the socialist revolution. And it is therefore our duty, if we wish to remain socialists, to go down lower and deeper to the real masses. Amen. This is the whole meaning and the whole purport of the struggle against opportunism. By exposing the fact that the opportunists and social chauvinists are in reality betraying and selling out the interests of the masses, that they are defending the temporary privileges of a minority of workers, that they are vehicles for bourgeois ideas and influences, that they are really allies and agents of the bourgeoisie, we teach the masses to appreciate their true political interests and to fight for socialism and for the revolution
all through the long and painful vicissitudes of imperialist war and imperialist armistices. The only Marxist line in the world labor movement is to explain to the masses the inevitability and the necessity of breaking with opportunism, and to educate them for revolution by waging a relentless struggle against opportunism, to utilize the experience of war to expose the utter vileness of national labor politics. So when we have a situation like this, where the imperialists are stirring us up for war against Russia, and we see organization after organization and entity after entity that speaks in the name of socialism supporting that, it is our duty to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is what our job is. And it's not our job to try and please them. And it's not our job to try and go to them and accommodate them and be part of them. It is our job to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is our job. We should be knocking on doors in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Kentucky and Minneapolis and wherever to tell people about why to oppose the synthetic left. That's what our job should be. Out of the movement! 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 I was on a show with libertarians, Pasta was here earlier, and, they were saying, well, Caleb, we see how corrupt the government of the United States is. Why would you want to expand the government? And I said, I want you to imagine we had a different kind of government. Instead of having a government that's weak and pathetic and rolled over and does whatever Jeff Bezos and Wall Street said, let's imagine for a moment that we had a government that kicked Jeff Bezos' ass. Let's imagine a government that fought against the rich and powerful and was strong enough to rejuvenate this country and rebuild it, and was strong enough to say that Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela would be great friends in doing so. They want growth, we want growth, and let's kick the degrowthers out of Washington, D.C. Imagine we had a government like that. And let me also add that Che Guevara, he very famously said that true revolutionaries are motivated by great feelings of love. And that's a cliche, it gets thrown out by socialists a lot, but it's really important for us to understand it now, because you can't organize people if you hate them. You can't organize people if you look down on them. You can't organize people if you think you're better than them. And that a lot of what passes for socialism these days is academic elitism, and it's contempt for the masses of people. They don't love the masses of people. So of course they can't organize them. We have to learn to love people, and it's hard. And there's a lot of backward ideas out there. But an old communist once said to me, it's the only working class we got, Caleb, and this is our responsibility. This is our responsibility. We have to do the hard work, and the hard work is not staying safe in our movement safe spaces and accommodating them and compromising our principles in order to appease them. The hard work is going out of the movement to the masses.
That's right.
AOC, good night. I wanted to like AOC. I'm photographed with AOC. Before she was AOC even, when she had just announced her campaign, I went to a reception and I wanted to like AOC. That's the wrong attitude to have, that we should want to just call out anybody, right? If there's this young woman and she's running for Congress and she believes in socialism, we should have wanted to like her, but you can't like her now because she's pro-imperialist. And she's made that abundantly clear. But we should try, right? We should have the attitude that anyone who comes along in the power structure could be an ally, and we should try to maintain alliances if possible. It's not possible with AOC. I looked at that tweet she made at the Super Bowl. Did people see this? Yeah, so at the Super Bowl, there was a Christian group, and they made an ad. And the ad, it showed Jesus bringing people together, saying, love your enemies. It showed like children hugging each other and stuff like that. And it was promoting Jesus. She tweets out, I doubt Jesus would spend $1 million to make fascism look better. Wow. Well, that's reprehensible. No, it'd be one thing if this was an ad opposing abortion or if this was an ad opposing gay marriage. This was just an ad promoting Christian love and brotherhood, and she calls it fascist. That's bigotry, And if there was an ad for Islam and she responded that way, people would call it out. If there was an ad for Judaism and she responded that way, people would call it out. We ought to call that out, and we ought to say to our Christian brothers in the working class, AOC is pushing bigotry against you, and that's not okay. And Ilhan Omar, another member of our great squad, she posted, it was something about January 6th. And she said, well, people aren't rallying behind Trump because of their economic suffering, she said. She said, it's not because of economic hardships or injustice. She said, they're just losing their privilege. And I look at that ad and I think, I'm a socialist because I believe everyone has the right to a job, has the right to housing, has the right to education. And when people are losing their jobs and homes, and when communities are falling apart, it's not someone losing their privilege. It's a violation of their rights. And this is an opportunity for solidarity. Now, you all are great. I've been talking to you all, and we've had some great speeches here. And, you know, I really want to spend my time in this room, but for just a moment, I want to speak to the isolated, lonely, negative, millennial or Zoomer communist who's watching this at home on YouTube. And I'm going to speak directly to them in the camera. You're watching this, and you're feeling a lot of negativity. And you're watching this, and you're frustrated, and you're angry. And your politics are motivated by anger and frustration. They're frustrated by isolation. And that's understandable in a society like the one we live in, where death is all around you. Death is everywhere in this society. People are dying of opioids. People are killing themselves. We've got the danger of a new world war hanging over our horizon. Death is everywhere. There's a huge effort from social media, from mainstream media, to try and get you to die. For just a moment, I want you to look inside of yourself and listen to the part of yourself that wants to live.
That's right!
If you're going to choose life, you're going to need brothers. You're going to need sisters. You're going to need comrades. You're going to need to learn to rely on people. You're going to need to learn to get along with people. You're going to need to learn to deal with people sometimes letting you down or doing things that disappoint you. But if you're going to live, you can't do it alone. You need a community. You need people to struggle with. And my whole adult life has been spent in communist organizations, and I can't imagine what life would be without this. But a lot of people say to me, Caleb, you got this great job as a reporter. Just, make a YouTube video every so often. No. When it comes to politics, for me, it is all about building an organization. It is all about building a community. That's why we're here. And we're here, and there's many people right now all over this country who are longing for something to believe in. And the ruling class is telling them that there is no truth. There is no God, there is no truth, there's nothing worth fighting for, there's nothing worth dying for. Just roll over and be degrown so we can save our system. And we are here to say we will resist. And we are going to build a solid block, and we are going to come together, and it's going to be difficult, and we're going to get on each other's nerves, and we're going to make mistakes, but it must be done. There is no alternative. We must build our organization. And I just want to point this out. It's almost like they've given us a gift. Because for years, the reason that Americans wouldn't become communists was they were told, well, communism is against the American dream. It's against the American way of life. Well, now the ruling class is saying the American dream is over. There is no American way of life. Just whip yourself and be full of shame about the evils of this country. Well, actually, that's an opportunity for us to step up and say, actually, there are things in the history of this country to be proud of. We can be proud of the labor movement. We can be proud of John Brown. We can be proud of Fred Hampton. And we can be proud to be part of the legacy of resistance to the evil empire that has existed here. It's an opportunity for us. They're giving us a gift. In addition to that, for years, Americans have been told, oh, you can't be a communist because communists are atheists, and they don't believe in Christianity. But now the ruling class is saying there is no God, and Christianity is fascism, and anyone who believes in any principle is an agent of fascism trying to brainwash you or control you. So that gives us an opportunity to say, well, we're going to stand up for the belief that there is something worth living for, that it is worth living for the sake of others, it is worth sacrificing for a higher purpose. This is a huge opportunity for us, a huge opportunity for us. And for a long time, they've told us, oh, you can't be a communist. You can't be a communist because in America, anyone can work hard. Anyone can go out and achieve their dreams and be rich. And communism's against that. But now look at the United States. The whole place is falling apart, and their message to us is, oh, we should all be poorer. We should just accept it. We're a cancer on the planet, and we should all be poorer. Well, we can say if you want the American dream, if you want a better future for your children, if you want the roads paved in your neighborhood, you want jobs and schools and opportunities, you got to be a communist. They're giving us a huge gift. Everything Americans believe in, they are handing to us on a silver platter. We just have to take it. And they are really scared of anybody taking it. They're terrified of this. Since 2008, they've been warning about the dangers of populism. Populism is the most dangerous thing ever because they know it's only a matter of time before we band together and start fighting to defend our schools and jobs and communities and coming together and realizing we have a common interest, rejecting their low-wage police state and building a new America, and doing so in solidarity with Russia and China and Venezuela and all the countries they've told us to hate. They hate us and they hate those countries, so I think we can bond together against our common enemy, don't you? And so I'll just end by emphasizing what I said before, which is that we have to learn to love. And if we can't learn to love, we can't learn to love our community, love the people in our country, love the people in our communities, if we can't learn to be patient with them, we have no hope. The time for being bitter and isolated and pessimistic is over. We have a very serious task ahead of us. The stakes are getting higher. It's time to get out of the movement and get to the masses. It's time to build the Center for Political Innovation. It's time to take our jobs seriously. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Thank you.
Why should we be beggars with our ballot in our hands? God gave the land to the people. Sound the blast of freedom, boys, and send it far and wide. March along to victory, for God is on our side. While the voice of nature thunders o'er the rising tide, God gave the land for the people. Shout is swelling from the east and from the west. Why should we beg for and let the landlords take the best? Make them pay their taxes or the land must beg the rest. The land was meant for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The land, the ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. The banner has been raised on high to face the battle din. The army now is marching on the struggle to begin. We'll never cease our efforts till the victory we win. And the land is free for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The land, the ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. Clear the way to liberty, the land must all be free. Britons will not falter and the smart fighting person speaks. Still the flag we love so well shall wave from sea to sea. For the land that is free for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people.
Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war.
Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war. Peace, not war.
I was already down the block, but that's what I see. I get really excited about it. Yeah, the next one's going to go. Now we're marching to the UN. I'm sure.
Peace, not war. 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 Peace, not.
Free speech now. 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 Russians and Chinese are not our enemies. 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 Russians and Chinese. Russians and Chinese are not our enemies. 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 Russians and Chinese are not our enemies.
Thanks, guys.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with
China.
Peace with Russia.
All right, we're here at the United Nations because we're deeply concerned about the danger of a new world war. The USA is pouring weapons onto the island of Taiwan. The USA is pouring weapons into Ukraine, prolonging this ugly conflict that has taken so many lives. We're here to say that Russians are not our enemies. Chinese are...
I really need you to go there and see for yourself. You have no job. You guys have no jobs. You're getting paid to do this. And you're occupying the streets. Yes.
So we're here at New York City's Columbus Circle. A crowd is gathering. The call is for Jewish Voices for Peace, Jews for Economic Justice, others gathering to protest U.S. policy supporting Israel and its crimes against the Palestinian people.
Fascism defeated must never be repeated. Fascism defeated must never be repeated. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people.
Now, this is the target of the protest, Trump International Hotel here at Columbus Circle. And as you can see, there's already quite a bit of police presence assembled around the hotel as the crowd is growing. The crowd intends to target Trump International Hotel. There's rumors of some kind of planned civil disobedience. So we'll have to see how things go.
It's a genocide that's unfolding in real time that we've been watching unfold over the last 21 months, and it's imperative that we end it as soon as possible.
I'm seeing images that are identical to Auschwitz on television, and I know that this genocide is occurring. It can't lie to me anymore.
I mean, what's happening is an affront to our shared humanity. It's an affront, that it's happening in the name of Jews. We're here today to protest the starvation, ethnic cleansing of Gaza, and specifically to come together as Jews from a range of ideological positions to say, Jews say no more, and to speak in a unified voice against what's happening.
Clearly, it's because Trump is the president and he's surrounded by Zionists who enforce the most militant and genocidal of policies.
The United States government has considerable leverage that could stop Netanyahu and stop what's happening right now in Gaza, so we're calling on Trump. We're also calling on the rest of our community to join us, to use the considerable power of the United States government to ensure that we're not starving children in Gaza anymore, or adults.
He is not doing anything for the American people. This is Israel first. It's billionaires first, but it's not people first. It's not human beings first. It's certainly not children first. Turn off the TV, turn off the mainstream news, go on YouTube, go on TikTok, go find out, go to the sources, look up Ilan Pape, Norman Finkelstein, Judge Napolitano, and you will start to unravel this. You've been deceived, you've been lied to your whole life. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but it's really true. And Israelis more than anyone have actually been deceived. They're actually victims, I think, in the end. They've been raised to be racist, genocidal maniacs, and this was their opportunity to grab more land. That's what this is about. It's about greater Israel. And if you look at the founders of Israel, from Ben Gurion and the original terrorists who actually were terrorists who attacked British ambassadors and blew up hotels, then you'll see that this entire government of Israel is based on terroristic tactics, and yet they call other people terrorists. They are a state, a terror state, and we need to do everything we possibly can to stop them. Boycott, stop letting any money go to there, stop sending weapons, send the U.S. Marines in, and force those Israelis into Gaza to clean it up. That's what I say.
So We're going to see what happens. There's an army of police here. This is certainly a high security site. We're in Columbus Circle. The protesters are now going to start moving toward the Trump International Hotel. We're here at Columbus Circle at the protest. We're going to see what happens next. The protesters have now approached Trump's International Hotel. They're singing a traditional Jewish song as a statement of protest against the ongoing death in Gaza. There's quite a moment here. There's a line of police in front of Trump's hotel. There's a large crowd. They continue to sing the traditional Hebrew song in protest.
I'll give you 2 minutes here, but I don't mind if you keep marching, but we can't just block the street, okay? If you want to march, you're welcome to go ahead.
We're here in front of Trump's International Hotel. As you can see, the protesters have blocked off the main street. They've assembled. They have their banners and placards. The police have urged them to move. This is intended to be some kind of symbolic act of civil disobedience. The Trump Hotel is surrounded by police. The protesters are occupying the street in front of them. The police officer has repeatedly urged them on the bullhorn to disperse.
On the sidewalk now. If you do so voluntarily, no charges will be placed against you. If you remain in the roadway and refuse to use the available sidewalk, you will be subject to arrest. This is the New York City Police Department. You are unlawfully walking in the roadway. I am ordering you to go back on the sidewalk now. If it's in a transport vehicle or resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crime. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, I am ordering your arrest for violating New York City traffic rules. If you do not accompany the arresting officer voluntarily to the prisoner transport traffic rules. If you do not accompany the arresting officer voluntarily to the prisoner transport vehicle or resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crime. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, I am ordering your arrest for violating New York City traffic rules. If you do not accompany the arresting officer voluntarily to the prisoner transport vehicle or resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crime. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, I am ordering your arrest for violating New York City traffic rules.
And pessimism is being pumped out constantly. Pessimism is everywhere in the times that we are living in. A lot of young men in particular feel that they're on trial every day. The problem with the so-called socialists and communists out there is that largely their political movement is at this point just an expression of that pessimism. When Stalin took power in the Soviet Union, they went out and they built the world's largest power plants.
When Lenin said that communism is Soviet power plus electrification, I decided that I should become an electrical engineer, that was my holy duty. And I didn't want to just draw up plans, I wanted to build an electric power station. That was my mission, and I achieved it. Stalin set a task, build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him, and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible, at one of the most difficult times, to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people, and the love of the people for their idol. Because for us, Stalin was an idol.
But yet, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, their platform called for taking apart America's power grid and getting rid of all of the coal power, all the oil power, immediately converting to wind and solar panels and basically de-electrifying America. So much of what the so-called left does is they push this resentment and rage and tearing people down. This actually serves that Malthusian pessimism that the ruling elite are promoting. They're not building a movement to rescue the country and break it out of imperialism. They're building a movement to stoke resentment and pessimism. They're drawing, honestly, in some ways, from the dialectical materialist philosophy. Karl Marx believed that there was no God, and that all that existed was material reality, and that conflict defined reality. And with that worldview, it leads one to a very, very dark place, a hopeless place, right? If you believe that there is nothing spiritual, there's nothing higher, and on top of that, you believe that conflict is the only thing that can bring fulfillment, you're going to see something like what the so-called left is in America. You're going to see something that is just as hopeless and pessimistic and bitter and resentful, and it's going to be very, very hard for them to organize. However, I saw something different. I told you I've been to Iran. I've also been to Venezuela. And when I went to Venezuela in 2015, I visited a place called Comuna Pinal, or the Beehive Commune. It was a collective in central Caracas. And I went there and I saw how this kind of socialist mini-city within a city had been built by the Venezuelan government. And the woman who was in charge of security was a 19-year-old girl. And she was the head of security of this armed militia that protected the place. And she talked about how she had been a homeless child. She didn't even speak Spanish. She was an indigenous, peasant from an indigenous area, and basically she had been homeless living there, and she'd been adopted by a priest who was a socialist. And she grew up in this orphanage run by this socialist priest. And she said, Hugo Chavez was our father. And we watched Hugo Chavez, and we watched his messages every day, and we read and we studied the books that he told us to read, like Les Miserables by Victor Hugo, and the political books. And she says, Chavez raised me. And she told me and the group of Americans that were meeting with her, she said, I'm a religious person. I believe Jesus Christ put me on this earth to die for Hugo Chavez and Bolivarianism and fight against imperialism, and I hope someday I can die for the revolution. That's what she told us. And I was like, wow. And that was her life story. And actually, the Bolivarian communes in Venezuela are modeled on Hezbollah. They actually study the territories controlled by Hezbollah. When Khamenei was killed, right, and the supreme leader of Iran, they said, when he was killed, they said that, well, what a fool he was. He was not hiding, right? He was not hiding, right? Well, he was 86 years old, and that struck home with me because I've been around some Shia Muslims in my time. I went to a workshop of Shia Muslims at Columbia. I spent a long time in Iran. And one Shia Muslim that I heard speak, he said, I am so happy. I am so happy because my grandfather was just murdered, is how he began his speech. And I thought, how are you happy that your grandfather was murdered? He says, because my grandfather was a loyal Shia Muslim. Was a loyal Shia Muslim, was a dedicated Shia Muslim. And every day he would pray, dear God, make me a martyr. And make my children martyrs and make my grandchildren martyrs, because to be a martyr is the highest thing in Shia Islam. And he said he was getting older, and he was a lawyer, and he was representing Shia Muslims, and he was suing some of the ISIS-aligned Al-Qaeda groups. And he said, the whole family was a little bit worried that he might get so old that he died of old age, but praise Allah, he was killed, he was murdered by a terrorist, by an Al-Qaeda terrorist, and so now he got to be a martyr. That was his dream. And Khamenei was 86 years old. He was not a young man, and he was probably thinking, as a good Shia Muslim, I want to be a martyr, right? Because that is the highest honor, right, in Shia Islam. And so, are you going to go hide in your bunker while your country's being bombed? He said, no, I'm going to be up there with my people. I'm going to be in my office organizing things. And if I am martyred, I will be giving an example to my people that it is their duty to go out and fight for what is right. That's what he was preaching.
شما اول بزرگ بشین انشالله قدرتون بلند بشه درس بخونین و عالم بشین و انشالله برای اسلام مفید باشین یه 80-90 سالم عمر کنین بعدم شهید بشین
It's interesting. People demonize Shia Islam for this. You can find the same thing in the Christian Bible. Jesus said, he who gains his life will lose it, but he who loses his life for my sake shall gain it. All throughout the Christian Bible it says that to be a martyr, to die for the faith, to die for what's right, is a great honor. So that's not something particular there, but Noah told my story about how when I was a teenager, I was getting into socialism and communism. I discovered a writer named Anna Louise Strong. Has anyone ever heard of Anna Louise Strong? Yes. Yeah, well, Anna Louise Strong, she was from Nebraska, and that's where she was born, but she went to college at Oberlin College. Her father was a minister, and she was somebody who was very dedicated to child welfare. She was opposed to child labor and the way children were being worked, and she did photo displays about the horrors of child labor. And she was elected to the city council of Seattle as someone who was fighting for reforms for children. She got involved with the labor movement and the struggle to advance the rights of workers. And then when the Soviet Union, when the Russian Revolution happened, she was sponsored by the American Friends Service Committee and the Quakers to go over there and do an investigative report. And she wrote a book called The First Time in History, and she wrote a lot of journalistic accounts of what life was like in the Soviet Union. And she has a book called The Stalin Era, which she wrote after the death of Stalin. And she has a book called I Change Worlds, which is her autobiography. And she talks about how, in her mind, America is associated with growth. America is the idea that you can work hard and achieve your dreams, and you can have hope, and you can work hard, and that's what America meant. And she said in the 1930s, when the Great Depression was happening and people were homeless on the street, America wasn't America anymore. But she went to the Soviet Union, and she said the Soviet Union is the new America, and communism is 20th century Americanism. And she saw, as people of Ukraine and the people of Moldova were mobilizing to build the power plants and build the electrical engineers and build their country up, they were incarnating what she considered to be an American spirit. And she very much identified with the Second Great Awakening. Do you know about the Great Awakening? Now, the Great Awakening was before the American Revolution. There was kind of an upsurge of religious fervor among the American colonists that laid the basis for the American Revolution. And then after American Revolution, you had the Second Great Awakening. And the Second Great Awakening was an upsurge of religious fervor that was opposed to slavery. And a lot of the themes that come out of American Christianity go back to the Second Great Awakening. For example, the song Amazing Grace. That was written by a slave trader who, feared for his life and repented from slavery, and then he wrote a song about turning his life around. I once was lost, but now I'm found. It's amazing grace. The tradition of tent revival preaching, right, where you build a tent and you have church outside, and that comes from the Second Great Awakening. Mormonism, Seventh-day Adventism, a lot of the religious groups that are uniquely American come back to that movement. And what it really was the slaveholders, they had a political stranglehold over the government, because the U.S. Constitution says that a slave is 3/5 of a human being. So in the South, the slaveholders, they were overrepresented in the federal government and on the Supreme Court because they could count 3/5 of their slaves as population. And so the only way that the anti-slavery folks in the North could defeat the slaveholders politically was they had to build a mass movement. And so the Second Great Awakening was kind of a mass movement that was created to push back against the power of the slaveholders and the British Empire that had kind of a stranglehold on the government. And we talk about John Brown, and we talk about Frederick Douglass, and we talk about this was a mass religious movement that was created in America as a way of defeating slavery. And it was really a great moment in American history. It's important at this point to talk about pessimism and how pessimism is everywhere, because pessimism is the greatest curse hanging over our time. Pessimism is everywhere. They want people to believe there's no hope. They want people to believe there's nothing worth standing for, nothing worth fighting for. And a lot of this pessimism is what really holds people back. I think a lot of people just think you can't change anything. Or they think all they can do is listen to a podcast. Or they think all they can do is complain on the internet. When if you build a mass movement, you can change things. Look what we were able to do today. With our small group, we were able to stop the march. We were able to interrupt the speeches. We were able to do a lot with a small group of people because we decided to take action. But it takes confidence and passion to create action. You have to not be ashamed. You have to not be afraid. I know a lot of people, they have a voice in the back of their head that says, you can't do anything. You'll fail. There's no point in trying. And that's what the pandemic was all about. We were all isolated. We were all alone in our homes, all by ourselves, with nothing but the pessimistic, awful internet to look at. All by ourselves. But the best way to fight against that voice that says there is no hope, you're going to fail, the best way to fight against that is with other people. It's to have comrades. It's to have people to work with, to work on achieving a same goal. And that's what they're really afraid of.
We're not our enemies. We are here to stand for peace. We say peace through economic development. Let's build some high-speed railway. Let's have jobs and healthcare and education. The road to peace is eradicating poverty. China is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. Cuba is not our enemy. Iran is not our enemy. Venezuela is not our enemy. It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. It's time to stand for peace. Peace, not war. 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 Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with Russia.
Line up. The coordinator in charge of Caribbean Affairs for the Universal Peace Federation. Let's welcome up Reverend Desmond Green.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. Good afternoon to you. We're standing on top of the world today. We're at the United Nations. And we're here making a supplication to the citizens of this great state of New York.
Thank you.
How are you? Because if we don't know how to create it, will never happen. First of all, we need to...
Oh yeah, okay. We're letting people know about the they're facing criminal charges. So it's a day of action.
And that has to do with our mind and body being united. But that unity between mind and body is our center. And that center should be a great God, who created us in His image and His likeness.
Now we'd like to welcome up the pastor of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Pastor Vladimir Muzichka, representing St. Vladimir Cathedral. Let's welcome him up.
I speak Ukrainian. My friend is later. Найкраще вітання з України.
Greetings from Ukraine.
Всі знають наш край і в якому зараз він в теперішньому стані.
Все понимают, it's very, it's very difficult. Everybody understands how difficult situation in the world right now.
Сьогодні хочу всіх вас привітати молитовно і промовити ті слова від Господа нашого Ісуса Христа. Мир вам!
I'd like to offer my greetings to everyone and say the words of the Jesus, peace upon you.
Мир всьому світові.
The peace to the whole world.
Сьогодні я очень благодарен и признателен нашему епископу Моисею.
Today I'm very grateful to our Bishop Moise.
И всем, кто сегодня тут собрался.
And to everyone who gathered here today.
Сегодня мы вышли на марш мира, чтобы было процветание всем народам, а також и Украине.
Today we come out to the peace march, so there will be benefit to the whole world, including Ukraine.
Господь сказал, что миротворцам и те, что борются за мир, миротворцы, они будут блаженными в Царстве Небесном.
Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, so they be called God's children."
Мы, как представители разных конфессий, мы сегодня всех вместе собираем и боремся за Украину, за мир, за благополучие. Дай, Господи, всем мира и хорошей жизни.
Today we're representative of different religions and the confessions gathered today to proclaim the peace to Ukraine and to the whole world.
Thank you very much. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Thank you so much. Alrighty. So next up, we'd like to welcome up the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. Let's welcome up Caleb Maupin.
I'm deeply humbled to be here today. And, you know, it's funny because my organization is called the Center for Political Innovation. We're not here today to be political. We're here today to do something that brings us all together. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, leftists, rightists, whatever your ideology is, war still kills you. War still destroys you. And what's happening in the world right now is very, very frightening. We're all praying for the children of Ukraine right now. We're all praying for the children on Taiwan right now. We're praying for peace with Russia. We're praying for peace with China. We're praying for peace in the Caribbean, peace in Latin America, peace in Asia, peace in Africa. It's something we can all agree on. And in the back, I want you to notice we brought a banner with us. And that banner has a beautiful picture on it. And that's a picture, regardless of how you feel about American politics, that was a historic moment. When Donald Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un. That was a historic moment. And one thing I think that we can recognize here is that if Korea could come together, if Korea could reconcile, the whole world could come together. If we had peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. There's been so much pain, there's been so much horror, but if Korea could reconcile, the whole world could reconcile. And so we're here today from many different perspectives, many different ideologies, to come together and say that there is hope for peace in the world. And that peace starts with all of us. It starts with a connection with God, with the higher powers in this world that can enable us to overcome the destructive aspects of our humanness and get to something higher, to strive for a higher plane. So I want to thank you. I'm deeply humbled. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. God bless all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caleb. Let's give another round of applause. He said it best. Peace starts with us, right? Peace starts with me. And for our final talk, before we transition to the next portion of the program, I'd like to welcome up the lay leader of the Franciscan Catholic, Mr. Patrick Carolyn.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Young people were saying activist, storyteller, writer, and troublemaker. We live in a perilous time. Our world is in crisis. The leading cause of death and disease in children is hunger. Each year, approximately 3.1 million children die from hunger, and more than 10% of the world's population live in a constant state of malnourishment. As Pope Francis wrote in his encyclical Laudato Si, we are sowing filth and destruction into the earth rather than life and beauty. Many of our political and religious spiritual structures are more focused on isms like nationalism and racism and short-sighted militarism, sexism, separatism, and individualism, rather than what our great mystics and spiritual leaders taught us about the interconnectedness of all creation. In addition to the crisis of the planet and the poor, we face a crisis of peace. We pump more and more weapons of increasing kill power into human societies. We dump more and more carbon and other pollutants into our skies and our seas. We redistribute more and more wealth and power away from the struggling masses and toward the elite. We go into the future as a single state community.
Do you want to hold the sign?
Oh, sure. Unity. She was very looking forward to meeting you. She said, "Is Caleb Maupin here?"
I am. Well, there you go. I'm famous, I guess.
That's nice.
Oh, I'm really glad we're here.
Would you like an autograph?
No, it's fine.
Okay, well, this is a case we're raising awareness about the Uyghurs. They're facing 10 years in prison for promoting peace with Ukraine and such. So,
Great to meet you.
Throughout our entire history, in every religion.
Sure? I was thinking something else.
Peace, unity, and reconciliation. When you want it, now.
We have a lot of those, Dr. Greg.
How many? Peace.
25.
Peace.
Absolutely.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, the wind is kind of blowing. Sorry, the wind is blowing.
Greg.
We're winning them all.
me it's true?
Reconciliation, when do we want it?
Now! All right, everyone, let's make some hearts and wave at the camera for the video.
Peace, unity, reconciliation!
Peace, unity, reconciliation!
Unity and reconciliation!
Peace, unity, reconciliation!
Peace, unity and reconciliation!
Peace, unity, reconciliation!
Peace, unity and reconciliation!
Peace, unity, reconciliation!
Peace starts with me!
Peace starts with me!
Peace starts with you!
Peace starts with you!
We want peace now!
We want peace now!
We need peace now!
We need peace now!
Peace in Russia!
Peace in Russia!
Peace in China!
Peace in China!
Peace in the USA!
Peace in the USA!
Peace in Haiti!
Peace in Haiti!
Unity in Haiti!
Unity in Haiti!
Peace in Korea!
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 Peace in Ukraine!
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 Peace in Sudan!
Peace in Sudan!
Peace in Sudan!
Peace in Sudan!
Peace everywhere!
Peace everywhere!
Peace everywhere!
Peace everywhere!
We can do it!
We can do it!
Reconciliation everywhere!
Reconciliation everywhere!
Forgiveness everywhere!
Forgiveness everywhere!
We can do it!
We can do it!
Starts with us!
Starts with us!
Why?
Can we do it?
All right, thank you, everyone.
Love you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good work.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Hey,
and now
good to see you. Yeah, we're all gonna head out. This was great. This was a success. How are you feeling, by the way?
Not any better. Yeah, no, it's getting worse. I just keep talking. He joined you guys? Oh no, yeah, he told you. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's pretty great. So I'm glad.
Hey, does anyone want a T-shirt? They're $15 or $20.
Oh yeah, we have it.
You guys want a T-shirt, the white one?
Yeah, we work with a professional marketer. She has her own network.
Okay, well, if you can maybe send it to me or something. Yeah, I'd like to clip to show that I spoke here. And my message was well received, right? I said the right things.
Yeah, you did. I heard it.
Okay, good. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah. You know, we did our own thing that would work. A little more communist than Unity Square, and then we came up here just to support anything. So yeah, and last night was tremendous. You were amazing. That was just such an amazing conversation. It was really, wasn't it amazing?
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I'm just like humbled. I don't keep up with you guys.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, it was a sweet conversation. It was like, you know, the name of the podcast is Strange Bedfellows. And it's like, we're living in this period where everything seems completely new. So I'm really glad I could bring people. You've met my people before. So. Yeah. So this is so he's with the People's Party of New York. And then Irene is she's the chair of the Delaware Libertarian Party. Yeah, this is Irene. This is Pastor Milhan Stevens.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, and a lot of people I've known for a long time. So, and then this is Liam Murphy. He has a YouTube channel. It's called Space Force. This is Pastor Milhan Stevens.
Nice to meet you, my friend.
Okay.
And this is my organization, Liberty Speaks. We were one of the sponsors. It's a nonpartisan nonprofit. The rage. I was one of the organizers.
Yeah. Does someone want to take our picture?
Whoever wants to.
Well, here, there's a GPA kid.
Take a group photo of our group?
Yeah, can someone take a group photo? You got it. Okay. All right, there you go.
I love you guys.
Thank you for doing this.
All right, thank you. I'm so glad this worked out.
Bring it in.
Go, Caleb! Thank you, Caleb! You all set?
We need to be lower. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Eso! Everybody, eso!
Queso. Cheese.
No, back in August, I walked into Manhattan Family Church, and they didn't quite know what to make of me, but here I am.
You wouldn't let me buy the stamp from there.
You thought,
I was like, hold on, whoa.
And I have it in my well. I don't know why I'm telling you this story.
I can imagine. But this is Center for Political Innovation. We're doing stuff. We're having conferences and stuff. So we want to help out anything for peace, especially on the Korean Peninsula. So as we brought our banner, we had finished what Trump started.
Yeah, we didn't have as much Korean stuff this time because some of us are kind of saturated with Korea, but we did kind of mix it up.
Great.
Safer and Korea is an example of that.
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack.
In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying hands off Iran. Now, that further escalated, and recently we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America.